mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
julep, pop 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 julep, pop 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 julep, pop 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 pop. Woo! Pop julep, pop julep, pop julep.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Hello everyone, good afternoon and welcome to Pinnacle Cup number 5. We are here with another exciting day of Counter-Strike. And as you guys might know, we have wrapped up the playing stage and now we are in the midst of that Swiss stage. And right now, because we're sort of halfway through, this is really the turning point of when the games are gonna matter the most. We're actually today gonna be taking a look first at a matchup with 2 teams, Sneaky, that are both going 2-0.
Yeah, and if I'm honest, almost a little bit of a surprise. Ecstatic, maybe not so much, but Orcs have come out of nowhere recently. They've been on a tear. They've beaten OG, Arcred, Saw, B&E, and X Domination in a row. These are not like washover teams right now. And also, Orcs, if I'm not mistaken, have made it to ESL Pro League, which is just insane to me. They really did come out of nowhere and then smashed it out the park in conference. They've had a couple of new signings since. I think the most notable name probably Veggie, who used to play for VP, and also HS has been playing, I mean, since the Penta and Optic days way back when. He's the only non-pole on this lineup, but that's not to say he does not fit into this system perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, we can dig into those teams a little bit later on, but of course, this is the matchups that we got ready and waiting for you guys. We're going to be kicking things off with Ecstatic against Orcs. Unfortunately, Spirit against OG. Spirit pulled out of the tournament, I'm afraid, so that match had to be cancelled. But, you know, further on in the day, we do have 2 more bangers. That's going to be Ikla facing off against Aurora, and then we finish off the day with ENS Academy against Arc Red. Honestly, banger of matchups, but I'm a little bit biased, but I really like the matchup that we have got right in front of our eyes. We can maybe dig a little bit deeper in these two teams because, you were already mentioning a little bit, how exciting it is that we get to see them, Oaks being a little bit more of a surprise, aesthetic, maybe a little bit more predicted. But yeah, where do you reckon this matchup will take us?
I think 3 maps is a given at this stage. I think despite the gap in world rankings, it's going to be a tough one for both sides. I mean, we are looking at some pretty decent map pools. Orcs, well, since they've come under this banner, have been absolutely smashing it out the park on their top 3 maps, yet to lose them, but they definitely have less maps played than the likes of Ecstatic, and Ecstatic seem to be incredibly good at open qualifier berths. They also had a couple of ESL Challenger tournaments before the end of the player break. They're in good form, and also I like the system that they're putting together. It's made up of Patty, Nodios, Salazar, Kragan, and Queenix. And I think Patty was a super good pickup for Ecstatic, the former Astralis Talent IGL. He's a proven prodigy here, and I can't wait to see what they can deliver against the likes of Orcs.
Yeah, no, for sure. Ecstatic have been definitely quite on the roll. They played in Challenger Kato. They played in ESC Advanced. Sadly, just missed out on that ESL Challenger spot, but overall, pretty decent results. Have been on a trajectory. And since the addition of Patty, they did pretty well in the open qualifier run for IEM Sydney. Didn't make it all the way to the end, but of course we all know how hard open qualifiers can be. In this tournament so far, 2-1 against Sense Academy, 2-1 to 9 Pandas, so solid results thus far. Now they can prove themselves again. And yeah, on the flip side, we were already mentioning the perhaps surprise team in the name of Orcs, currently ranked number 45. And yeah, as you were mentioning, some roster changes here and there. They played in the Polish Nationals of ESL and therefore qualified to conference, and they just completely slayed that competition. And yeah, ever since, now even newer additions came into the team, I feel this is one hell of a Polish core. Yes, we have HS, who technically is not Polish, but it feels like definitely a very big powerhouse of a team.
Yeah, no, they're just super exciting. They're such an almost unknown entity. They came out of nowhere. I mean, we had them playing for the likes of like Paloma and Ignis Serpens, but them achieving the heights there at the moment, sweeping their past 5 matches in such a wild fashion, they're definitely a team to keep an eye on. Maybe we could be looking at the next 9 assembling here, as Anubis will be the first map banned by the likes of Orcs. Nothing unusual there, that's their perma ban. Mirage, the same story for Ecstatic, and that's probably for the best, as it's an 100% win rate map for the Orcs, but Vertigo will be picked off the bat, which is, honestly, that's a little bit interesting. It's been played 3 times by the Orcs, and it is Ecstatic's worst map, but yes, we are looking at statistics for fairly recent times for the Orcs here. They've been together for a month. It is one of their worst rated, though.
Yeah, and then on the flip side, we do have Overpass coming through, Nuke as a decider. This is interesting. Nuke is actually the most played map for both squads. So I was sort of reckoning, is someone going to be picking into that? Are going to leave it open? Well, they do leave it open. But yeah, Ecstatic then leaning into their second most played map, which is Overpass. Technically not the highest win rate, but they're comfortable on it. And yeah, maybe with this map being a little bit more of a question mark in regards to Orcs, maybe you can sort of try and punish. But yeah, we just have to really find out in the server, as this team is sort of, in the current lineup, in the current form, just about a month old. We just have to wait and see how deep their map pool actually goes in regards to the changes that have been happening, if they're going to be, continuing the same shape. I just have to wait and find out. So far, though, the signs are good.
Yeah, but I also have to be clear, Orcs have been playing much better opposition recently. Again, the top 3 of OG, Saw, and Bad News Eagles, they beat all 3 of them. So as much as Orcs might have less games under their belt and not as competent win rates as the likes of Ecstatic, they have definitely proved themselves to be a worthy opponent no matter the team they come up against. And again, despite the world rankings, I think Orcs should be the slightly favoured side here.
That very well could be. have a nice chunk of utility around them here. Already I see a smoke being pulled out and a very quick approach here to that A ramp. 1-for-1 currently going. As you can see, immediately CT's fall back a little bit. Not want to give it up completely. Still continuing to fight. As Salazar finds one, there is a trade though. The trade to punish so bad. HS, how is he still alive?
Oh, this is huge for Olymp though. Queenix, oh, he gets toyed with towards the B-bomb site there, and that is a massive round from HS. He hits all headshots, 3 kills to his name. And Milky as well, tagging up Kragan in the meantime. It's just a very clean pistol, relying heavily on their aim, but when your aim is as good as that, it's no real problem for our Polish squad.
Yeah, HS, that was actually really nice done out of him. I'm honestly not even sure how that happened, but the CT's peeking in one by one. Yeah, that's just real rough. Yeah. They wanted to go for an aggressive approach, and this time it came to bite them. But, oh god, we have a full spike coming out of Ecstatic. Confident, nice and spicy. No, the nade will bring it into Salazar. Still, Deagle does its work. Can it continue though? Because it's now a 3-on-3 that he's slowly creeping on this site. A lot of util there for them as well. Patty brings it into SNX here as well. And suddenly things might seem possible for Ecstatic.
Man, I love the Eagles. They're a lot of fun to watch, especially in the hands of players as competent as this. The IGL proving he can put up a couple of frags as well, keeping this well and truly competitive for Ecstatic. There's HS on an AK. Taps the bomb. Does he bait in a swing? He will. Queenix removed, goes back for more. Spots the CT player. Odios spam down low. HS clearing all his corners, looking like he could be the hero here, but no Odios. How is that a 1-dig? Into the 1v1 we go. He's toying with Becky. He's dancing around the back lines here. Becky does have the health to receive a body shot and survive, but his head is poking above that box. Oh, but the swing doesn't come through in time, and Becky peeks across. HS and Becky, absolute heroes, as Orcs cling onto that second round. And also, again, shout out to production early. I am loving their style with these nade catches.
Oh, so close. Definitely was quite the costly round for Orcs, but they can now completely, or almost completely invest. They do have all up on an MP5, but on the flip side, Ecstatic, of course, on the back of that falls no money left. They're going to be sticking together here, trying to push perhaps here into A, or at least stack it up. I mean, the last couple of rounds, Orcs have been favouring this A ramp, so I can see where the gamble is coming from. But they are playing it slow, not want to be showing too much skin or not, you know, give away too much information early on. Just play it step by step.
Yeah, with only a single smoke in the back pocket for Ecstatic outside of their pistols. This this round is looking pretty easy for Orcs. Olym sent in with an MP5. Apparently the entry fragger's weapon of choice these days, and I can see why. Nicely done. 4 to a tally, and that is an absolute cash farm.
Yeah, he is extremely rich right now. Oh man, finishing off with the pistol there as well. Clean as you would like to see on a round like that. But, over on the flip side, Ecstatic finally have money for themselves here as well. Up on both ends of the spectrum. It's going to be a matter of fact, you know, who is going to be winning this duel out.
Well, the Orcs certainly looking to convert their good start here. Ooh. And Salazar will shut down Milky. The flashbang does nothing to blind him. As another shot rattles off, no connections, but Orcs are looking to trade back now. Little do they know that Salazar's still here, and he's still punching in digits. 5 versus 3. As this effective bonus round for Orcs hasn't quite gone to plan.
It was so nice how he played with that smoke. You could think, you know, maybe we have the advantage with the gas. Trying to maybe run past them. That's a nice little run boost. At least gets rid of Kraken here. And immediately Salazar, no chance but to fall back. Maybe he wants to go for a bit of a re-peek. Still, of course, have a player advantage. And the time is slowly starting to get lower and lower. 45 seconds. Orcs need to really consider where they want to go if they want to make this round work.
I mean, it is still possible. They've got a tiny bit of util left, and a 3v4 is not the end of the world, but as you said, time really starting to tick down now. Their only option really left is A, and Queenix already on the rear flank. They're going to walk straight into his crosshairs if they're not careful. But no, actually, just deciding to go for the save here. HS loses the AWP in the process. Very big scalp to take. Do they go on a retrieval mission for it? They might not have the opportunity. Again, time continues to tick on down. This has not been a particularly good round for Orcs, but a fantastic round for Salazar, that is for sure. Big flank from Queenix. And a lulling in their step for the likes of Orcs. Great run boost, though, I do have to say.
So first round on the board here for Ecstatic. But the money's still not empty yet here for Orcs. They can still comfortably buy. Of course, for those who did end up losing their life. But time to get another chance at this. Still want to see if they can make that all work towards a ramp. This time, deep smoke. No opportunity. At least not guaranteed early on. It's already a couple of riflers trying to explore maybe the B-ramp instead. Throwing a couple of smokes. Just to see if they can keep those CTs busy. But the bomb is making its way down. So, also just exploring their options.
Yeah, a slower pace in some of these rounds now as Nodios gets paced upon and deals with HS perfectly. SNX, nice response to SNX. A double trade, opening up the B bomb site in its entirety. Patty, though, will shut down Olymp. A slight overextension towards CT there. And Salazar now coming into support from middle. Jumping up on top of Guardian, waits patiently for this cross to come through as Orcs have pumped the brakes, but they pump the brakes at a curious time. This really does put the round in jeopardy, but they do dodge an AWP shot and Veggie makes it to the site with a bomb. Nice nade. Keeps those CTs at bay for just a second longer, and SNX holding the rear flank with the AWP. It's going to be a tough bomb site to crack back into, especially with their lack of util.
Oh, and especially now with that kill as well. Patty is out. You can see how separated the last two remaining CTs are. It's got to be extremely tough if they want to make it work. Salazar still trying to maybe see. Spots the shoulder, hits the shot. Now, time is really going to be of the essence if they want to do this, but they are ready for it. Orcs bounce back with a nice fourth round up on the table. And sure, the opening in itself was so nice. Look at this. SNX right here. And immediately, once that site was compromised, sure, there was a little bit of an overextension, as you mentioned, but the recovery was nice. And that guarantees them their fourth round.
Yeah, good stuff for the Orcs. Managing to cling on at the end as the retake, I think, waits just a little bit too long to properly swing into action. Well, if we're getting the Orcs player swinging mid here, they could be in for a cruel surprise. A nice little boost up early on. Odios holds down the angle, but mid is not the point of call, at least not at the moment. A ramp gets some util drawn out towards it. But B is the final point of assault, and Queenix, realistically, the only man here to defend. They've got a nade and a P250. It might be enough to deny a plant initially. Oh, but that one dig was clinical. Unfortunately, probably won't net them too much more in this round, as Orcs really do have a firm advantage here.
So much util. It's so hard to push this. Of course, one SMG, still good, nice upgraded pistols, but look at that. Oh man, that... Alright, there's a couple of shots now coming through, but... Alright, Queenix finds another one. At least a little bit of extra cash in his bag. Just tries to do damage at this point. Make it costly for the Orcs. But a round won't be it. Yeah, 2 surviving, and especially at AWP, still in the hands of the T's is massive. Ecstatic really struggling. Sure, this was somewhat of an eco. And there's at least good damage dealt, but the gap slowly starting to become bigger and bigger.
Yeah, if they can convert this round, I'll count that round as a bit of a win, because getting 3 kills in that scenario, very impressive. And that nade as well from Queenix. Just... the nades this game have been very, very impressive. That much I must confess. But Orc still with a strong lead. Another gun round coming in. Milky back on the AWP. And HS on 146 ADR, trailed by just 6 by Olin. It's a great start for the T side. They're not looking to slow down anytime soon. Ecstatic, they need to pick up the ball here. And again, this round is a necessity. The previous round can be forgiven if they can convert this one, but Kraken at the moment looking to go James Bonding. Needs to be a team effort if they want to stabilise this sinking ship.
Once again, taking it slow, taking it step by step, throwing in a couple of pieces of util here, needs to try and create an entry. And you can see Salazar looking to perhaps punish. And there we go. Comes in, not even with a flash. Just straight up walks around the corner. There is, of course, more T's down there. They want to desperately trade him out, but instead, Veggie goes down here as well. And Ecstatic looking good so far. 2 early openings and immediately putting pressure upon that T side.
Olin does manage to snatch a frag back onto Nodios and Milky. He's just even up the numbers. Hold on a minute, it's now a 3 versus 2. How are Ecstatic letting this one slip away? Big advantage is about to be lost again. Salazar's barrel inches from being spotted by HS. It's not a comfortable angle for Salazar to be playing on. Now as the smokes rain down. Oh, he's about to get trapped. HS, excellent headshot. Gorgeous utility as well. As Queenix, it's a good spam, a very good spam. HS lucky to be alive at the end of it. But a 1v3 from this position, already taken so much fire damage. And not actually able to convert either of his 2 kill attempts. Surely this one has to be said and done, but a flash rain's over. Smoke on the bomb, doesn't go for the tap. Well, doesn't matter. As HS sticks it to him. 6-1 now to the Orcs, and a very promising start here on Vertigo.
This was nice though. Really a great way to get back into the round. And it's so tough. Ecstatic started this round off with 2 early openings and Orcs still managed to get back. It's been a while since I've seen like this heavy of a T-side action going on Vertigo. Oh, now, of course, once again back upon a bit of a half bite. And the punishing has already started. A great step there to finish it off with for SNX. Looking perhaps for more, but takes it down a notch. Of course, is currently by himself, no one there to trade. So he needs to be careful, just probably sits there just holding out for any potential pushes, while the rest, well, all it makes way of mid. The rest here, ooh, into ramp. Okay, that's a
nice.
very quick flick. Sure. We do have, technically, 3 players that are low. Dragon. Well, SMG in a dream. Oh, there is, in fact, one coming his way. That's the AWPer and the bomb. Oh, this could mean trouble. Ecstatic could
This is
pull
so
this.
winnable.
It is.
Cracking that 1 versus 2. Olymp and SNX, yeah, they're a tickle from death. Push them over and they'll die as Kraken's about to round the corner onto SNX. The IGL already double opened into this round, but he might also have just been the closer. No way that this is the first round Ecstatic get on the board. Olymp now has time ticking. This is not a favourable scenario. Orb switched out for a dropped over AK. Kraken still has utility. Kraken can deny the bomb plant from ever coming through as he slowly approaches the right bomb site. This is an incredibly problematic scenario. And Kraken, what a one tap to win out an incredible clutch. That is exactly what Ecstatic needed. Maybe now we see them start to ride into their comfort zone.
Yeah, this is actually really well played, considering, of course, it was pistols and MP9s. That was sort of it here for Ecstatic. But, as we were mentioning, you know, early nade damage and overextensions that sometimes seem to come out from the Orcs. You know, but not quite in a position where you can trade one another. Yeah, it can come and bite you. Now, It is actually a little bit of a rougher buy here for Orcs. We see a couple of pistols, SMGs alongside a Galil and an AK. AK does do its work though. Olymp does find 2 kills right back. And it will make it once again 3-on-3.
Yeah, Orcs have been pretty good at rattling their way back out of disadvantageous situations. As Salazar, he's actually been the quiet shining star here for Ecstatic, hitting some pretty tough shots, not to detract from Milky. As Queenix might have to hit a couple of tough ones himself. Slowly but surely, Orcs stack up towards the B-bomb site again. 2 behind the half wall now. As Milky comes to join his teammate, both hopping over. This will be an unpredictable angle. Queenix holds it regardless, but that is a stunner of a flashbang. Olymp, the 1 dig, so damn clean. And now an advantage for the T-side as those digits can get punched in. I think they spotted him as well. Surely he sees Salazar there. Now he knows of his position because of that up shot. The nade also not quite far enough to kill Olymp. Kraken though, slipping in the backlines. Is he being held for? Yes, he is. This is going to be a tough one for Ecstatic, but Milky does go down. Olymp the deagle again. Hold on a minute. Olymp is on for the ace.
Needs to find one more. Onto the orb. It is. Oh, HS tags him up. Kraken does find a kill up on Olymp, but the time is so extremely low. It's a dance in the smoke. And there's nothing that Kraken can do but give it up. Even dies at the very end. Sure, HS does so too. The orb won't be transferred over, but what a round coming out of Orcs was that.
Yeah, that's super clean stuff. That was a half buy for the most part, and Olymp, what a sensational couple of openers from him. Look at him go on that dastardly deagle. 4 kills to his name. He wins this round near single-handedly for the Poles, and he puts them firmly back into pole position. 1 round away from winning the half on the T side. Already a 5-round lead. And now a force buy coming through from Ecstatic. They're up against 4 AKs and an AWP here. Admittedly a lack of utility. Not all of these rounds have been particularly clean for the T side. They're still looking to clean up shop. Still heavily advantaged here. There's no way does SNX get that kill.
Well, punishment continues. Body spots it. And already 2 early openings. Now we have seen a round where Ecstatic was able to turn around. That was with those MP9s as well, but Pate only good for 1. And the advantages remain here for Orcs. Sight in control. You can even, you know, wonder if they actually want to go for this. It's a 2v4, you have 2 rifles left. And the money's not looking too great for Ecstatic. You know, this is also the thing that comes with winning those rounds in isolation. You know, if you're not able to convert, that is when the problem really starts to come around the corner. Now, Orcs already secured the half, as you just mentioned. And it's starting to look a little dire for Ecstatic.
Yeah, I mean, Ecstatic have come back from crazier scorelines before. This is a map they are familiar with. Although, admittedly, in recent times, they haven't had the most maps played on it. Only 2 Vertigos in the past 3 months, winning 1, losing 1. Which is why this is likely a bit of a punish pick from the Orcs. And hey, it's been a pretty punishing first half so far. Ecstatic just don't look very cohesive on this CT side. And that is definitely an appropriate timeout to be called.
Yeah. You know, right now, you technically can have some funds to buy alongside. You know, we can have 2 potential rifles dropped. So, you really want to be making the most out of a round like this. Try to really bridge the gap. Make sure they're not going to be running away with this already within the first half, because that would be a very, very big problem. Alongside, you know, not just for this map, but just for your confidence as well. Because if you were to lose this first map, you need your mental game to be on point in order to bounce back.
Yeah, I have no doubts about Ecstatic having their heads in the right place. Although we can't exactly use the early game excuse anymore right now. Nearly 2 PM in the majority of Europe. Yeah, Spirit OG was another talking point entirely. As the flashes come on over. No more talking from Kraken. Great headshot from Milky above the smoke. Veggie as well. This is the Molotov, but cleans up nicely under the opposition IGL. But speaking of cleaning up, Nodios unaccounted for, slips in the backline, does find 2, but the multi-kill immediately mitigated by the fact that the IGL and SNX catches another at the top of ramp. Queenix and Salazar have it all to do. A man disadvantage, weaker weaponry, no util. And no head armor, not that it would matter with Veggie hitting shots like that on the AK. Very clean. As the Orcs now look for their 9th round on the board, and there is very little that Queenix can do, as unlike the round they lost in the previous 3v1, they actually stick together in this instance, and the HP bars are a little more healthy.
Still making sure... Oh.
That's okay. Do you reckon this is a save call for Queenix?
It could be. There is actually... Oh, we do have someone that might be coming... Oh, actually, no. Never mind. That was the map baiting me for a second. But I thought we still had a lurker around on middle. But no, that's not the case. Yeah, honestly, you have an orb actually found right now. And you need the money on board as well. Ecstatic. It's looking very, very dire. You need sort of every bit you can have. And yeah, you can try and do some economic damage with an exit, but for Orcs, it's not really going to be hurting them too much. They have quite a bit stacked up right now with, well, once again, a nice couple of conversions. But it's rough, you know, Ecstatic calling a timeout, still not quite coming off the ground. And I really wonder what needs to change. You know, a lot of these earlier openings just seem to be going the way of Orcs time and time again.
Yeah, the Orcs are just fantastic. And even if they are at a disadvantage, they snatch it back in an instant. SNX, a nice swing there. Veggie, a follow-up. They're playing very nicely as a team. And when they have split up, that is when they've been at their weakest. But for the most part, they've just been a solid rock unit. There's no way do they go for the early run boost. Olimp lands it as well, and unfortunately wastes it as he goes for a wallbang towards half wall and gets instantly naded down to 51 HP. Does pull out a one-way smoke. Yeah, that is such a very high-risk, high-reward position to play from. You're either getting a beautiful opener, everyone screams your name, and you're the hottest prospect for the next couple of rounds, or you land it and then nothing happens and you get bodied by util. And now Kraken's found the actual opener. Veggie sent to the Shadow Realm, and Orcs, not the start I'm sure they would have desired after landing such a difficult mechanic.
Once again, things slow down. You can see how Orcs have completely built out of the ramp, made their way, but there's a lot of information coming out of this setting. You know, to push down the B ramp, they should know it's going to be A, but there's still a little bit of back and forth action. HS sadly cannot hang on, and now it's all down to Orc. Milky is, well, dead. This round definitely a lot more cleaner. I like that Ecstatic went for that information push. Something, of course, it can come and bite you, but feels like this round, a lot more confidence. Yeah, that... Oh, they had an opportunity with that play, but Orcs, as you mentioned, sort of left it hanging and then peeking one by one. Yeah, not the cleanest round coming out of Orcs, but still money enough. HS is the only one up on a Deagle this time, not all of them, but plenty of resources to make this round work again.
Yeah, Kraken looking to be resourceful in this smoke, and he will be. Comes out on top with another opener onto Veggie. A Molotov to follow suit as Milky will be denied presence up the lane. SNX looked like he was going to shoot his teammate for a second there. Had me scared, but no, we're fine. As Nodios, he's done it again. Another really cleanly timed flank. Oh, he could shut down this entire operation. SNX has no idea. That's a free kill. No Dios doesn't want to stick around either. Now, we've seen 5v3s before for Ecstatic, but they haven't been disciplined in holding on to their positions. They just need to play passive now, play off each other. And this is a guaranteed round win. I mean, HS is on a deagle right now. This round should be free real estate.
Yeah, the Molotov was sort of almost the only util they have left, alongside a flashbang. Just use it to create a bit of noise down towards middle. Perhaps fake that they want to go into B. With two players sort of hanging about in the spawn, it looks to me that they just want to save. Another rifle recovered. Just covering all the angles and make sure that they hang on to these. As, you know, we are slowly getting towards the latter stages of this first half, so economy is going to be playing a very, very important factor.
Yeah, Orcs have at least won the half, though, and convincingly so. Any round they can get from here on out is a bit of a bonus. That is also to say that they don't want to get 0 rounds from this point, as that will start to play with their heads a little bit, knowing that they have been so dominant, only to lose things, or at least let things slip a little bit towards the end of the half. I feel like Orcs need one more round just to ensure their confidence can carry over into that next, but as Ecstatic slowly starts to build back into this game, they've got another pretty rough buy from Orcs here. Yes, they've got the weaponry, but SNX is on a Tech 9, there is no util. It's just going to be a fast play. Flash up from Kragan, he's caught out in the open, but still manages to deal with SNX, and now Salazar has shown his position, there's no util to flush him out with. Orcs maybe starting to regret not bringing a bit more utility into this round, but that's a great drive-by by Veggie, and Kragan is next to the chopping block. Veggie, excellent openness. As he's looking for more spots to head towards headshot on Olin. He's also cutting off rotations in towards middle. This is actually a very well put together round by Orcs. A flashbang is what they bring in, and it might be a round coming out with them. Nodios 1v4. This is a nightmare for Ecstatic, and he's been sent packing.
This is much more like it. Only a single loss taken and Veggie doing so much here. Man, sure that second one was a little bit more of a freebie considering the health, but the first one onto the AWP, nice and clean. Just completely outplaying him. With this 10 rounds already secured, last round here in the half to be playing for. Both sides this time can buy up. So once again, nice and equal. Jump mate. Oh, I was a little bit scared there for a second. But Olive makes it in early position. Oh, but that's right on top of his head. Olive is dead.
Man, that is a brutal start to the round for the Orcs here. Ecstatic need to work with this, and they will. Great second by Kragan. Salazar peeking above the smoke, looking for his next victim in Veggie. He has been fantastic at opening. But Queenix opens up a massive gap in the Orcs line now. It's just Veggie and Milky to make the dream happen, and Nodios. Oh, the trigger discipline. Spams down the remaining two, and that is a flawless fifth for Ecstatic. At least a glimmer of hope coming into this now second half. And also, that is so rough for Olive.
Yeah, he has been playing the position a couple of times, and right now, it gets predicted. So well played. You know, Exotic starting to read the patterns here a little bit of Orcs, but nonetheless, you know, we do have to consider the gap that the Orcs have already made here for themselves. 5 rounds between them. And if they win this pistol, it could look extremely rough right now for Ecstatic. They desperately need this one to land themselves a ticket back into the game.
Yeah, pistol rounds always important. As Ecstatic bring a decent amount of utility with them into this one. I think this is the first time in a long time I've not... Oh wait, hold on a minute. HS is on Julies, right? I was going to say, it's the first time in a while I've not seen the Julies, as Nodios will no longer be seeing the light of day. A quick swap for Olin over to that Glock. As now Orcs stack up towards the safe bomb site, and it appears they've read this perfectly. Waiting in the smoke, Ecstatic continue to jostle. Continue to expend utility as now Queenix up close and personal. Finds one, doubles up, hold on a minute. This entire operation has started to fall apart for Orcs here. Nice headshot from SNX though, at least keeping things competitive. Queenix tagged. Salazar charges down. As Milky's left in a 1 versus 2. A very winnable one at that though. Just a couple of body shots needed on each of these two players. But he needs to find them first, and he's also very vulnerable to Salazar's position. Does he clear his right-hand angle? Oh, the timing. They could not be worse. And Milky, yeah, he's about to walk into an early demise. I tell a lie. Salazar has missed every single headshot opportunity on a man turning away from him. But now he plays time. How is he not dead? Queenix underneath Milky, though, shuts him off with the Julies. That is an awkward round to be winning, but somehow it's ecstatic to come out on top.
Yeah, sometimes these pistols, they can really lend yourselves in a bunch of chaos. Good couple of trades here, though. Really made it close, but right there in the very end, it is Ecstatic who win it out. Very much a needed round. And on the flip side, Orcs are going to be respecting it by ecoing it out. Of course, you have all these rounds to still work with, that you have still going in your favor. So it would be a little bit risky to force and then, you know, give them pretty much a free pass to get right back to your scoreline. Now, it is the Orcs stacking up on this B-bomb side. Early smoke was there, and now that has faded, they're going to be exploring, trying to find out where they're at, but I feel that they know that already, slowly trying to get in behind them. As we do have SNX here, just respecting it for the time being. Try not to get picked off. Now let's see what these pistols can do. Bomb planted. And maybe just gathering up for exits here.
Yeah, we'll have a good couple of exits. Queenix, well, so does he. He loves eco-frags just as much. And Patty farming up 2 with a Mac 10. That's good for cash building and hopefully a bit of confidence here. As Ecstatic, they find 7. There's a 3-round gap now. There's no money really for Orcs here. I tell a lie. There is a decent bit of money for Orcs, but not enough for an AWP. Milky has been forced down to the scout. A rough compromise, but it's needed. As yeah, this is a pretty decent opportunity for Ecstatic to start closing that gap and making themselves look more competitive as Vertigo. As much as I believe it is slightly CT-sided, a lot of teams do prefer that attacking side. And Milky looking to go on the attack despite being a defender.
Flash comes over, HS under so much pressure. Does hang on for 1, but immediate trays are there. And well, all of next one to fall. So immediately B-side. Well, what can you do? Now a 3v4. Bomb already starting to tick. And it's going to be quite rough to try and make your way into it. And it looks like they don't even want to move. Orcs once again will respect the decision. And, well, you know, you still have 2 rounds after this in the lead. But if you're going to be losing enough, then, yeah, they will catch up.
And as that bomb starts to tick on down, yes, there's a couple of weapons saved over for the boys in blue, but blue, no doubt, some semblance of the mood right now. As their incredible storming start, definitely starting to slow a little bit here. Oh, clean shots from Kragan and Patty. As now the 29th round of play is where we find ourselves, and it's actually Ecstatic to call another timeout here. Gives Orcs a little bit more time to shuffle some weaponry around. But hey, good to call a timeout to get the team morale continually high. Not entirely sure what kind of plan they're chalking up here, but all I know is that Orcs are going to need to do something pretty special if they want to win with their current buy, especially with their lack of previous success.
We do know it is possible, you know, Ecstatic over on their CT side. Winning around 3v5 with pistols and SMGs. So, you know, you still have two M4s. FAMAS, Milky with a scout. We do know Milky has landed a couple of very nifty shots.
And I hope to see some more. As that nade rattles on down. What do you reckon, Velas? Have Ecstatic got them in them to continue this streak, or will Orcs finally start to wake up a little into this second half?
Well, you can see they had to adapt a little bit. They wanted to go in really fast, but now realize they maybe have to go in a little bit more calculated than just running a blaze. Molly down on Sandbag, flashes are out, so at least a little bit of supportive utility to try and make this push work. Veggie tries to get in front of it, gets two. There is eventually a trade. But the Orcs do lend themselves a player advantage. Sellers also tagged and now gone by the scout. This is what the Orcs were waiting for. And a lot of the CTs are present here, though most of them are sort of in the same angle, but Olive, he is so proactive. The scout brings in Endonodios here as well. And this is a near to clean round for the Orcs. Very nicely done. Really good defense.
I mean, they say offense is the best defense, and Veggie absolutely proves that mantra. Sideswiping two with a spray down, almost a third. And then Olymp as well, charging a smoke with the MP9, catching the top ramp player completely unawares. Last alive hides in a smoke, but unfortunately gets bodied by Milky and Orcs. What a way to put 11 on the board. Just a nightmare round for Ecstatic, as they can still afford a buy here, but as you can see, they won't have too much more in terms of economic forgiveness. Queenix down to a Galil. And I doubt Salazar will be able to re-afford that AWP should this round go continually awry. Nice game of trade towards the top of B stairs early though. Queenix and HS blow for blow. SNX tries to pull a veggie and gets very damn close. Patty, better run. That nade almost takes him down, only doing a tickle of damage come the end of it. But Ecstatic look to do a hell of a lot more than that as they push their way towards the B-bomb site, at least early on. But Orcs have a heavy advantage here, and they look to cling onto it.
Still a bit of time to work with Fortitude, slowly creeping up towards that B ramp it seems. Milky is here with his scout, now with Patty being tagged. Very easily could be another opportunity. 40 seconds, Util lined up. There is HS right beside him. They're gonna be doing the job here though. Lighting them up. Smokes are in play, making it very difficult. So maybe still an opportunity for Ecstatic to get that bomb planted, but look at it! Creeping through the smoke. Milky upgrades to an orb, of course. And this is more like it. Patty, last man standing with an orb in his hands here as well. With so little time. So much CT force to be up against. No choice but to save.
Counter-terrorists win.
And off he trundles to spawn. As Orcs now re-extend their lead to that of 4. Just clean positioning from the CTs here, working off each other really nicely. The flasher up in middle. HS being a hero on the FAMAS, and Milky landing some cracking shots. It's all coming together for these CTs right now. And it's great to see this, again, massive success when it comes to a Polish project. You had your 9s making it to the second round of the majors. Putting Polish ES well and truly back on the map. You've got a couple of important pieces of the puzzle and Ents and otherwise scattered across the rest of the higher tiers of CS, but another effective Polish core making it look as easy as Orcs are doing right now. This is not something we've seen in a while, and I can't wait for them to get tested on LAN. It's a really exciting project.
Changing positions here. Milky will take the charge of Catwalk. Ecstatic have really yet to make a move. We have a couple people once again down on a ramp. But they know how aggressive some of these CTs have been playing. Once again, a flash comes on through. Surely the CTs are aware that there is some presence down there. But how will they respond? This time looks to be a little bit more of a passive approach, maybe waiting for the right opportunity. I do like the positioning of SNX there. little bit of an off angle, maybe not even necessary. Veggie just mows them all down. That's free for him, looking for a fourth. Only Nodia's left. He's on for the ace, and he is right around the corner. Nodia's not even looking towards short as we speak. Of course, the bomb being dropped right in front of him. An opportunity, but there we go. Veggie on with the ace. Orcs just continue the streak on to 13, and man, looking like a beast right now. Just adding kill after kill after kill. What is it, like 17-11 right now for the Polish player. And it's looking real great. Good recovery here in general for Orcs. You know, we started to get a little bit worried. Ecstatic got a couple of rounds on the board, but now it's back to nothing. Pistols it is.
What a fantastic round there from Veggie. Sensationally done. And very poor spacing from Ecstatic on the flip side. Not to take anything away from the Polish star as Salazar gets a bit of chip taken away from him there. Nice opening util, but Ecstatic, they've got nothing more than pistols to bring into this one. We're looking down the barrel of a home stretch play here for the boys in blue. And if they didn't convert this one, I would be deeply surprised. HS anticipates this play from Nodios. Continues to guard the stairs and, well, quickly rips off a very clean headshot there. As Queenix next to the chopping block, it seems, spotted. Playing a game of whack-a-mole here. Lands a tag onto the rifler. Not the kill, though.
Oh.
As Kraken does actually 1D-gate share, Solimp in the meantime brings things to a further advantage, and Milky, well, sends Kraken back in. 4 versus 2 here. Very clean kills from Milky. I know it's up against pistols, but just hitting some nice shots here. Leaving Salazar in a 1 versus 4. And I'll be honest, this is not going to happen. Almost a shot, but a nice tag from Milky.
Yeah, maybe not the flashiest kills here for Milky, but he's a very consistent player. He has been pretty much hitting all of his shots here in this game thus far. And yeah, you know, he does the job when it needs to be done. Though, sure, a couple of kills here and there, but the damage kept at a minimum, and the Orcs definitely looking on a roll, almost at the finish line. Just need 2 more.
Yeah, they're getting increasingly close to that checkered flag. As contrary to pop culture, Ecstatic have been unable to release the Kraken. He's sent back in by Veggie early on, Olimp another, oh, and he spams down 2, it's perfectly done. Employing a cheeky mid-boost as Ecstatic, they've just lost the gun round that would have been able to deny Orcs 15. With that, overtime becomes increasingly sparse a possibility. Oh, and Milky, he's just so consistent. Olimp 22 and 12 as well. There's not much you can do against a team overperforming like this. Queen extinct through the edge of the wall, 5 HP left. And he is not long for this world.
Oh, no!
Oh, no. I was about to say he may as well just jump off on 5 HP, but I didn't think he'd actually do it. Oh, God, that's not good.
No, that's far from good and Ecstatic. Their money is in quite a rough place for the next round as well. Also, really want to shout Veggie out there for that shot. That was so nicely done. He got wallbanged twice, so he knew his angle was sort of being pre-fired. What he did is he just swung wide and, yeah, got the kill. You know, a little bit of a cheeky way to deal with that one. But it worked so well. Now, Orcs have so many chances to close this one out, but already off to a good start. Kraken is out, who's actually the top performer currently on the Ecstatic squad. So with him out, it's not looking too good. Het spotted, Queenix also gone. Sure, HS is under a little bit of pressure, but there's so little util, so little firepower. The T is peaking 1 by 1, and it looks to be over and done with as HS finds the final shot and the scoreline 16-8.
That was an incredible cleanup in the final round there. Just everyone on Ecstatic bulldozed there. As Orcs, a very, very convincing performance on their own map pick of Vertigo. There's nothing more you really could have asked of them there. A very solid first half, only dropping 5 rounds, only 3 in the second as they continue just a string of dominance, really. The pistol got a little bit messy. That's another round that they possibly could have won, but We had to give Ecstatic something here, as we do now go onto their map pick. Hopefully, a little bit more convincing for them, as, again, Orcs are just such a solid team right now.
Yeah, I was very pleasantly surprised. I was expecting it to maybe be a little bit closer, considering, Ecstatic's their history with the map, but on the flip side, Orcs really proving themselves, maybe even setting themselves up for potential 2-0 victory. We do know that they like to play Overpass, which is the map that comes up next, and they have so far 100% win rate on it, whereas Ecstatic, it's a little bit 50-50, I would say. Still, they did play a lot more times than Orcs. Orcs is still relatively new, but the form that they are in right now is so promising that I'm honestly not even sure what's going to be happening.
Yeah, well, we'll have to find out after this short break. We'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gents, and we will see you then for Overpass.
come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Well, hello there, ladies and gents, and welcome back to our second map. The first was actually a pretty dominant affair, Orcs wiping clean Ecstatic off of Vertigo, a map that the Orc has quite a lot of history on. And coming on to Overpass, I'm not entirely sure what to expect, but we do need to see a lot more of a team performance here from the likes of Ecstatic.
Yeah, we just ended up seeing a lot of sort of, wanting to be hero moments, wanting to be ahead of the situation and therefore peaking one by one instead of, as she was saying, we need to be seeing them playing as a team. It's a 5v5, not a 1v5 game, so at the end of the day, I think that is something that needs to change when it comes down to Ecstatic. We have seen glimmers of hope, though. There was definitely a large chunk of rounds where I was very pleasantly surprised by how they played together, but it was like that form just didn't quite stay throughout the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, there was glimmers of really, really good rounds. I think it was Kragan to find a wild 1 versus 3 clutch relatively early on into the map, or at least halfway through the first half. I mean, Patty and his Deagle were absolutely nonsensical for some of those rounds. I think it was a conversion round where he lands 2 sickening 1Ds and a tag onto another player, but in the 1 versus 1, the Mac 10 does win it out. But yeah, again, you were talking about a lot of lack of cohesion, a lot of individualistic plays, losing multiple 5 versus 3 advantages. Ecstatic need to have a much cleaner line here. And this is not a bad map for them. They've won 63% of the time over the 8 times they've played it here. Orcs on the flip side, yes, they have that 100% win rate, but they have only played it twice, a quarter of that of Ecstatic. Not to say that they're a new team, but the 2 new additions to this squad still have a little bit of catching up to do, but regardless, I think Overpass is a solid map for both squads, and it should reasonably be more of a competitive affair.
I would definitely reckon so, especially with this map. Aesthetic has a really good history on it. The only flip side being, it is the mapping of Ecstatic, but therefore they also, they will get to start on T's side. So how much can we really get to see coming out of Ecstatic when it comes down to that? We didn't really get to see much T side action on Vertigo, just simply because, the game was already sort of over. But hopefully they can make a comeback on this one.
Yeah, we should be getting into the run of things fairly soon. But yeah, in the meantime, I mean, what are your thoughts on this Orcs roster's trajectory? Do you think that this is going to be something they can continue, or is this still just the dream honeymoon period we've got right now?
Ooh, it very well could be, but I do feel, Orcs have been making a lot of changes over the past couple of months. They started with, who was it? Like, I think it was Olymp and Milky who played originally within the lineup, and so much has sort of changed, but I do feel with sort of every new change that they made, it just became better and better, and hopefully this can be a lineup that decides to stick together and really take this serious instead of, just sort of like a project thing. But I do think with Pro League right around the corner that they're going to be giving it their all, and so far it seems so solid. They have plans in their minds, but how are they going to be dealing with this ecstatic? Ooh, go for a push, it seems.
And that push does not go. Hello. There we go.
Oh, no, we're
push
not.
Amazingly back in. Nice. Okay. The push doesn't go very well. Veggie dies pretty early on, and there's no trade from HS. In fact, he doesn't even decide to continue the fight. Maybe this is some sort of bait and switch, but I mean, the switch has not gone very well. Salazar has just destroyed 2 players on B, and Queenix, very clean shots onto Olive and Connector. He's continuing. Milky, 11 HP. There's nothing he can do. Just run away, save that armor. As Orcs battered in that opening pistol round.
Yeah, they wanted to go for a push, but that early on, who knows? We could have some contact B action, classic, of course, on overpass, and you might just be facing 4 players. This time it was just 2, but it was already enough to easily deal with that threat. This play though out of connector as well. Ecstatic played that so nicely. Oh man, this is just clean. Trades on point, playing off of one another, and already, without the bomb necessarily having been planted yet, they were already positioned for those rotations. So nicely done now, Orcs. It's a force buy. It's a force buy rush into short, getting mowed down, at least the first 2. Now, can they deal with the further threat that is here, though? So much action going down the connector. Bomb has to back off a little bit. That is was over towards Monster. And now CTs do contain short.
Yeah, they've reascertained control of it here. But unfortunately for them, that means they're all going to start walking towards Milky's position on this ecstatic side. Now, Milky, he's taking a pretty passive line here. Decides to fall back in towards Bank. Does peek out towards Long. And as he's so distracted by Long, he's getting pushed from bathrooms. What a snappy shot onto Salazar. But yeah, Patty's quick with the response on the Mac 10. 2 versus 3 here. It's not outside the realms of possibility. They've actually got a smoke to try and attempt a bit of a retake here, but SNX, if he pushes this one, he is dead to rights to Patty. Not an easy scenario to come back from, but no way has SNX just found that timing. That is unreal. A 3-1 dig and a smoke on the bomb. There is no defuse kit. They need to get a move on. And Queenix, a gorgeous one-tap, knows where HS is, holds left quick, spams him down. But how SNX finds that timing is just completely beyond me.
Well, in a parallel universe, maybe that could have been it. But it was in the end very close, though. Nice effort coming out of the Orcs. Yeah, this is just nice. Trying to get ahead of the situation, but Queenix having an AK in his hand deals with it perfectly. So, Ecstatic can continue 2-0, and Orcs have to even this one out there for early opportunity at hand. Olymp, yeah, sort of forced to just try and go for this with no one beside him. It will result in a very fatal death. Now HS follows, and SNX is here. Also goes for the 5, but 1 by 1. It's very difficult to do so with just pistols. Leaving just Veggie right now, all by himself. Ooh, that's nice. 5-7 action in the bag. Upgrades to a Mech 10. Unfortunately, it is the least spicy weapon on the squad of Ecstatic that he gets to save. But at the end of the day, a little bonus weapon doesn't hurt.
Yeah, I mean, You can use it to create a little bit of space come the next round. Again, it's not the most practical weapon to have in your hand at the moment. But hey, if you could actually take another one away using this picked up gun, that would be a little more worthwhile. Bomb is ticking though, and Veggy's getting awfully close to the bomb explosion radius. And there's nobody here for him to find. Oh yeah, he takes a little bit of chip damage off the back of a nice double dink onto the complet. And also in answer to your earlier question, Veronique, it was SNX and Olymp to come from Ignis Serpens to form this lineup. And
yeah.
Milky and Veggie played on Anonymo. HS is the only one who I don't think has played with these guys before. But yeah, no, I think a lot of Polish orgs right now are going to be looking at orcs thinking, damn, we have been shuffling our players for years and never found this level of success. Because not many Polish orgs have made it to Pro League and had a consistent roster like this. Especially not in the short span in which orcs have achieved their successes. Like, this is a 2-0 bracket as well. They are not being swept out under the rug by anybody. And Ecstatic is another nice scalp to take to their tally.
Abuse coming over, trying to clear out a long. No one actively here, but Ecstatic in charge of slowly grabbing further map control. Of course, that smoke into the bathroom will lock out that angle for the time being, and actually keeps orcs at bay right at the site. Still plenty of time to work with, but you can see that the others are grouping up, leaving B completely by itself. Going in as a unit here.
Ecstatic looking particularly menacing as now Olymp is completely surrounded down by Banana. Has managed to make it to the bench, and hold on a minute, he's just slipped the net. He's gone straight behind Nodios, but starts making noise, and with that, an early demise. Oh, really out in the open there. Not a great decision there from Milky, and with that, that's a save round. Orcs have just been flattened, and Ecstatic looking a lot more competent in this map than they did in the last. And having a much better start than they did too. They were down 6-1 at one point. As SNX, Veggie and HS all forced to scamper.
At least there is 3 rifles in their hands, but it's looking far from good right now. A little bit similar on how things started off at Vertigo. That is when they were having the momentum. And actually on T side as well, so it's very surprising to see how, well, currently on both these maps it's really T side where teams make the mark.
Yeah, with Overpass being a classic defense-sided map, it's good to see that Ecstatic are making so much noise in these gun rounds. Now, Orcs will have 3 saved over weapons to boast here. This will allow for another buy, a decent bit of util to be shuffled around, but Ecstatic, look at how strong they are right now. They've got the momentum, they've got the frags, they've got the team play, and in all honesty, they've got a massive lack of deaths, boasting a very strong economy. They've had 5 deaths in 4 rounds. 3 of them have been on Nodios. Now, that nade does nothing. I thought that nade would do significantly greater damage than 3 HP onto Kragan. And that spam from SNX a little better. But still, menial damage. Ecstatic. Getting very lucky that their heads are staved off of these spams. As now they go for a playground boost, a little bit of utility to expend. They're just, you know, slowly prodding around, a slower default. But when they converge into a unit and actually hit onto these bomb sites, they have been so clean. And Orcs still yet to find a solution to deal with them, but they are at least hearing these footsteps off the back of Olymp, who's playing bait and switch with the tree plant, who will at least find a trade.
So that is immediately you lurker out. Ecstatic grouping up towards this B-bomb. So it still was smoke up on shore, but flashes do go over. HS does do a good job of at least holding the first player up, but immediate trades are there, and the time is starting to tick a little bit. These CTs hang on to the side for quite a while. Now 30 seconds. Oh, and they are desperate. But once again, not quite working together. It was still a 2v2 situation. Now 2v1. Make it a 1v1 almost. It was a tag up on Salazar. But Salazar is just a little bit quicker. So they just continue the streak. Oh. Yeah. Of course, this previous round, this was actually really nice though. This bait and switch. So you can think, you're right, 4v4. But as soon as this B execute started to come into a full effect, it was very difficult for Orcs to sort of play that situation together. And once again, instead of sort of respecting the bomb plan and then try to retake together, they still went in all individually.
Yeah, nice clutch there from Salazar come the end of it though. Call him a Slytherin the way he slithered back into that clutch. Does get tanked up in the process. Yeah, I thought I'd not included enough pop culture references yet, Veronique, so here's another one for you. Queenix, though, 185 ADR, 9 in 1, as we come into the 6th round of play. That's pretty clean, if I do say so myself, as Milky cleans up the connector. What a headshot, so damn good with that scout. And manages to fall away. No trade in sight. The first opening for Orcs that they retain in good manner. And bearing in mind, this is a 4-spy round for the most part. Becky on a half with just a pistol. But damn, that was a stunning shot.
Milky, we were already saying on the previous map how consistent he is. Both on Scout and AWP. He's proving himself here once again. But do you have to find out if Orcs can hang on to this player advantage or if it's going to be thrown away? It's going to be once again majority on towards this monster territory to make a move on to B, but there's still 3 CTs there. But keep in mind, 2 have pistols and there's so little util. Static make no noise whatsoever. The rifle struggling, tagged up quite a bit. Now these pistols, what can they do? Veggie is out. Sure, the time starts to tick. It's a little bit of chaos. All this smokes. But they do get wiped away eventually. 2 on 3. Not impossible. Especially with the time that is still left. But now on to Milky. 1 versus 3. They're actually already starting to hunt him down. Getting closer towards the angle. Okay, good tag. That's the kill. But Queenix there to trade. Really nicely done from Ecstatic. After, you know, Chaos right upon the side, but they recover nicely. And they make it 6-0.
I mean, Queenix is absolutely farming right now. 12 in 1 after another 3k in this round. And Orcs are starting to show signs of the same problems Ecstatic had in their first half of Vertigo. Again, individualistic plays, random swings, not looking very cohesive and not really covering all their bases properly. They find an opener and then immediately lose it as Milky cannot afford to lose this AWP early on, and he will not. Great frag onto Patty. That smoke doesn't quite land where it was meant to, so doesn't quite mitigate how good the opener was, but it's certainly not practical. As that nade just narrowly misses, as, well, Salazar does not. Milky, a strong tag, but it's not enough for the conversion, and with that, they're converging upon connector. Queenix is on fire, 14 kills, and we are 7 rounds in. A 14 KD is not something we get to see all that often, as SNX will not trade. 15 kills for Queenix, and this is his map. He wants to take us to 3.
Oh, I am so curious to see just simply what his ADR is as well. This is off the charts. I have no words for this. He's so clean. Headshot after headshot as well. And it isn't... I mean, he is doing a lot of the work, but the rest still doing their bits as well. There need to be. It's just disgusting. And how...
193 ADR.
Yeah, that's sick. It's so insane. You need something to counter. But it's so difficult. Orcs, they just... Yeah, they're left with little to no money once again. Maybe some pistols, some smokes, and that will have to be it.
Yeah, not a happy time right now for Orcs. Also, Olymp is not quite James Bond, but he's a UK landline instead, which is honestly not much better. Molotov forces Olymp into Patty's open arms. Great opening frag, and as much as I respect HS for going for a UMP, I love a good UMP buyer. Every time I see it, I have to bring it up, but also he would much prefer an M4 or an AK right about now. As Kragan mops up another frag, Veggie leaping up towards the top site as Ecstatic haven't even decided which site they want to hit yet. They've got a lurk down towards B, 2 men in Connector, slowly clearing out Long and Party as, yeah, Orcs not really in the party spirit right now. Ecstatic are about to win the half without dropping a single round towards their opposition. Bearing in mind, this is an 100% win rate map for Orcs. Yes, that is only over the 2 maps played, but their oppositions have been fierce. Arguably more so than Ecstatic, which is what makes this even harder to watch, especially if you're an Orcs fan.
Smokes, mollies are out. Surely the CTs will have to hear all that flying about. And now that lurk comes to activate. CTs do stay in position, but that's 1, that's 2. And wow, clean stuff coming out of Nodios. 8 kills for him, second on the board right now. But it's so rough, you know, we still have Olymp, who we were really praising on Vertigo. He is still yet to frag on this map. And we're 8 rounds in. This is just a complete slaughter, honestly.
Yeah, getting a little bit difficult to watch at this point. Again, Orcs are getting nothing done. Really need to see them convert around here. As Olymp, pretty damn good in the previous map. Now sits 0 in 8. SNX, a single frag. Veggie, multi-kill madness on Vertigo. Has but 2 in 8 rounds. Salazar looking for more. He has a gap onto Veggie. Great shot! Dinked in the process, but still comes out on top. And man, it still goes from bad to worse. As Milky smoked off, forced back in the bathrooms, the defense is split, and Ecstatic just continue winning off the back of nothing special. Again, slow defaults. Taking con control, taking a little bit of mid control, leaving a lurker down towards Monster to ensure they don't get flanked. And every single player is farming frags, Queenix especially. As Orcs have no visible game plan for this CT side.
So little information, just super passive on the site. And something that we were really, you know, we were praising them for on Vertigo is their proactiveness. Trying to get ahead of situations. Alright, this is more like it. This is exactly what I was hoping for. But it's still a very scary situation. Salazar still makes it a 3-on-3. Only thing being, Static quite heavily split up while making his way into A, and Milk is still here to hand them, well, a little bit more of a tougher cookie to deal with. Queenix super close, not expecting SNX to come and peek, so he will find a second death, and HS here to clean up. So yeah, proactiveness is rewarded in this round. In the beginning of the round, not quite so much, but this was nice. This was nice.
Yeah, very much so. And Milky, a necessary shot to land, keeping the rest of Ecstatic at bay. And a nice push to deny the bomb plant. Yeah, Salazar's like, ah, damn, I don't have time to plant anymore. Tries to bunny hop into the sunset and is brutalized by HS on a rear flank. Orcs put a board on the round, a round on the board, Veerless. That would make more sense. As now a little less boring to watch them. They get something done, they remember how to play Counter-Strike. Olymp's off the board as well. Can they piggyback another off of this? Well, they're bloody well gonna have to, otherwise Ecstatic will continue. What has been a bit of a reign of terror here on this T-side. Sorry, they've won the T-side as well. This is Overpass we're talking about.
Yeah.
I've already worried for Orc's future in this map. And Ecstatic, they have so many more opportunities to keep closing out. If they hit anything less than double digits here, I would be genuinely surprised.
Once again, we can see Orcs playing relatively passively. Not much action towards connector, nor short. Maybe trying to peek into bathrooms a little bit. So next throws a bit of a supportive flash to help his teammate out. But you can see T-Play is playing very far back here on this B side. 30 seconds, a couple of counter flashes. This boost does come to work out though. Veggie needs to be hitting the shots, will do so, and there's only one trade thus far. 3v1, Salazar does switch to the AK, but there's 3 more to find, so little time. You also need to plant the bomb and it will be dropped as Olip finds a nice second kill there for himself. This is looking a lot better, especially with it now being a conversion as well. Yeah, this is definitely much more like it.
No, it's impressive to see the rebound here from Orcs. As Ecstatic, in their infinite cash flow, still have another 2 buys behind them. It is ridiculous how much money they've been able to save up so far. As they immediately use up some of it on that utility barrage towards B. Doesn't actually do anything though. In fact, no damage to LHS. Are you kidding me? No way! They've gone away with 3 on an early game monster push. That is wild from Orcs, and Ecstatic do not know what has hit them. Queenix and Kragan a 2v5. It's not going to happen. What a monster round here for the CTs.
Well, I guess the weakness has been found. You know, with how slow Orcs have been playing on the CT side, this just comes, well, relatively out of nowhere. And Ecstatic not ready for it whatsoever. Last two, or, yeah, well, the last 2 remaining are still a bit split up as well. One close to the spawn, and you can see these CTs are hungry to take those AKs away. Perhaps to upgrade to, well, all AKs on the CT side. SNX would love one. Well, Kragan knows. Gonna be playing the close angle. Oh, instead, maybe? Oh no, just boost himself up to check for any connected pushes. Not quite there. But all the pressure is starting to build. The deal with the first one. And the second, okay. How much more can he get? 20 seconds, maybe needs to run away a little bit. Someone's coming on his flank here as well. Olymp. Around the corner would love another frag. And gets it. Nicely done. Tiny bit more costly. But with now Orcs winning 3 rounds back to back, it's not really hurting them as much. And definitely, this is a great when it comes down to the confidence boost. You know, this is exactly what you need to bounce right back. And now I need to see Orcs just keep it going.
Yeah, it's a little bit of W King goes a very long way, completely catching off Ecstatic, as they really haven't been all that aggressive on the CT side just yet. Now Olin clearly inspired by that wait, hold on a minute. That smoke is definitely not meant to land there. Well, okay, they missed a smoke. Not the best start to the round, and they fall away because of it. Now we're not seeing any replication of previous stints of aggression, except maybe Olin swinging long here. Nice flash. Loses a lot of HP to the tree player. And does that nade even lead his hand? No, okay, he forgets to actually throw the grenade. I'm not having the best of time with you, Till, but I tell you who's having a great time. Nodios, lovely entry. Oh, when he gets Veggie! A 180-degree spin. And that's the round. Round is done. Call it here. Save your weapons. That is just a dazzling way to pick up a couple of frags for Nodios.
Ecstatic keeping the damage at a minimum. Breaking the streak of Orcs. But still with free weapons that might transfer on to the next round. Shouldn't be hurting Orcs too much though. Of course, we do have to consider the gap that is still between them in, as far as rounds go. But they can still a little bit extra away. Kraken does fall. but with a single loss, should be fine for Ecstatic. And they make it on to 9. You were saying already, you know, we are sort of aiming for double digits for them here. But potential still for Orcs to try and deny that. That's double entry. It was so clean as well. Nodios. It was sort of on the back of him. And then, yeah, what can you do? The rest of the CTs are so far away that it's becoming a, well, yeah, became a bit of an impossible task. But another chance right up on the board. Round number 13, slowly getting towards the latter stages here of half number 1. So the pressure might be getting to the Orcs a little bit.
Yeah, it's a long route to get back from. But Milky does land a very clean shot onto Patty. The second time he's opened up around with the AWP onto him now. Definitely not too nice to be on the receiving end of, as Patty, currently the only player on Ecstatic to be going negative. Definitely not been affecting things too much right now, though. Oh, hello, Kraken, going for a quick surf. Surfing in the sewers. Didn't know he was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, but regardless, Nodios comes out of his shell, tries to entry again, will be denied so far, but HS falls to Kraken instead, and Milky, lovely shot, great trade, keeps this round alive, 4v3, and actually jumps out of heaven. I don't think he's been spotted there. Beggy, a little too keen on that rear flank though, pushes through a smoke wall, and Nodios is on the other side to receive him. Milky though, somehow gets to Toxic unnoticed, finds a great frag, is traded, but now a 2v1, and Nodios doesn't give a damn. 1v1 now, IGL versus Top Fragger. And Nodios sends SNX packing, a 10th on the board to Ecstatic. And they have, in my mind, won out this map already.
Oh, yeah. So nice and clean. Quinlix has gotten a little bit more quiet, but that leaves room for Nodios to come and step right up. 15-14 frags for both of these two players. Really carrying the rest of the squad on their backs, but honestly, it's not even just them. It's the way that they outplay Orcs completely, and Orcs just seem to have little protocols into play on this CT side, making it very difficult to try and counter whatever Ecstatic is doing right now. And they keep changing things up as well. It's not like they do the same thing over and over again. This time, bit of a long push, quite early on actually. They have someone right following behind, which is Queenix. Might be caught off guard, but still a bathroom player. So it needs to be careful, as the angles haven't been completely cleared as of yet. But a lot of space taken by Ecstatic.
And Odios sidles his way down Banana as Patty finds the opener. Odios spots another. And poor old Veggie trapped between a rock and a hard place. Kragan doesn't need to see his opponents, by the way. Just spams the smoke, gets a freebie. And that's 11 on the board to Ecstatic. As HS, okay, finds one, doubles up. Can he find the triple? Not quite. Odios sends him packing as Milky now a 1v3. And the chip damaged out by his teammate does not really matter when he's wielding this big green. Peeks in, missed shot, time ticking, and he needs to find a way to save this orb. Chucks his USP down the stairs to feign that he's already jumped his way down, but they're not falling for it, and in all honesty, they don't really need to take this orb away. They're going to try anyway on the back of Queenix, but okay, Milky's still good for a nice exit. Survives the bomb radius, and will at least bring something into this next round that Orcs can use to try and pluck out a fourth.
Once again, Nodios doing large chunks of work. Now even surpassing Queenix. Still Queenix, a little bit less deaths, but on paper, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, 11 rounds secured. Gap ever so big, and the pressure, therefore, extremely high right now for Orcs to at least win one more round here in this half. And already, because there is little firepower, little util, nothing to do with Monster. They could just walk out straight up on the side. That's the first kill. Of course, who else would it be than Nordios to take that one on?
And Nordios really feeling it right now. Good spray as well. Milky barely alive as SNX just find a crucial frag. They're playing retake before the bomb's quite gone down yet. Hold on a minute, Olive might have found some space as Veggie, survives on 1 HP. Denies the bomb plant for another good few seconds, and the nade a little bit poorly timed, a bit too soon, as the digits are yet to be punched back in. But look at the HP bars on these remaining players. Olim does not give a damn, swings wide with confidence off the back of Veggie's flash. And bear in mind, if Veggie had gone down, he would not have found that assist. 1 HP is all you need, apparently. As Queenix and Odios now are missing crucial shots. Queenix, a bit of a choke there. Absent for these past couple of rounds. It's now Ecstatic. They're completely encompassed, trapped on this bomb site. Odios needs to go for the swing. Does deal with Becky. SNX, despite his low HP, still fragging though. Time to plant that bomb is slowly fading away. Olin, a double flash towards Monster. Odios spots another player, but there is no longer time to plant. Great shot onto Milky. He's going to have to risk it against Olin, as Odios is on for an ace clutch.
Oh!
And Olin denies.
So close. Oh, man. You believed it was the only full HP player left in that clutch. But Olin does make it a little bit of a bitter ending here in this first half. But still, 11 rounds secured for Ecstatic. It's a very, very good start to try and get to a third map. And definitely a very big change up in comparison to Vertigo, where we were saying, you know, Ecstatic looked very quiet, a little lackluster perhaps. But you can definitely see that this map, they feel so much more confident on it. They have so much more ideas into plays. Whereas for Orcs, not so much. But time to try and see if they can turn it around here on their T side.
Also, I do need to confess a little bit of a mistake. I said Orcs have been playing against very top level opposition on this map in the past couple of months. But Orcs have managed to beat X-Domination 1917 and just about beat Arcred 16-14. And I'd say Ecstatic are a much better team than that. And looking at their recent match history, I mean, they've beaten the likes of Big, Godsent, Movistar Riders, Pain as well, all within the last 3 months. So Ecstatic a little bit more heavy of a favourite coming in than I initially implied. And the extra scary thing is that Ecstatic massively favour their CT side. In fact, normally they're not actually very good on their T side, so the fact they've just brutalised Orcs in the way that they have just done, it spells very badly for what is now a good start to the pistol. Still a man hiding in that smoke though, Patty mischievous with it, gets one onto Milky. Salazar further evens the numbers, and wait, did Salazar just land? No, okay. Still a 3 versus 3 as Nodios takes short water control and SNX caught off guard. Will go down, drop the bomb, and another pistol round that looks like it should be going in Orc's favour continues to get a bit slippery.
Ooh, that's a very clean tap, and now footsteps noted. Bit of jump peeking. Oh, but man, another headshot to finish the job off with. That was a very nice pistol round, and now even closer towards the finish line and towards taking it to that third map. It's, yeah, looking quite spicy here. Trying to almost speedrun here this second map. Yeah, headshot after headshot. And, you know, not quite Nordios, not quite Quinn is there to really finish off the job. But Kraken doing his fair bit as well. And sure, only Patty is a little bit more quiet, but considering that Patty is calling here, and, well, he's really setting up the team for success, yeah, we can cut him some slack.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I really enjoyed him on Astralis Talent. I think he's a really nice fit for this team. The Astralis Talent players, I mean, they've been poached left, right, and centre. Altec's now playing for an org called Prezi, I think it is. That's under the coaching of Vorborg. He's got Nikodos as the AWPer on that lineup. It's an exciting prospect. Obviously, Buzz on the main roster as Kragan. will interrupt that trail of thought. Another nice kill down towards B lane. That's not B lane, that's Banana, excuse me. Beggy goes blow for blow, but Greg and Salazar, yeah, they're just farming up a storm. And, oh, okay, you find another through the smoke. A nice shared 5 kills between 2 players there, as Ecstatic will likely be ecstatic with the fact they have a 9-round lead going onto their favoured half in this map.
Now on the flip side though, Orcs do have the funds to completely buy up here. Not quite an orb for Milky, but we have seen very promising things coming out of him, even on a scout. And he's in 12 kills at the moment, so definitely not a shabby scoreline for him, considering the amount of rounds that the Orcs do have. Bit of an early spray down, just trying to do a bit of chip damage, just hitting HS there. But it's not really looking to stop them. Orcs slowly continuing to march on through this bathroom. Now, bit of fire. That will delay them a little bit further though.
How many more delays are we going to see on this Orc side? They've been delaying making this game competitive for a little while now. It was just Ecstatic steamrolling them. They've got the upgraded weaponry in this one. It's a round that they have to win, and it's looking pretty good right now. 4 versus 2. HS find another. And it's only Queenix left in a 1 versus 4. Now this is a damage mission. Find as many kills as oh, well, that's a clean adjustment from SNX. There is no damage done by Ecstatic in that final 1v4. But okay, that is significantly more like it from Orcs.
That was actually really nice. Do have to admit, I felt it came on the back of a little bit of an overextension coming out of Ecstatic. They went to push that bathroom with sort of a different angle per person, and therefore not quite the trade opportunity at hand for them. So yeah, that is risky, and it can work out really well if you hit all your shots, but this time around Orcs were just a little bit quicker on the trigger, a little bit more prepared, and so are they for this boost. Nice spot coming out of Olim. Patty out. They know exactly that there is more B present because of the boost. So, Orcs, they take that opportunity and maybe on the way to climb back into the game.
Still a long road to recovery yet, though. And Queenix is going to make it that bit more difficult with a clean trade. Now, Orcs are charging their way onto the A bomb site here, but little do they know there's a man out long, and Nodios, well, ensures that 2 more fall before he ever even activates. My goodness, Queenix. Another 3k round. In fact, Queenix, that's the first kills they've gotten in 6 rounds now, I think it is. 7 rounds?
Yeah, it's been a while.
But hey, they're all impact frags. It's another big multi-kill. They're on 18 frags, so you can't knock them too hard. As Orcs, unfortunately, get knocked straight back to where they started from. And yeah, that 9-round deficit is starting to look unrecoverable.
Yeah, and considering, you know, Orcs had a very nice opening with that one, but it all fell apart, multi-kill after multi-kill in the form of Ecstatic. Ooh, but Orcs did go in fast. Olimp found a bit of extra confidence alongside of him. Good for 2 this time around. Ooh, but once again, not ready for answers on the side of Ecstatic, so that advantage immediately is back to square one, evened out. Orcs, they have that 1 player advantage still, but how much can they cling on to this B-bomb site? Patty's still here, finds another, and maybe even hungry for more. He's super close, but also maybe needs to wait out for his teammate to come and arrive. Salazar is the one to have a kit on his back. Now, quite nicely positioned, at least to deal with CT. Are they ready for heaven though? Salazar is. Patty will fall. Now, where is that final player? Not ready for Veggie, right around the corner. And with this, it is Orcs winning this one out, but just barely.
Yeah, excellent effort from the ecstatic IGL there. 3 massive frags, and that kill was saucy onto Milky there. Good training from Salazar, but just does not anticipate Veggi's forward positioning. It's nicely done by Veggie in the clutch, but actually ecstatic calling a timeout here. They lose a round or two. Straight in with that pause, looking to just calm themselves down, discuss things over. Now, if I'm not mistaken, an interesting thing about ecstatic is they do not have a coach right now. So this is all on the back of Patty's brain power. And, well, no criticisms from me so far. This second map has been going wondrously. But Orcs on the flip side also get to use this timeout. They've got Tensky as their coach. I don't think I need to sing his praises too much. Tensky has been a massive player since, 2013, I think? One of the early adopters. He's done his rounds. Very experienced, and I'm sure providing a lot for this Orcs lineup. Hopefully he's good at giving pep talks too, as Orcs certainly need one still at this 8-round deficit.
This is your window of opportunity right now. Ecstatic, having pistols. Now the perfect moment to build up momentum. Ecstatic don't want to go for maybe a bit of a cheeky push. 2 players down in short. Salazar up close with a pistol. Good for 1 already. And now all eyes focused on that monster push that is coming about. SNX finds the first. Patty, Kraken. Sort of everyone finds a kill in this eco round. Now 2v1. Milky low. And Orcs, well, I was saying this is their window of opportunity, but it might not even happen in this round.
Yeah, that window closing very swiftly. That's a 25 HP Milky. That's 2 full HP. Decked up riflers to deal with. Nice damage to start off, but 45 seconds remain. He's decided to go for an around the world wrap through heaven. And unfortunately, nobody is there to hear this information. No sound cues given up. Does he still go for this round? I mean, hey, Kraken is low, but no DRC's bodied armored up to the brim. As Milky ebbs his way back down slowly, goes for the silent drop, lands it cleanly, but 15 seconds to go here. Do they think that he's saving? He's not. But unfortunately, won't even deal with the first. Nice kill from Kraken, and that is 15 for Ecstatic. They've got 9 map points to play with. As map 3 looking like a lock-in here.
It's looking so crisp. Right now, they had a plan in mind of how to deal with this eco. Went for a 2-man push, and even the 2 people were not even necessary. It was the first one already good for a nice kill. Aim seems to be on point for Ecstatic, and so is their confidence. Now a very low buy for the Orcs, just SNX with an AK in his hand. The rest are on pistols, so little util as well, and already that rifle tagged to 28 HP.
Yeah, it's really not looking great right now. Kraken, an excellent forward position, not one he's adopted much. He's the shadow and the leg of Veggie before he is able to respond. Send him packing, and SNX is a dead man. An easy 2k spray done there for Nodios. Excellently done. And Orcs have just thrown away an opportunity at coming back. Milky and HS would have to do something inhuman to pull this back to an even stature, let alone win the round. HS, it's a nice angle to hold. It's an unexpected one at times. But I don't think anybody's particularly worried about him at the moment. Milky on the bomb could run up to A, currently a 1 versus 2, but decides to slowly back down to join his teammate. And now we're just lengthening things out. This is a done deal. Ecstatic looking to take us to map 3 in an even more dominant 16-6 scoreline.
Oh wow. Queenix cleaning them up, lands himself on 20 frags here as well at the very end. And with this, yeah, Nuke is a fact. We're going to be seeing that one as a decider. Very exciting. I mean, we thought that Vertigo was quite the walkover, but this overpass was very dominant now coming out of the Ecstatic side of things. And now with Nuke lining up as our decider, I'm very curious where this one will go, because we do know both teams play this map. Have a pretty solid win rate on them. Not perfect, but quite a solid one. So, yeah, and actually, for both teams, this is the map they play the most. So, on paper, I feel this can be quite the banger.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so, because we have been sort of left a little underwhelmed in parts by these first two maps. I do think Vertigo was actually a lot more competitive than Overpass come the end of it. Orcs just really let their feet off the gas, but you're right. Most played map for both teams, looking like a very exciting prospect. I can't wait for Nuke, but we're going to have to. We'll be right back in 5 or 10 minutes. See you then.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let Tent GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Hello everyone, welcome back here to Pinnacle Cup. We are excited because we have one more map to go. We are landing ourselves on the deciding map of Nuke here in a very, very exciting matchup. We have at one hand, of course, Ecstatic, and the other side is Orcs. Orcs looked a little bit more quiet in comparison to map 1, where they made a very dominant performance work, and right now have gotten quiet, so we have to find out if Nuke perhaps can be the territory for them to close it out, or if the favourites of Ecstatic will take this victory home sneaky.
Well, yeah, Ecstatic favourites in terms of ranking and favourites in terms of longevity. This team has been around for a little while now, but Orcs have already proven they can pack a punch. Yes, they got flattened when it came to that second map, but hey, it wasn't their map pick. It's not a map they've played very much, and again, looking back at the teams that they have beaten on it, they have been significantly less strong than Ecstatic. That's not to excuse the fact that they only picked up 6 rounds, though, especially starting on that CT side. That was a little tough to watch at times, especially how Orcs allowed Ecstatic to win 8 rounds in a row, winning the half without any rebuttal. But now coming on to Nuke, much better map for both teams by the looks of things, especially Ecstatic though, who've played it 9 times in the past 3 months. It's their second highest rated map behind Anubis. It's looking to be a spicy ordeal, and I really do hope that it's a lot more competitive than our previous 2 maps. And with Orcs starting on that T side, they again have a lot to prove.
Ecstatic might have the upper hand here when they get to start off on CT side. Though I do want to say that both teams have been really making their marks when actually starting on T side. So who knows, maybe Orcs can actually start off in their comfort zone. With a quick flash out, they will go. Salazar Patty, they shut it down nice and fast. Looking for a 4th, will get them. And yeah, HS, what can you do? 1 versus 5. It's about to be a real rough round here for Orcs. Well, they do find one, looking for potentially another headshot, but all of them are lining up, trying to grab another kill. Alright, almost a 3rd, make it at least a tiny bit more costly, but yeah, this was inevitably, after this slaughter fest, going to be the way of Ecstatic.
Now let me remind you what's on the line here. This is for a playoff spot. We're in the 2-0 bracket right now in our 3rd round of play. And the earlier you get up into the playoffs, the less pressure you have slowly building up behind you. And both of these teams, I think, are deserving of a playoff spot. And both of these teams possibly a little lucky with their oppositions in order to get here. Maybe Orcs not quite so much, having to take down the Titans of OG, but Kragan takes down Milky in the meantime, and these pistols already looking a little forlorn in their attempts. There's Kragan tapping away. It's going to get pushed on by SNX, but yeah, this is realistically a clean-up mission. As long as they don't lose more than a single player to these pistols, then they can be pretty happy with how this round has gone. Ooh, hello. A clean spin there from Nodios.
Yeah. Alright. SNX does find one kill here. But still, the fact is that two of them are extremely low. And of course, a bomb you still need to recover. Technically, it is dropped in somewhat of a safe territory. But I guess at this point, just trying to go for that kill. Nodios right around the corner, looking to mow them all down. That's two more. Salazar finds the last one to finish it off with. So, to keep the damage at a minimum, just that one death. But should be fine. Ecstatic onto 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, they mitigate what could have been a little bit more costly, especially if a couple more of those P250 headshots had come through. Yeah, Nodios farming up a bunch of cash as well. It's a good look. As Orcs now have a good chance of finally putting a round up on the board. In fact, it's almost a necessity after how badly their first half of the previous map went. Dragon, quick spray. Won't come up with much. As Orcs now play a passive style towards lobby early on. Beggy tries to explore outside, but is sent spinning by a nicely positioned frag grenade. Yeah, Queenix and Patty here. They only have SMGs. They can be outgunned by these rifles, but at the same time, Orcs need to ensure they have a little bit of utility left to try and deal with them, disposition them. Yeah, Ecstatic, playing it slow, being very conservative with their own utility usage. No clear front runner in this round just yet.
No, Orcs take it slow. Now use their utility to make a smoke wall outside. Certainly should be alerting Static a little bit of where Orcs potentially could be going, though it's all a bit of a fake. All of them lining up, but there's a re-smoke up in ramp here. So we'll chip away even more time of this Orcs T side. Patty getting out. Still has the back of a Salazar right beside him. And it's going to be counting right now. Patty jumps up. Flash comes out. Not going to be doing too much. That second flash neither. And now they need to work off of one another. But Salazar falls. And with an MP9 in hand. Or further back. Patty goes down 10 seconds. But Nodios, he could be the man to deny it all. Queenix comes to help him out. Drops the bomb. And sure, even though it looked like a little bit of a scary affair. Man, this is just rough, folks.
Yeah, Veggy's just been flattened after the timer expends, and with that, no money into the next round, forcing them into a forced buy. What originally probably would have been a half. Unless they want to take a gamble. Veggie, yeah, no, they've had to go for it. A full investment, Mac 10, Sec 9's good spattering of util, but Ecstatic. Oh, this is a massive opportunity now. They can squirm their way into an extensive lead, and Queenix and Odios start the proceedings. Bomb already dropped. Kragan spots a Milky. How dare he? As into the 5v2 we go. I see you missed my milk-based pun, or at least didn't want to dignify me with a response.
Oh,
I had to.
Puns. I know you have to. We can't have a cast with you and then not there being any puns.
It's become my style now.
Yeah.
Oh, we should invent a new category for me. But aside from that, hopefully Orcs can reinvent themselves when they eventually get back onto these guns.
Oh, spray for the smoke. Nice. Queenix gets away. Now there is still one more lurking. Oh, and Betty takes the opportunity. Now, of course, further sprays come down. Not much bigger room to escape to, but it's all good. Nice attempt, but still Orcs struggling to really get on the board. And considering that was, by the way, a full spine on the eco, you definitely can expect a little bit more coming out of Orcs. And now, timeout being called, Orcs definitely feeling almost like they're landing themselves in a bit of a deja vu in comparison to Overpass.
Yeah, they do not want to let this one spiral. And yes, Nuke is a very different ball game. The most CT-sided map in the pool right now. I reckon you could probably get away with 5 rounds on your T-side if you're Orcs here. But so far, not off the board. Nothing really working for them. An interesting string of investments here. Mac 10s, upgraded pistols, a hero AK. They should still have enough money for a bike on the next. But Veggie ensuring his finances are well and truly disrupted. For at least the next couple of rounds if this one doesn't go to plan. And again, Ecstatic appeared to be well equipped to deal with everything. Okay, maybe not that swing from Olymp, but he doesn't get a kill for his troubles. And Patty now ready and waiting to receive an onslaught as an A1S versus a lot of pistols. And he is farming right now until HS does that. HS, hold on a moment. How's SNX chiming in a bit too now? Dragon, will go down. And now into the 2 versus 2 with Throng. Salazar with an AWP might be the recipe for success from that ramp side. Also, a lot of util still to retake this. SNX very low. Ecstatic in with a solid chance.
Bomb is ticking. CT's throwing in a flash. Just trying to see where they are at. At least that's a nice smoke. But both of them are in window room. But that kill of SNX, sure, he goes down. But the time, it is so low. Nautilus does find the kill. And with that, also finds the defuse. What a round. And Ecstatic, they take it up to 5.
Oh, dearie me. Ecstatic starting to cook up a little bit of a storm here. Not wanting the polls to show them up on their, well, second strongest map in the pool right now. Odios. Now the Molotov to deny a fast play from Orcs, but again, fast plays have not really been their style. And even if they do manage to get the bomb down, they're not able to convert the round off the back of it. I don't know what Orcs need to change right now, but they're just not acting as the unit that they were back on Vertigo, where they looked so clinical, so clean. Veggie and HS have found a very nice timing here to get in towards the garage. They currently have a player in their sights looking the wrong way. I've lied to you. They actually had a Heaven player overwatching. Ecstatic seem to have every base covered right now. Odios as well, ready to charge in and trade. Milky is holding for him, but Kraken finds the first. Ecstatic garnering so much outside presence right now, despite the positioning of Orcs. They lulled them into a false sense of security, forced them out with util, and are now battering them to pieces. And SNX is only good for a single trade right now.
That's a nice kill to find that. It's at least Nautilus out. Still, time is ticking. Oh, Lord. SNX makes this suddenly very doable, but Salazar comes in from behind at the time you at least expect it. So well played. So once again, Ecstatic recover, even though, once again, that was a nice attempt coming out. SNX doing most of the work there in that round. But, yeah. This is sort of what you get when there is so many CTs still left alive. You're so hyperfixated on one specific angle. And there's so many more where they could keep from. So, the gap still remains, becomes ever so big. As Orcs still yet to find around here on Nuke.
And been a struggle as Kragan. Oh, there's no way. There's no way.
Oh.
That frag. How is he still alive? There's just no cohesion on Ecstatic right now. They're trying to play it like a run and gun. But there's quite a lot of running and not a lot of gunning going on here. Not a single kill. As HS finally deals a double. A massive spree. But can it be continued? 2v3 right now. Not impossible. Have they got the bomb in tow?
Hold
on, where is the bomb?
Yeah, I'm not seeing it on the minimap. I'm not seeing it on someone's back, but Milky does grab that one. I think it might be on B, no?
Yeah,
the
I think
two
it's,
CTs,
yeah, okay, it's underneath Nodios.
Yeah.
It's underneath Nodios.
Oh, it dropped down the
That's
vent.
so rough.
That is the most unfortunate scenario you can wish upon yourself. So yeah,
no.
that's why those two CTs were already down there, just waiting. Now, of course, a lot of noise being made. Ooh, I think someone noticed that. But immediately running right back. Nodios grabs that kill. That is so well done. And only Milky with an AWP. 15 seconds. Can you do the job?
Oh, he goes up the vent.
No.
No,
what is
okay,
happening?
Okay, that really was whack-a-mole.
It really was. That was pretty insane. Just imagine if he were to hit a shot with an AWP on the ladder. But it all started off here, right? Those openings towards outside, so massive. Kragan not being punished whatsoever. Yeah, sure, eventually outside, but that was already when the numbers were in their favor. The bomb was dropped, and ultimately so much time chipped away from that T side that it was a near impossible round to win.
Oh, man. That was a little bit painful towards the end of it there. As Ecstatic, are they really about to have 2 flawless 8-0s in a row? I don't want to say it's unheard of, but in a playoffs qualification game, this is wild. Again, it's not been a particularly easy road for either of these teams to get here. Orcs, they just beat OG for crying out loud. And yes, Ecstatic are a great team. And yes, OG's rank is heavily inflated, but that's a story for another time. This should not be as big of a collapse as currently being demonstrated. 5 rounds, bare minimum for Orcs here, and they are not looking like they're going to pick up a single. Let's now look at this from Kragan, looking to explore towards outside. Veggie, does he anticipate this? He might not have to. As now the rest of Orcs, they just don't know where to go. Everywhere they go, they get flattened. And I don't think we've seen an opener, not a proper one from Orcs, in quite some time now.
Well, they're going nice and fast right now, not quite being contested from hell, so they technically should have a way into this B-bomb side, but I say should, because we know that they are capable of having a great defense. Oh, I love this bait and switch scenario. Kragan comes in at the perfect time to help out his teammate and trade him out. Nodios also pretty much in position, need to be careful, looks the wrong way at the wrong time, and now with Kragan also spotted. Suddenly, 2v2, very much possible, but look at the time once again, it's only a couple of seconds, there's no way, and it ends with a knife kill.
At what point do we just stop the game? This is brutal. I don't know if I want to see anymore. I just feel dirty, Fearless. I feel unclean watching this.
This is so nasty.
Oh, Queen, she didn't have to do it.
Yeah.
She didn't have to do him like that, man.
Yeah, at this point it is really bullying. Yeah, Orcs need to change something up, but I'm not even sure what. Ecstatic look polished. They seem unfeared. And they can just do whatever they want. It's like the punishment doesn't quite come through. SNX is sort of doing most of the work here. And yeah, and he's the IGL. It's starting, you know, it's definitely a little bit worrisome right now.
I mean, shout out to HS for having 100 ADR, but going 5 in 8, by the way.
Yeah.
That's certainly something. But unfortunately, if you're not converting your kills, you're not landing them. And the rounds will not follow. As, yeah, honestly, I reckon the horses in the field in front of me could be doing a better job than 0 rounds at this stage. Okay, Veggie. Very nice opener. Nodios Kragan. I don't know how they managed to get 3 in the span of a single second. As SNX doing his damn best, leading from the front, will punch those digits in. That is at least a bomb plant. Salazar, excellent trade. 2 players left alive. They've done it again. They've won again. The rounds are at least a bit close. The economy's not as strong as it could be, but that's 9-0. Man.
Yeah, don't even really know what to say. It's so nicely played, and the fact that there is this smoke up in heaven. They still planned for heaven. I thought that was a very risky play, considering, you know, they had intel there were players there. And they even very eagerly originally wanted to push the smoke. They had flashes. Accidentally flashed themselves, so it delayed the push a little bit. So I think in this scenario, Orcs might even be very lucky that they got a bomb plan out of that, because it looked almost even scarier than what it turned out to be. But yeah, another chance up on the table. AKs across. Limited amount of util though, so we'll have to admit it will be maybe a bit more difficult to try to make it on towards the side. Most of the util though has been used towards outside. Smokes are up, and that's a nice opening frag.
Yeah, clean stuff from HS, but then Nodios is like, no, you can't keep your opener. Instantly trades, and Salazar, oh, he's so ready for this. They're just always in the right position. Salazar in for a double! Almost a triple onto Milky, but he will respond, bags an AWP of his own, but misses the crucial shot. A minute left on the clock this time. At least no risk yet of them running out of time. As Olymp might be running out of... Oh, the timing. It hurts. It hurts, Fearless. And that's going to be 10 rounds.
I know. Yeah, this is just rough. I mean, Milky does switch to an AK, does pick up the bomb, and actually tries to go for this. So maybe not quite what Ecstatic was expecting. Need to group up now. We have 2 players coming down from behind. That's just so clean. My god, Nodios, of course, continues the run that he was on Overpass. On to 15 kills in just 5 deaths.
I don't know what else to say at this point. Nodios is farming. Kragan as well, putting up some stunning numbers. Despite HS's best efforts, this is just a miserable day at the office for Orcs here.
Can you believe that we already have double digits?
No, I can't. Double digits, and we've had not a single response from Orcs who have gone walkies. I don't know where they've gone. They were so damn good on the first map. Their principles, their togetherness, their playstyle was on lockdown. And that is a nice opener, but I need to see a continuation if I want to be convinced. Veggie, very nice second kill there. Nodios in a pesky position, finds only a single. By God, Fearless, hold on. Hold your horses. This might be the first round.
I think so too, and especially, I mean, the money is a little so-so, surprisingly actually, for Ecstatic, considering, you know, they've won 10 rounds in a row. So it looks like they will be going for a save. So yeah, first round on the board for the Orcs. I felt it was a lot more coordinated, good trades across the table, and well, voila, you have it. A first round, but it definitely comes in very, very... and very scary late as well.
Yeah, no, it was, 11 rounds in to find your first. I don't know if that's going to be good enough unless they can bump 4 more in a row off the back of this. Also, do you know what's crazy? Ecstatic have won 10 rounds in a row, and Patty cannot afford a bye here. So that is one thing I will allow Orcs to have. They have at least been doing a lot of damage in most of the rounds that they've been losing. We've had like 2 players left alive, 1 player left alive for Ecstatic on multiple occasions. And Patty, he's on a FAMAS right now. Orcs actually have a stronger buy.
Couple of smokes outside. Now there is a bit of a gap. Well, they're still going to be crossing, that's the question though. Can't wait forever or they will completely fade. Flash does come over, so they will decide to just make a run for it, and HS actually uses that opportunity to grab a kill up on Kraken. Nautilus will definitely come to help out, and it's a bit of a back and forth situation. Orcs still a player advantage, but questioning whether they really want to be going for the lower bomb site. They still have, I think it's Olymp right around the corner up on his upper bomb site. And Salazar as well. Maybe wants to try and stick together with his teammate.
Yeah, it would be a wise decision given the circumstances. Oh, hold on. This timing, SNX. Criminal. And he's going to double up. Second on the board for Orcs, and Orc retrieved. That's the IGL, 13 in 10. He has over triple the kills of his Orpa and Milky. And I know T-Side Orping on Nuke isn't always the nicest ordeal, but my goodness, that is quite the disparity. As is this scoreline. We're going to need to see a hell of a lot more of a team effort from Orcs coming forward, and I keep saying it, but nothing's changed just yet.
Bad pistols, so this round surely should be going the way of Orcs. Unless something really crazy happens, but it looks like they are avoiding them completely. As Ecstatic sitting outside. And that's not where Orcs are going, so this should be an easy bomb plant. Maybe trying to run lower, try to make it a bit more costly perhaps for the Orcs. If you can maybe snatch a weapon away, that would be nice. All of them waiting outside of hell as we speak. Oh, that's a juicy nade! And now we have the Mech 10 farming some nice extra bit of cash. SNX is the man to do it again. 17 in 10 for the IGL. He's like, you know, if no one else is doing it, I might as well just do it myself.
He's Thanos'd it. Fine, I'll do it myself. As he charges through. He has over quintuple the ADR of Olymp right now. Which is, ouch. That's pretty scary. Friend of mine, Olymp is meant to be the, well, one of the star riflers of this team. One of the trio of terror as Queenix lays down a bit of a law of his own. Oh, that's a nice shot from Milky in response, though. It's a 3v3. Definitely not out of the question for either side here, but Salazar slips his way in towards lobby. Oh, wait, hold on, who just got shot there? Queenix just got wall-banged. And nades started to rain down as well as he adjusts his position towards top of hut. Kraken's got the outside on lockdown. And that's apparently where HS looks to make his mark. It's been a long time since he's been on that Penta squad. As he slips his way over towards the red box, comes back in a little on the curvature. As now Kraken is looking the wrong way. At least he was for a moment, and that flashbang ensures it. HS, excellent entries towards the site, and this should be a fourth on the board to Orcs. There is no way, surely, that they find 5.
There we go, Veggie brings an end to that one. So yeah, this is, at the end of the day, a nice recovery. If they can find 5, maybe there's still a way for them to bounce back. Ultimately, the pistol round in the second half will be very, very important. But this was really nice. There were good trades and a nice crunch up onto the A bomb site. Leaving, well, yeah, Salazar sort of all by himself, leaving to rotate right over, being already too late. So, 4 on the table, 1 more ideally to be found here for the Orcs. And look at this, Ecstatic go fast. They clear out lobby, they clear out ramp, they know exactly where the Orcs are lying about. Only problem being, Kraken went all the way up, so they know that lobby has been pushed into by the CTs. And Olymp, well, he just keeps them busy.
Yeah, no, they are just coming up one by one, like lambs to the slaughter as Veggie. Nice opener. Spots Queenix with jumping inaccuracy. And does not suffer from the same problem. Olymp, nice cleanup. 3 amazing kills just holding lobby. Finally farming up a bit of damage. Might not be quintuple less than his IGL come the end of this round as Salazar now It's not looking great, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. A 1 versus 5, and that's a flawless round for Orcs. How they have gotten 5 is beyond me entirely, but they have actually hit my minimum threshold now. And maybe we have a game on our hands here, as by God has it been streaky.
It has been. I'm actually very surprised that this is the play that Ecstatic went for in this final round. It felt almost like they sort of threw that one away. You know, you can maybe sort of go contact into lobby, that's fine. But as soon as one player has been spotted, surely you sort of have to reconsider your options and maybe not all peek one by one into silo. Yeah, so I have my doubts a little bit about that round, but they can redeem themselves. Another pistol is up on the board, an Ecstatic, all of them inside of this lobby.
Yeah, you know what's crazy though? Ecstatic have incredible T-side stats for this map. They've actually won more T-sided rounds than they have CT. As Feggy, that is a lovely opener. I'm going to have to come back to that in a second. There's a flash rains out. Olymp is very blind, and that does allow for 2 players to make it onto the ramp itself. But Kragan, he wants more. He's coming back for second helping. Spots a player under the ladder, but will not be able to convert the kill. Now him and Queenix charging down. Olymp, he's just mopping up the rest of them. Salazar, another 1v5. And Veggie will deny. Excellent from Olymp and Veggie here as Orcs. I don't know how I'm saying this, but they are right back into contention.
Well, 6 rounds in a row. This is exactly what you want to see. And once again, I do wonder what these calls are a little bit of Ecstatic, because I feel this is, you know, your 3v5. It's a very tough round, sure, to find. But as soon as the CT start running back, do you really want to be chasing them down into CT spawn when you're up on T side, wanting to sort of, you know, try to win the round and plant the bomb? Not quite sure. I guess wanting to have some kills, try to make it equal, but you're sort of handing your opponent so much information, so many opportunities to try and trade. But that leaves us with, once again, pistols on the board here for Ecstatic, and already Salazar has been lost. More opportunities maybe here to be found for Milky as he's scouting towards outside. And there we go. Nice clean headshot, as we like to see from Milky. Still at the bottom of the scoreboard for the Orcs. Maybe this can be the side for him to really make up for. And, well, the rest of the riflers do their job here as well, make it nice and clean. All 5 of them alive.
Yeah, this is exactly what we need from Orcs. Just confidence building rounds, economy building rounds. Milky still hitting nut shots on the scout as he has been, in fairness, all series. But now they're starting to have a bit of extra impact as SNX is having a game right here. 20 and 11 as the IGL. It's not something we get to see all that often. He is the lowest rated player on this team, yet he is far out fragging anybody else on the server. He has more than double 3 of his teammates' kills, and HS it's actually not doing all that badly, but not a great start for him as he's already down to 52.
Static this time, taking it a bit more slow. Want to make perhaps an entry in towards a lobby, but yeah, I'm really going silent. One outside. And one is down on B. So maybe Kraken could make a bit of a surprise play. Especially if there's an opportunity to maybe catch Olymp. He's playing right around the radio. But as Ecstatic do go slow, we see that timer going down here as well. Now Window's broken up on B. Maybe a bit of noise just trying to make that and maybe lead them to believe that it's going to be B, but little do they know it will be that upper bomb site they want to target. HS, Milky both go down, and Olymp, he is on the rotation quite early on, but there is 4 players he needs to find. That's the first and the second. Maybe it is possible. He is down to 1 HP, but it is a 1v1. Oh, very close. Kraken will get away with it, but man, Ecstatic, they hang on by a thread.
My goodness, Olymp has given so much free real estate there. Look at this second kill as well.
Oh.
And that was a last bullet kill. He's very lucky that, that he was low. But very, very impressive attempt. And that's exactly what we need to see more out from Olymp. He went from being, what, 3 and 12? Or 3 and 10? 13 and 12 now? A staggering resurgence. As, hold on a minute, look at the whip around of Veg. He still gets away with a frag. Patty. Nice trade. 4 rounds between these two teams now. And HS has an XM. I did not spot that until now. I'm excited to see if he can put it to good use as Olymp goes blow for blow yet again. Another 3 versus 3, but Queenix is low. No Dios on Mac 10. Slim advantage right now to the Orcs.
Well, that's a nice extra freebie to be getting. He just ideally wants to trade, but a little too slow. And has a shotgun at range, which is very difficult. I mean, same can be said for the Mac 10 actually, and he does win out that fight.
No damage, by the way, onto HS there.
Yeah, that's insane.
Well, that is one way of winning a gunfight. And that is a very clean response. Salazar, 1v2, back against the wall as this man has been last alive for the umpteenth time here. Can he finally get this clutch on? The Cap takes the first. An amazing kill onto HS and Milky on an AWP in a 1v1. One hit will be all that it takes, but a Molotov already clearing up a couple of angles. Smoke not deployed in the right position, though. Needs to make sure he doesn't take any tick damage. Is as yet unnoticed. Oh, but Salazar swings the corner and spins Milky's jaw. An ult retrieved and an excellent 12. That's exactly the kind of clutch that Ecstatic needed.
Wow. I mean, I keep seeing that shotgun play. Makes me crackle up a little bit, but that was a nice recovery. Still, these rounds definitely go to wire, but 12-7, the gap stays put. And now Orcs running out of money, only pistols this time around. So this could be the opportunity for Ecstatic to really crawl towards the bitter end. Definitely is not coming as easy as it was on the previous map. But now it is your duty to make this nice and clean. Good. Oh, I wanted to say that was a good day towards heaven, but it actually missed completely.
Okay, I'm liking this stack up from Orcs. If they pick up the pace a little bit, maybe they can take a couple of guns with them. Okay, that's nice from Veggie. That's a really clean follow-up. Hold on a minute, Veggie's still alive with this AK. Queenix, spotted by HS, will cling on. Veggie might be in for another frag here, though, as they're getting very overextended towards lobby. No, Ecstatic will win it out. They survive the test. And shout out to the poll. Olymp as well on another P250 frag. It gets way more expensive than it ever needed to be. If we weren't so late in the game, I'd count that as a round win for the boys in blue, but now a 6 deficit. This needs to be a convincing round win, otherwise Ecstatic will spiral to the end.
Outside push, solely done by Kraken. And we have seen him just go to sneaky around a couple of times towards that B site. This time, once again, no one actively holding out for secret pushes. We do have Veggie. He's sitting, waiting in garage. Oh, but with Olymp lost. This is a little bit scary. Only Milky here to hang on, but that fire will make it very, very difficult. And with this, that B site completely compromised.
Yeah, with this happening, Orcs again on the receiving end of an onslaught. Bomb yet to be planted, though. They're biding their time. Now the digits punched in with a minute left on that clock. Something that overcame Orcs on a plethora of occasions. Salazar. He's held this angle before, but this time will miss the critical first blow. Kragan will find Veggie, though, and Odios in the vents. Looking to snatch up these frags like the alien. Milky in from the back lines. 1 versus 3, a necessity to win, but it's not going to happen. Scampers away with but an AK to spare. A flashbang and Kevlar. Not quite as nice as a round win, I assure you that. And as that bomb timer goes on, 14 for Ecstatic, 2 from a victory as Orcs. An impressive end to the first half, but an underwhelming continuation as now this really does look like an impossible escapade.
Yeah, it's so clean. The flashbangs, by the way, Kragan did a really, really good job keeping them at bay. So now Ecstatic doubling the scoreline of Orcs. And it's looking far from ideal. HS with yet again another shotgun in his hands. Trying to make that one work. Ecstatic, ooh, look at this. Early outside aggression. And we have seen these smokes and this aggression played out a couple of times. But then we sort of have a Kraken lurking about, sneaking into secret. This time it's 3 players that are all going down. They want to abuse the fact that they have so little presence outside every single round. And it might just work out.
Yeah, look at the territory that they've taken at this stage. It's looking pretty damning. Salazar keeps that hard on lockdown, and the rest of his team just stroll their way into the CT's backline. They've taken Spawn. They're about to take Under Heaven, unless Milky can pull off a miracle play. Now, Milky has somehow anticipated all of this, but it instantly gets traded. And there's nobody on Heaven. This could just be a walk in the park here for the likes of Ecstatic. Kragan packs up Veggie, an important piece of the puzzle, and Salazar spots an MP9 wielder. Olin, great fight to win at that kind of range, especially against it all. Now he needs to double up. He finds 2, but it might not be enough as Queenix comes back in for another. Very blind. SNX has a lot to do. He chokes the magazine, but now into the 1v1. 20 seconds remain, and hold on a minute, no! Nodios will cling on. And with that Ecstatic, they will find 15.
Oh my god, that was so close. Once again, going down to the wire. Missed shots here and there, left and right. His MP9 struggling. And in the end, it is an AK winning out the battle. 15-7. Orcs, they do have some funds left to spare for this round. Still not the best buy ever. But it can be something to hang on to. But they need yet again another amazing streak of rounds to make it to overtime.
Yeah, it's just not looking likely as Kragan decapitates Milky, having an underwhelming performance to say the least here on Nuke. HS, this is his 3rd, 4th XM of the half. And yes, he's found 1 kill with it. That was against a MAC-10 and a bit of a gimmicky half-range fight, but my goodness. Orcs desperately need something, some glimmer of life here, a hero play. But already we are so far behind in terms of scoreline, in terms of momentum. It, again, should be an impossibility. Salazar on the roof, looking to support his teammates with some util, it seems. And Nodios does not need support as HS is sticking out like a sore thumb. Down he goes, shotgun removed. And Nodios, well, now he's got Patty riding shotgun, and he even finds Olin. My god, it's a decimation, flawless round. And that is a 16-7 finish. 2 back-to-back bangers for Ecstatic. And Orcs, in a playoffs qualification game, fall silent in the last 2 maps.
Yeah, and of course we were wondering how they can hang up against such a well-polished team like Ecstatic. We were thinking on map 1 that this was going to be a completely different affair, but Ecstatic woke up and they've really showed the depths, I guess, of their map pool. You know, we were wondering, you know, how far can Orcs go? We were already saying, you know, overpass. The maps or the times that they did win were definitely against lesser opponents than right now in the form of Ecstatic. And the same can be said for Nuke, and it shows a little bit that the protocols that we saw over on Vertigo that were so polished, didn't quite transfer on to these other two maps.
No, not quite, and it was hard to watch a proper competitive map there. But instead, we got a competitive half, maybe, in the second half of Vertigo. That's
a little bit.
It's a bold statement, isn't it? Like, it's a nice start to it. But yeah, Orcs just did not look like the team we've been watching come into this event, come into this playoffs qualification matchup. It's not over for them. They do go down to that 2-1 bracket, but huge congratulations to Ecstatic. They are now our first team qualified for that playoffs run.
Yeah, I mean, sort of perhaps the ones to, or be predicted to go on through, but still, I feel like Orcs was the team not to really count out. They showed up, at least on map 1, and there is definitely a very good slimmer of hope. I'm very much still excited for this team to see what they can do, to maybe see if they can still make playoffs, because I do feel, you know, the run that they've had so far is still really, really solid, and it wasn't like they were walked on over completely. So yeah, who knows how far they can still come. But at least now this best of 3 is all wrapped up. But we are not done with the Counter-Strike action as of just yet. We have 2 more best of 3s already and waiting for you guys. And the one coming up first in, well, 50 minutes or so is going to be Ikla against Aurora. Another banger matchup. This is a matchup where both teams have a 1-1 record. So not quite immediate qualification towards the playoffs like with this one. And later on we have Ents Academy against Arc Red. That's actually a matchup with both teams with an 0-2 record, so one of these at the end of the day will be eliminated. So yeah, the stakes continue to maintain high, and that means so much more excitement that is yet to come, but not before we will be throwing it to a short break. So we'll catch you after this.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
When your heart is racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. No, I hold you till the sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
I'll keep you safe. I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Julep, pop, 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 julep, pop, 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 julep, pop, 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 woo!
apologies for the delay. We baited you into thinking we were going to start on time, but a few technical difficulties, Harry, leaves us with little time to talk about the game, but a lot of time to look at this matchup. First and foremost, how you doing, man? You doing all right?
Yeah, doing fantastic. I mean, just about right. We're here. That's the most important part. Aurora versus Iqaluit. Looking forward to seeing how this one is going to go down. Two teams in different positions, different trajectories, I think it's fair to say. Aurora, after that loss to Espionage, who currently sit 2-0 in the Swiss system, wanting to try and bounce back. And for Iqla, it's going to be a tough opponent, especially with the gap in rankings between the two teams.
Yeah, quick chat about the rosters. Kenzie, Soltovsky, Burya, Poldebana, and fans. I'm going with fans. I don't know. Fancy? Yeah. Maybe. I don't know.
We'll have to find out.
There's many ways that you could drop the name there. But yes, those are the Iqaluit UA boys, of course. Iqaluit with two teams, a European one and a Ukrainian one. So it's always nice to see that the org supporting the local roots. But of course, we've got to focus on the Power Rangers again here, Harry. I feel like it's we get a good taste for Aurora recently. Nor we sell to Lackey Latic. Kenzie, you know how it is. I'm excited to see these guys in action because I feel pretty disappointed, pretty cheated out of an Aurora game. Obviously, we saw them play against Espionage not too long ago. I feel like they should have done a lot better in that series, hoping that today's game is going to be them back on their form.
Yeah, definitely. Had a strong start on that one. Managed to throw it away come map 1, and by the time we got to the second map, Mirage, it felt like one-way traffic in many ways. Espionage proving exactly why they are such a strong opponent at this level, and starting to take some notable victories and steps towards moving further in the competition. Of course, now only one game away from having qualified from the Swiss stages.
Yes, of course, this is the middle of the Swiss system, 1-1, so pushing towards that 2-1 stage, you know, ever closer to the playoffs. Of course, we're going to see goodbye to Nuke and Vertigo. Those are the first two maps to go. Iqaluit do not play Nuke, Aurora do not play Vertigo. It's Aurora's pick first. If I'm honest with you, obvious gap here, I'd say Anubis, and they're going to go for Inferno instead. So, yeah, I think fair enough. It was either that or Anubis, so yeah, fair play. They're just going to dial that one in. Now, of course, Iqaluit's pick. I think if you're them, you've got to go with something that you're comfortable playing, and that is, of course, going to be Mirage. Of course, I did say Anubis was still in there. I don't think Aurora are going to get rid of it. That gets floated all the way to the end. The question is, are we going to see that or Ancients? Unfortunately, no Anubis today. It will be the old green map as our decider.
Yeah. This veto, I think you could sort of see the way that it was headed. The four maps in the middle, Overpass, Anubis, the ones that end up getting banned out. I mean, I wouldn't have been too surprised if any of these had cropped up, to be completely honest with you. It is just those two insta-bans, Vertigo and Nuke, that end up coming out. Aurora would typically have liked to have picked into Nuke, but, you know, not presented the opportunity to do so. Inferno is where we're going to be kicking things off in this series between the two teams. Mirage, open territory as always, but it was the map which Aurora lost to close the game out. 2-0 for Espionage last time around, so must be said, returning to there, not going to be, you know, the best for them. I believe they were on a 5-map win streak at that point in time. That now, of course, has dried up, but whether they can return with a smile on their face and make something happen will be interesting to see. It'll be the T side of Inferno where they begin this uphill battle. And I think it's fair to say, you know, you get off to a good start here. Things are looking nice for you for the rest of these matches.
Yes, of course, you can see Iqaluit on that CT side. 4 players with Kevlar. Kenzior, Fancy, Soltovsky, Poladana, Burya, the only man that doesn't. Don't know where his money's been sunk into. I'm guessing utility more than anything, but it's Aurora that have double stacked their setup as well. Latic and Lackey both bringing forward a combination of flashbangs and smokes. A little bit of contact made towards B. I think they're just going to try and make some noise here. Aurora, distraction piece to try and draw the numbers away. And fortunately for them, that's worked very nicely. Paul Badana is moving elsewhere. And Celta able to exploit as Soltovsky caught with his pants down in Boiler Room.
Yeah, wide net cast on the opening round by Aurora. Plenty of map control, and they will eventually just scale into A off of this initial pick from Celta. Manages to pick up the Berettas as a reward. And there is only one CT player here left standing. No rotation called as of yet. But finally, it does begin to filter through Archers and Library. Long smoke sat behind it. Aurora just creeping towards the apartments to get this one underway.
Oh, nicely done. Kenzior fighting for the big pit. I was going to say transition to the mini one, but he's more than happy taking fight. 2v2 though, Harry, is where we leave things. The dual Beretta is catching the bomb in transition. That is Kenzie in the clutch.
Lots of work on his shoulders. Likes the situations where he finds himself isolated, but usually with a more preferential angle on one of the two players. And right now, it's that lack of information that eats away at him. Burr catches a nice timing, and that is Ikla taking the pistol.
Pretty swift dismissal as well, considering Aurora went 5v4. I feel like this big pit play of Kenzior shouldn't have been rewarded as much as it was. Either way, they are able to stick it to them. Early doors round is theirs. Aurora a bit disappointed in that one. We'll have to take a full eco. Rifles out in the next, so it's 5 Glocks. See if they can cause a bit of a commotion maybe in a round they have not much of an investment in.
It's a high flash from Fancy looking to get started. No way, Lackey's up close with the screws, but nothing gonna happen this time around. Lightning gun, and in fact, we have seen a real resurgence from Aurora here. Still, a 2 versus 3 and only 68 points of health to go off. The pool is more like a puddle, and Saltovsky is trying to evaporate what remains of it. Coming up Banana with the MP9 and won't even allow for a bomb plant.
Yeah, it's good that he blocked it off just before it went down. Obviously, that could have been pretty dangerous, I feel like, to Ikla in round number 3. Lackey, Miss Zeus.
Yeah, just about manages to fire them off, right? But just not connecting. I don't know, man. The Zeus feels like the weirdest gun in the game. Like, it's really difficult to try and like quantify if you're actually being accurate or not because of the way that it works. I don't know.
I love it. Shout out my guy, Mr. Seth Arasso. He's a UK player. I've always known him, Zeus. His capabilities with that gun is crazy. He taught me the ways. It's actually a valid gun. You can see, start of this round has looked no better from any other here for Aurora, right? They've just been decimated. Lackey's caught a HE and a molly. Norway getting his head taken off his shoulders from the SMG. Pretty easy pickup here, 5v4, but I feel like the pleasantries extend a little bit further than that. Yeah. Map 1 odds over at Pinnacle, by the way, heading into round 3. 1.38 to 2.94. And the fact is, Aurora have just lost a second man as well.
Yeah, I mean, you said it was an easy pickup. Range with the MP9, really. The AK should be winning out every day of the week. A low HP on Lackey means that they're the next to fall through the smoke. The spam not connecting. And all of a sudden, it is that man disadvantage. They've managed to take one back. And you see the positioning here of Pol Bandana on the speedway, getting ready to be called into action. But it's a nice re-clear through mids, flash supporting Saltovsky to creep on behind. And, you know, if things go his way, you're going to see a pretty fast retake coming in here from Ikla. It's just speeding up the Banana. You can see they're so compromised. There's barely any time, and Beer is even going to find the spam to match it.
Nicely done from Seltzer and Latic, as you say. Time is limited, but the numbers not so much. In fact, it looks so winnable right now for Aurora. 8 seconds left. Seltzer's got to focus on punching in the digits, and he will do exactly that. His teammate gone, so it's up to himself, and Seltzer delivers. Aurora just about get by. Harry, that's a round that you never want to get that close. Ikla on a bonus and taken down to the fine margins, but somehow Aurora turn their rags into riches, despite the clock being so low.
Sometimes you've just got to work with the hand you've been dealt, and in fairness, Aurora lose out on quite a few nasty ones there. Spam through the smoke on 2 of the players. It was that early fight, which, as I said before, Norway really should be winning. And as a result, relegated to the Mach 10 on this occasion. Perhaps the SMG suits better. AWP in the hands of Saltovsky. Mid-peak peering on down into the pit. And you know what? From out of the trenches, Kenzie digs himself a way forward. Beer up close with a mag. What can they deliver?
Oh no. There's one. He's going to jump over the top. Have a look for a second. He did see the headpiece of a second man, but he doesn't expect the reverse engineer. The Mag 7 actually gets jumped on. Orp though from CT. Saltovsky drops Kenzie. 3 against 4 situation. Not improving right now for Aurora, and I think they know they're going to have to walk away with their tail between their legs because they have just lost a lot of workforce towards Banana and don't really have the control to show for it.
Yeah, Ikla really making them sweat for it in a lot of these rounds. I mean, even the last one, I think they were fairly unlucky not for this to be 3-0. But they forced into the round. You have an AWP, Deeg in the hands of Kenzior, holding onto the pit, but it's Pol Bandana, the first point of contact. Pushed to the corner with both arms. Aurora drop a nade in there. just to make matters worse. And look, you walk away with anything and you're probably feeling pretty happy about it, but that's not going to happen, of course. Things pan out as expected, and it is Kenzior on their lonesome that has to get to work. Smoke at the feet, do their best ninja samurai impression to try and create something out of nothing. It won't happen. A 1 versus 1. Saltovsky heading in from short. AWP. This information should be relayed, but Seltzer is flaring off information as to where they currently stand on the site. Playing around their own smoke, and suddenly you feel very exposed from this position.
Oh, this is sick. This is sick, Harry, because his back's turned, but covered off. Saltovsky goes clearing, and Seltzer knows it's only an eventuality until he'll turn back around and face the man on short. And that is a sick 1v3 from Seltzer. Consider this, all started with Max 7, trying to deny the banana control. Second shot from Saltovsky, 3v4. And look how this round turns, 3v3 to 3v1 from an SMG and a Deagle. And Seltzer still manages to keep his cool. Peak on good timing, had a jiggle, second guess, he knew he was scoped in and knew he had the jump. A great job from Seltzer. Not the most vocal individual on this team, but definitely stepping up where required. And that's enough for Italy UA's money to be sidelined for a bit.
You know what? They can do more with less, it seems like. Finding one there. And, Aurora backing the beef in B to get something done. Yeah, I really don't know. These last couple of rounds as well, not stable win conditions, of course. Seltzer coming up big in the last few. You expect them to walk away with this, but Pierre's gone and got another before eventually falling to his demise. Pistol in the hand, Fancy in on the act. A 2 versus 2. A lot of that heavy machinery won't be recoverable, and it's Seltzer again stepping up to the hot plate. And in fact, can close with another multi-frag.
You know, he's having a great game.
It's going to be one of those matches, really, Ryan. You see a team in Aurora's shoes. You've just come off of a pretty poor result, all things considered, against a good team, no less. But ultimately, it's going to get worse before it gets better. And sometimes that comes in the form of a game like this, where things do get really scrappy before you're able to pick up that all-important win.
Timeout for Italy UA. I think they're starting to recognise the magnitude of these rounds, Harry, more than anything. It's Aurora that find themselves a round up. And, just to recollect our thoughts of what's happened so far, Selters won a 1v3, a 1v2, and he was taken to the wire in the previous round as well, right? Like, the pistols and the SMG, that round as well. Like, I feel like Aurora's track record, sure, if you just take the scoreline, it looks good. But a round-by-round basis, Harry, you can't be relying on Seltzer to be clutching up every round. No. Someone else needs to step up. Lackey's 0-5, Kenzie's 2-5, Latik's 3-5. Those are names we expect to see at the top half of the sheet. We need to see them step up now.
This would be the round as well. Perfect barometer for where exactly the needle sits for Aurora. Because like we've said for the last couple, it has been all Seltzer, already double digits inside of the first 5 rounds. And it's a much slower default, as it had been. Can Ikla find anything from this position? Seltzer trying to get the spam angle just right, but nobody's home. It's the reverse, in fact, knocking from inside the apartment. But no real questions asked of this Ikla defense right now.
Best part of a minute still to go here, Harry. So we haven't, burnt all the clock. We know Aurora like to leave it fashionably late to try and get out onto a site.
They have shown themselves a little bit on B. We had a Molotov and a smoke already come out. If there's no further A pressure, then Ikla are going to start to wonder what's going on and perhaps rotate into this.
Okay, here we go. 30 seconds, Harry. This is where you've got to put it in first and second gear. Start gaining that velocity in Aurora. They do exactly that for the first frag, but there's a second man in Coffins and a third from CT. And a re-smoke will help them massively. It's massive damage, but no frag. Goes both ways. And Norway and Saltovsky both left with such little HP, a hair to spare, but they do manage to find success. And the rest of the Italy UA boys abandon ship. They jump away, and they will save Aurora up to 4.
They're both hang on by a thread just about. dangling above the jaws of defeat. And yeah, it is Ikla that throw in the towel on this occasion. Aurora, knowing this, you have players dropping all the way back to spawn. I'm really curious as to, what Norway spotted. I think more than anything, it's just get out the range of the bomb plant and make sure that they can keep their hands on the AK with only 18 points of health remaining. But we do, at the very least, have Lackey to go hunting. What will they find? No, it is not a lucky hunt this time around. Pol Bandana will shut them down. A little too loud for the library. And the book closes on round number 5. Aurora with a much bigger lead. 6, I should say.
I'm going to be honest, must admit, Pol Bandana is one of the coolest names I think I've ever said.
Yeah, I'm curious more than anything to see where that name has originated from.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. If there's a certain individual or a certain movement that would know, it would be Twitch chat.
Yeah.
So anyone in the chat, let us know how has Mr. Pol Bandana crafted his name? If there is a story behind it, because
I don't know. Holiday in the neighbouring country of Poland bought a bandana at a farmer's market or something. I don't know. A bit of farming done early on in Banana, ripe for the picking, kills both ways. Fancy left out by themselves, and Aurora now set their sights elsewhere, thinking it might be worth giving A try, as you already have Celta in a fairly advanced position.
Six rounds played, and in number 7 things still sit quite even. There is a bit of a buffer here for Aurora to work with, but of course we all know that it's not easy to hold on to, especially early game where some of these buy rounds have so much influence and impact.
How many times have we seen Kenzio solo pit? I mean, really, Ikla are heavily reading into these B plays a lot more. They'll finally get proactive towards Car, but it runs empty. Nothing happening for them. 30 seconds left. Comfy post plant that Aurora have plenty of time to set up.
I mean, what do you do now if you're Ikla UA, right? You're a man down. I think Inferno is one of the maps where teams are forced to swallow their pride the most. I always use that saying, especially on Inferno. And it's like so important to recognize and reiterate and always remind yourself of. It's like 3v4, you've got one kit, one smoke, one nade, one flashbang. There is not enough utility to topple 4 players on this Aurora side. You've just got to face the music and recognize, do you know what? We might be good at the game individually, but for the round's sake, this is not worth putting all of our chips on red and hoping that the ball lands in our half. It is just, statistically, it's not good. Your finance as well, it's not good. You've just got to bite the bullet here and keep those rifles into the next round. But of course, Harry, that does mean Aurora 3 rounds to the good, and they know that basically they've knocked down Ikla UA and they're getting back up on their feet. The rest close to counting to 10. This is their chance to strike them down once more and put them to rest for good here and create a massive gap here on this T side.
Yeah, as I said, I think the way that Aurora start in this match, in this series, to be more specific, is very important. Your T side Inferno, get anything really out of this half, then you swap over to CT. Things are looking pretty good on your own map pick. You head into Mirage. They also start CT there, so you can carry some of that momentum through. Of course, as I said, they came into the competition with a 5-map winning streak. Kenzio, smart spam, catches a glimpse of the home intruder and pushes them off the railings. Or trading spam. I feel like we've seen so many shots through smokes so far, as Inferno sometimes can be, but certainly on this choke-heavy map, advantage is taken where they can be levied.
We're waiting, as you say, to see if this advantage can be bled into success. Celta, he's got one, turns back around. Pol Bandana able to trade just about as well. You could see Celta keen to hit the second shot, but a 1-for-1 doesn't improve the odds of Aurora winning this round. 35 seconds. Look what that play's done, though. Celta alone has just drafted 2 players from B to A, and that means it's only Soltonski on the side, jiggling in. He does hit the first, trying to back away towards New Box. Flashbang chucked in. Harry, how many more could he find?
Yeah, can he do his best Dewey 2K impression? Not with a timing like that. The sole
What is he
defender of B,
doing?
AWP's the gun you would have been asking for, but you cannot think that that was the best decision to be making. You have to question it. Still a 3v2. Ikla, off the back of that one kill, hold on to the advantage. But Latik now and Norway both with a big green in hand, and angles held. First shoulder spotted, and that's the call to action. Latik now starts to emerge from the church. What a flick. Peeks back in for a second go and takes the head of Fancy with him. 6 for Aurora. And yes, well, the story of this map so far may not be one of comfortability. They can still draw it over the line.
You've got to watch this playback from Soltovsky and wonder what on earth is he doing here, Harry. What an important maneuver. Look, what are you doing with your knife out there? You've just killed one towards B. You've got to look at the top middle of your screen. There's like 30 seconds left. Either they're going to fast commit A and your teammates already know about it, or they're going to double pump the B site. And he just walks in the open, just lounging around with his knife out, caught with his pants down. And ultimately, that's going to cost Ikla around. A rookie error made. And Soltovsky, I think he's the only individual to blame. Ikla, you are going to call for a second timeout as well as Aurora, as you say, not only extend that gap to 4, but it does feel like there's sub-clauses in this contract that is going to extend that lead even further.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's like some kind of a challenge video. Someone said that they'd stowed away millions of dollars in Dark or whatever.
Yeah.
And that the first one to get their hands on it, you know, wins half the money or something like that. So
it's like a Mr. Beast video.
Yeah, literally, man. I really don't know. Players just making their way down the street. What song are you listening to? Yeah, it certainly looks to be a pretty good one right now. Not just, you know, like Queen, We Are the Champions just yet, but definitely getting close to making this first half look a lot more convincing than we thought it might be.
I reckon it's I Got a Feeling.
Yeah,
that's what Aurora
what you feeling?
In there is right now. That tonight's gonna be a good
yeah.
night.
No, I know the song, but okay. What is the feeling right now?
I don't know, man. My senses tell me that this is going to be a very one-sided performance so far, because only with time, Aurora are like fine wine. You know, the longer you leave them, the more valuable they get. And for me, it's like, yeah, sure, Celta having a great game, but look how much Norway's stepping up. We're starting to see Latik more in the kill feed, more effective with the AWP. Sure, Kenzie, Lackey, a little more relaxed, but when the scoreline's 7-2, you know, not every player has to sit there with their foot on the gas. You know, you can allow some of these players the pop-off potential for Celta in this game. They're going to allow them to run rings around Ikla right now, and that's exactly what's happened again. They've strolled into A, 3-0. Aurora are going to get away with 5, and even then, to say that, there is an engagement that could have gone their way. Lackey disrespecting. The body is dead, yes, and he'll continue to put holes through it just to make sure Fancy's tuning into the radio, knowing that his 4 teammates have just suffered some very painful deaths, and his MP9 is the only memorial to show for it.
Yeah. It's an emergency broadcast for the CT side being played at this point in time. Fancy, what's the legs? And that's already damaged half of the work done by the detonation of his own bomb plant. So, nice easy pick there to be finding to close. But yeah, Aurora just punching holes all across the defense here. And able to find pretty much every entry you could ask for. Even a little bit of BM on the body there. Make sure Valorant Twitter doesn't see that one, because they'll be crying for the next week.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Just like, wow. Yeah,
wait until they find out about Cadian.
Yeah. True, man. Absolutely. Look at this. It's a little bit innovative, but Kenzie has just blasted them both down. Soltovsky misses his AWP shot towards top middle. Kenzie all hung out to dry as he pushes down mid. And just like that, 5v3, and it's not even like the rest of the Aurora side have to lift a finger. It was just a default play, and they've been rewarded with 2 very important kills. Not to mention as well, the 2 most expensive guns, M4 and the Big Green.
Yeah, this is a very good round for Aurora, and against the full buy of Ikla, couldn't really be asking for more right now. Seltzer continuing to roam the halls, which seem to suit them best, but this time around comes off worse for wear. It's pole bandana that wraps one around the head. Drops a smoke just to shield their back from a moment. How much disrespect will Norway show? Plenty of it. Clattering across the face is exactly what they'll take in retaliation. And the lead continues to extend, it feels. Double the numbers. Latik to take a peek and lose their head as a result. Still within touching distance. Kenzie not too much HP. We'll be getting the bomb planted. And both CTs heading in from the same position. I think the AWP is just going to be part of a save call here.
Yeah, bomb's going to tick away. No way, Ikla find themselves a way into this round. And so, yeah, again, it's just painful. Very, very painful. Because it's 8-2, Harry. It is 8-2.
Yeah.
What can you do? It is just a one-sided affair. This is exactly what I was on about, by the way. Kenzie's doubled in middle there. I don't know. I feel like Kenzie's some really nice shooting. Like, individually, that is a very, very strong double kill. Like, he looks very crisp. But for Ikla's sake, like, how the hell are we not shooting back? You know, how the hell are we not delivering at least a trade there?
Yeah. I don't know, man. The fortunes have definitely turned for the Ukrainian outfit, that's for sure. Aurora, driver's seat at this point in time. Already 8 rounds, but, you know, we saw pretty much the mirror's image of this scoreline in that first series that they played. And by not taking the initiative to build on those advantages, come the second half, they were left to rue such mistakes. But, I mean, look.
What do you do?
You speak of a turn of fortune. It seems as if Lackey has the Midas touch and able to turn everything in front of them to gold and in fact pave that yellow brick road right towards a B-bomb plant.
Riding the waves, mate, off his teammate's head, just flung in towards the site. Famas eviscerated, and just like that, Soltovsky 1v5 with the AWP. See you later, fella. That is done, and it will be 9-2. No questions asked about that.
Nothing at all. The only question you can ask when you look at the Ikla side is how do we get ourselves underway again? Soltovsky even losing that AWP. And who better else to get their hands on it than the man casting gold, Lackey. This one here, I mean, oh my god. As I said before, a lot of these kills being taken in fights through smoke. And also, as I said before, you know, Inferno does somewhat dictate it. It's a choke-heavy map. You're always going to see the CTs try and buy as much time as they possibly can with every smoke. An extra 15 seconds. But Aurora getting a lot of B control here towards Banana on a round-by-round basis. And, you know, even those early rotations that they had called through, not doing anything to dissuade it. Fancy puts out the fire. But should be known here, actually just gets away completely unharmed.
I don't know how he's done it, but he has. Exit stage left, I guess, from Banana.
Houdini, disappearing act.
It's true.
And Ikla do seem to be chained up in a cabinet under some pretty deep water right now. But look, around here where you have these guns, you pull such a heavy rotation, you find anything and it's going to be a spell for success, but not when Lackey is the man that you've got to fight first.
Yeah, really nice entering. He heard the drop down of the SMG. He plays very patiently. Pole Bandana. Okay. One with the D. Any more, sir? Any more, as he'll be asking. Served another 1v1. Surely not. Pole Bandana's hit 3. Watch him. This man is torching Aurora alive right now. His other player, by the way, Latic, waiting on Celta in second mid. 30 seconds left. That bomb still hasn't gone down. Pole Bandana thinking about swinging. Yeah. Probably wants to buy a bit of space for his teammate here. They're both going to group up. He turns behind him. Latic, be careful. Your teammate's coming from Banana. At least he's able to shut down one of the pistols. And now Kenzie, you're here to fill the void as the other Deagle looks for a double and unfortunately coughs up nothing. Crisis averted. My God, though. Pole Bandana, some really nice accuracy with that Deagle.
Oh, the shot's just as cool and clean as the in-game name. Really nicely done. As I said, you know, with these pistols, you can make miracles happen.
Yeah.
I mean, it's this one onto Kenzie, which is most impressive for me. Full HP player through the hoardings and walks away with all the chips. Unfortunately, nothing else to show for it other than that nice clip, though, I think it's fair to say. The wording perhaps suggested that Ikla had found anything else, but it is just the 2 rounds for them at this point in time. And yeah, Aurora do build No Jenga towers in this instance. The pieces stay firmly placed, and it's double digits as they head into an 8 hit. But this time, IKLA have players here to deal with the threat. Most importantly, Kenzie not sold out from short this time around.
IKLA with a man advantage. This has been quite the unconventional set of affairs. Take on that orb is narrowly close. Soltovsky abusing a hole in the smoke. Moves back in towards sight. Kenzie, ideas of his own. Finds one, doesn't spot the player above him. Now he will. Latzik, yeah, really nicely done. 2v2, checks behind him, but both players coming from sight. Need to focus on what Kenzie's up to right now because it's Burya that walks under the nose of the rifleman. Hits one. Latzik knows where the last guy is. It's out on long. There's a smoke between them. And another one chucked in. Chucks out the orb. Wants the AK. Thinking about maybe that bomb plant. I think Fancy's just going to wait for it. Latzik scoops up the C4, 35 seconds left. The guy's got time to play with. Problem is, if he keeps holding that shift key, he won't have time to move towards B. But that is an option right now if he gets the old running shoes on. Fancy! What is he looking at, man? He's looking at the box when Latzik peeks him. I don't know, man. He's, you know, he's not hiding away. He's not in the shipment. No one's boxed him up for Christmas. It's obvious. He's going to be somewhere on the T side of the map.
Oh man, a Fancy is not just for Christmas, but this one looking all but packaged and delivered. So much to unfurl from what we saw there. It's going to sound really toxic, but you know the crosshair movement there. I thought they'd remove bots from the game. You know, the sort of like
it's
random
true,
smooth like swing around. Yeah, no offense, Fancy, if you're listening. I hope you wouldn't be, you know, of course, for integrity's sake. But
yeah,
you know what I mean, right? Still, you know, they make it dangerous. Read the game well for one of the rounds, but Aurora are just picking up the pieces. And it's fragmented, ultimately.
Yeah, this is pretty sick. Smoke towards coffins. Paul Bandana, the trusted Deagle, goes through the smoke.
Oh.
And that is why CS2 is going to play so much differently, because moments like that, where like the whole body's sticking out of the smoke, and then like the other guy is that's sitting in it, thinking he's got the timing,
right?
Yeah, thinking he's got the absolute dream position, is just like sticking out completely, sore thumb kind of vibe, you know.
Didn't realise that he dug his own grave, right?
Yeah,
doing his best Dracula impression inside the coffin.
It's like the Undertaker.
And, hey, look, IKLA may be tucked into an early bed here if this one carries on as it has done. I know it's only going to be 5 PM CEST, but or half past, I should say. You get the idea, right? Oh, okay. Wow. I mean, look, there's a couple souvenirs that they can take.
Yeah,
participation medals won't count for much. Björn here, you know, getting a little extra credit. So the dollars, the cash flow should be nice for IKLA on this next round. But, I mean, you've emptied those pockets just to give yourself a fighting chance when Aurora already have 12.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a fighting chance in terms of the round, but not for the map. This has been disintegration. You've got to remember, it was IKLA that started things off 2-0, right? It has been 12 straight rounds for the Aurora side. Flashbang Latzik deployed to cover up on long. Lackey's going to start swinging in. Relied a little more on his teammate to be able to AWP there. Burning in the flames. Kenzie can't really help him out, but what he can do is hold the short swing. And Kenzie walks right into the guillotine. Norby's able to catch another. And considering, yet again, it was IKLA that found the 5v4, it has all fallen quite quickly apart. Last two players are at the right side of the map, but do they have the right read?
I'm not too sure. To be fair, I don't think they have any idea that A is as compromised as it currently is, because Norway has made a double entry on B, and they look to feel that they're in a flanking position right now, Paul Bandana and Beer. Kenzie's going to walk behind them and bring them straight back down to reality. First kill, flash back into the second. Paul Bandana can evade it, and may just be looking to crawl in the prone position out of danger. Save an AK for the next, but there is no next, unfortunately. It's a 1v4 instead. He's going to try and win.
Mate, what do you even do in this situation like this? You can try all you want, but you know how this one is going to end. 13-2, Harry. I don't know, man. I thought for the first 2 rounds, I even said to you in the pre-show, before the pre-show even, you asked me, what do you think about this game? And I was like, look, if Aurora get off to a good start, this could be a very quick 2-0. If it's Ikla, the team to throw the punches, I could actually see this one going 3 maps. And I think the statement piece that has been made is 15 rounds of Counter-Strike played, and Ikla have the medal in 2 of them.
Yeah. I think, you know, we could have seen this coming. Not to this extent, but there are a lot of points which I think have been quite shrouded by, you know, the sour taste left in our mouths coming out of that last game we saw Aurora play. Oh! What a shot! Saltovsky, middle. It's majestic again, but Lackey can immediately, you know, remove that one, and kills are kills at the end of the day. So a 1-for-1 trade. Not the worst of situations to be in, but just going back to the point I was trying to close out before we were met with those heroics, yeah, I mean, Aurora, they are such a staple at a tier 2 level, a strong team, in fact, that we were speaking about, you know, kicking on from this position, trying to be in some of those open calls for the bigger sort of T1 tournaments, trying to fight against bigger names. But yeah, it's sort of that past game that makes you question it a little bit, and then painting out that roadmap. It's your T-side Inferno. You get anything there. You've got 2 more CT halves back-to-back on one of your best maps, in fact, coming into Mirage. So, Ikla, it all begins now.
CT, Norway, oh, fights 2, nearly 3 with his USP. Fancy's there to help out. But 3v2, 30 seconds left. Aurora know exactly what number Ikla are going to try and dial in on. Question is, are they able to intercept before Ikla deliver any bad news? Latic from Banana, the man that seems to be receiving said call. That is a 6 shot. Booyah coming through the CT smoke. Tried to do his best impression of a Stewie 2K moment, but it is not meant to be because it's 0 kills for him and 14 on the board for Aurora, swooping the pistol away. I think tells us one thing only, and that is going to be this is a very, very quick map 1. Look at that for a shot.
Yeah,
Saltovsky.
Look at the crosshair line as well there on the replay. It's a great catch by the observer because it was pre-aiming the jump, you know, expecting that was the line to be taken. But Aurora get themselves out of trouble. I mean, easy enough, right? Enough said. They now have rifles. This is a force from Ikla, but, you know, no bomb plant. You've not really got anything at all to go off. You know, a couple deags, techs, and they're not even going to rush it. So Aurora have established some nice early control. You even see the positioning of Seltzer pretty deep in the apartments with the smoke in front of him.
Ikla going to try and do the best with their force buy here. Need to see a worldie of a round out of someone. I don't know who, but generalizing at least, it's just got to be one individual on Ikla to step forward here.
Yeah.
Because I'm struggling, to be honest with you, Harry, to even reason with an idea that Ikla can move on to Mirage looking like a good team.
Yeah. That's my biggest concern as well, that it's a map which Aurora are very, very good on. I mean, a lot of teams will always feel comfortable on Mirage. It's been in the pool longer than anything else. You know, no facelifts, really major overhauls made to it in comparison to others. But, you know, like, as I said, before that previous game, they were coming in, 5-map streak, looking good, and carry it on here. Lackey finding himself a few. Nori on the MP5. I mean, I just find it so funny that this gun is around and in the game. You know, it was introduced at such a weird time, and I barely see anyone use it in competitive play either. So Kenzizor can pick up an M4. It may even just look to save. I mean, yeah, you have to save here, but not even inviting the possibility of going for some fights.
Yeah, Kenzior's not even going to be given the time of day to give him the reasoning. It's Aurora that put him quite quickly under the microscope. 15-2. Map point. And I know it's Aurora's pick, and a lot of people at home will be huffing on something like copium to be like, oh, like couldn't turn. Yeah, bro, it's not even copium at this point.
Not officially prescribed, right?
No, bro, it is the most B-Tech copium out there because Look, man, it's 15-2. And I know it's Aurora's pick, but, like, come on. Inferno isn't a bad map for Ikla. Like, you look at their history on this map, and it's not even like it's a short and sweet one. They've played it 11 times in the past 3 months.
Yeah, Beer has doubled up the util. I mean, look, they're not working with much, but HE is a shy cost to convert a kill. Kenzie looking around the edge of the smoke. It'll dissipate in their favor, and there are flames to back it up. Beer is just floating on the barrels. Oh, man. Wheeling it forward under their feet like it's Donkey Kong. Yeah, Aurora 3v3. The round's not over just yet. They've taken a helping of damage. Kenzie also low, but you know, they've got rifles to work with. Saltovsky has to be the difference maker in this round, I think. Scout, couple tags out. Yeah, there's a chance, but still unlikely.
"40 seconds.
Man, look at Aurora just clearing Banana. They're already going to be in behind. Ikla, their best case here is actually probably just to
wrap it to B.
Yeah. I mean, even then, you do now have Latic drifting back. Decision's still not made. There'll be a crossfire by the time they hit the site.
Oh!
Hits the head. There is Saltovsky showing up when required, but immediately, Kenzie in place.
Yeah, low HP though, Harry. This is the issue. He can find a frag. He can try and level up the numbers, but his HP is the biggest problem. You're going to turn more to Latic now to hope that this FAMAS can turn Ikla to dust here on Inferno. He's waiting for the big pit movement, sees the nade, tucks away. Teammate behind him. And
Surely
he's
not.
leaving. They're saving.
Surely not. They just don't have the information, right? They will not know that those players are as low on HP as they are. I think it'll be a big wake-up call when we see 2 of them die to this detonation of the bomb. Or at least most likely, if they're not able to put themselves in a recoverable position, which I think, looking at what the minimap's saying, they should be able to. But yeah, it is by the skin of their teeth. 9 combined HP across Fancy and Pole Bandana walking away from that one. Oh, man.
It's just so comedic watching people
I don't even get what the hitbox is for that to be possible. Is just sort of strafing into the wall, I guess. Reminds me of, you know, Monster on Overpass.
Yeah.
Just surfing away.
I hear you. Anyway. Peek.
Oh, beautiful.
My good God. He's so quick, Latic, with that big green. Banana has to be forfeited. Ikla do not want to throw hands against this guy. He's got the money maker. And unfortunately for Burya, he's been struck down immediately. 4 against 5. We've seen this situation all too often. And I think Aurora, they've allowed Ikla to have their fun. You can have a 3rd round. We want this game. And they're going to try and take it by the scruff of the neck here in number 19.
Good util usage from both teams. It was that initial smoke to set up the fight on long. And you're seeing the molly there. Should have taken down Lackey, but has just about gone away with it. I'm guessing managed to douse himself out. 4v3, less than a minute left on the clock, and Latic is still posted up on Banana. The bomb looks to be heading towards him.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's Latic on the AWP. He's going to be holding this crack angle here. You can see down Banana.
It could be another flick.
Oh, it's not even going to be. It's easy pickings, jumps as well. He knows there's a second man team. Looking for more. Latic.
Wow.
Highlight reel worthy moment to close the show. Aurora in style take Inferno 16-3 and Latic a statement piece at the end of a very dominant game.
The beast has awoken, it's fair to say. The tier 2 Titan is dusting off the rust and looking a whole lot more polished here. that beginning to the game made me think that this one was going to go right to the death. 30 rounds and maybe an OT. It feels like a given when you and I are casting some of these matches, but yeah, looking at how things progressed onwards, the boat just got pushed further and further ashore, and in the end, ICLA drowning under the pressure of everything around them. I mean, Aurora are such a good team, and this is a reminder. I think it's good to sort of have seen it happen here as well. As I said before, sometimes things get worse before they get better. It was a map which was sort of bound to happen sooner rather than later, and yeah, now heading into Mirage, you've got another CT half to open. You're going to be feeling comfortable to channel some of that momentum. For ICLA, it's not going to get any easier. Despite the fact it is their own map pick, you expect them to do better, but when you're only taking away 3 rounds, the expectation is on the floor.
Yeah, definitely. Not a bar too high to climb over, I feel like, at this point for Aurora, right? They're up there, ICLA are down here. The question is, can they turn things around on Mirage? We'll find out after the break. Don't go there. ICLA's map pick up next.
here. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have. Get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto: hard work this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Harry, the only word that comes to mind is dominance at the end of map 1. Aurora dismantle Ikla UA on the pick of the Russian side. 16-3, and you've got to understand, coming out of that map, Harry, it was an interesting point that I made on broadcast, but I had to kind of like remind myself mentally of it. It was Ikla that won the first 2 rounds. They won the pistol and the follow-up, and then it was just a bloodbath. I think 14 straight rounds. And now we head on to Mirage. Sure, the pick for Ikla. But Harry, you also raised a very good point before the break, and that is that Aurora just finished a red-hot run on the T side. And if that can bleed into a second map, Ikla are just going to get slapped about once more. They need to have a mental reset heading into this second.
Yeah, the fact that it's not their map pick is always an interesting one. They have the side choice. They're going to be on CT, of course. As I said before, there's quite a gap between these two teams, actually, in terms of the rankings. 51 spots that separates them. And I think last map was the perfect reminder of how good a team Aurora can be on their day. Not just out of the woods yet. I think we also need that reminder that this isn't a team which has the win under their belt yet. We can't paint it as such, but it's certainly looking primed for the taking. A good start here could be the beginning of the end for Ikla. And that, you know, their position in the Swift system then hangs in the balance should they lose one more.
There is a P250 on Mr. Soltovsky. We know what he's like with it.
Oh my god. You just had to say it, didn't you?
Yeah,
we knew it was going to happen.
Man, you just got to connect the dots. It's not about if he gets a frag, it's about when. This blasts Latic right down through the heart of the map from top mid to window. Kenzie ought to fill the void as well. Picks up the USP. Kenzie should hear all of these steps and all of this noise as if there are players about. I think it's silly to act upon this information just yet. I think for Aurora, they probably want to be holding on to a little more information and holding out to see if any revelations can be made, and well, that's a good one back. Lucky to find Saltovsky.
I'm not sure I've seen this many one-taps across a couple of pistol rounds in quite some time. And the king of them, Saltovsky, is now gone. It's a Kenzie on Kenzie fight! And Kenzie Zor is the one that wins it out. 3v3 post. Couple players coming in rotation from CT, but the T's with this setup are going to be walking into Lackey. A lot of work on his shoulders, and it's not going to happen. No utility and no diffuser either to make this one easier for them. It is duel taken after duel taken and lost. Ikla walk away with the pistol.
Yeah, nicely done. At least they don't sink into the very obvious hole of just down and out for the count already. You know, they are here to fight back in map 2. They are here to present the point. As you say, there was a lot of kills and a lot of back and forth, but Ikla just managing to win the important ones, and that's going to put them around up to none. Going to head into this second, and because Aurora on the CT side, we saw that the last game they treated this as an eco. It's very different when you play the counter-terrorist side. You've got to go for the forced buy. So double scout, double deagle, or triple deagle, I should say. Hoping for some results with the lesser weaponry.
Yeah, shots traded in mid. But 2 scouts for Aurora. You look at the positions of them. You have Lackey on ticket. Norway jump spotting for Latic on B. But yeah, Lackey's already fallen. Didn't get a chance to make the most of that fight. Yeah, they just make their way through mid. It's a slow start. Kenzie is dropping in place, picks up the weapon. Utility starting to come out, and it's just a slow creep from Ikla towards this side of the map. Taking their sweet time. Feeling pretty happy with how this one started off. You have to remember, they won the first couple rounds in the previous map as well, though.
Nicely done. 2-man advantage, of course. Burya low HP, Saltovsky kind of tagged, and I was going to say it's enough for the scout for a single body shot to find the mark. Paul Bandana finds one, but only one. Fancy with his Mac 10 from CT hacks out Kenzie. Nicely done from Kenzie Orr finding Celta. That's not going to get confusing at all through this series. Ikla find the second round. Should be a third as well as Aurora now reset. Shot from Burya to start things out. Some pressure being put on, I feel like, for Aurora right now, but I don't think it's anything too serious for Ikla to be concerned about. Quite a bog standard round, and they survive with 2 rifles and an SMG.
Yeah, after the force, you expect it to be challenging at the very least for Ikla there, which it is, but they don't quite go toe-to-toe. Lots of damage shelled out, and Celta, had they found Kenzizor there, suddenly has the advantage in the 1v2. Some pretty healthy purchases coming through from them, however. And yeah, this T side so far, I've been fairly impressed with. They're just doing everything that you have to do. You know, taking decent mid control, extremities under your banner. You know, fights taken through short, like we saw in the previous. I think it was Paul Bandana getting that one done. And yeah, this is not FPL.
This is a major.
Yeah, no, this is Pinnacle.
But it's not.
Pinnacle Cup 5. Nice flash. Norway. Oh, I don't know if they caught a little bit of much of that themselves. But yeah, team damage is in fact enabled, but hey, it seems as if this one is going to recover nicely for Ikla either way.
I was going to say, Kenzie doesn't probably want to show himself.
Tell you what, I think more damage was probably dealt by the right hand of Kenzie than anyone on the Aurora side. Yeah, I don't know what Norway was up to there. Just trying to run it down. I guess the closer you are, the more likely you are to hit the shot, but...
Round 4. Time for Ikla to face the music though, Harry, and that is that this round is going to be different to all the rest because there's rifles out. Latic over the top of the smoke. We know how prolific he's been with the big green, and just like the end of Inferno, he starts Mirage strong.
Yeah, it's a brilliant readjustment. I feel like Latic, if he was a footballer, would be David De Gea. You know, sometimes the flicks are very flashy, when perhaps a more standard shot would suffice, like the big comical dives that we get. But you know what? Always respected as having quality, and you see exactly why here. Safe pair of hands, and a nice early double up puts them in a great position. Celta, a very cheap one there from Pole Bandana, cashing in and adding to their collection. Now Kenzie needs to be careful on the other side of this smoke.
That is the bomb being committed, though. Burya, not sure if he knows if the C4's on his back. Oh my god! He didn't even see him! 4-3 is the reason that Burya dies. Kenzie literally has his barrel in front of him. Soltovsky's able to find one. Burning in the flames has to move away. 2 versus 2. Latic got his eye keen on the prize, and that is the bomb in front of him. Someone has to go play fetch. Lackey thinking about coming through jungle as well. Who's going to try and pick it up? But the looks of things, Soltovsky wants to play face, and he will do exactly that. Latic unable to connect the dots with the flashbang in front of him, so 2v2, and they can just about squeeze out a plan.
Yeah, it was a great molly actually with the bomb inside it, and you see it there. Soltovsky just making sure that the meat is evenly cooked on both sides. Eventually they get it planted, and now it's a 2 versus 1. Latic, a lot required of them here. A 4K would be the requirement, and it's not going to happen. Instead, it's a 4th for Ikla. Brilliant start come this second map. And not from the easiest of positions to be putting yourself here either. So lots of credit must be given to them. It is their own pick, but as we said before, Aurora's track record is something to be feared. But not this time.
Terrorists win.
3-0. Or 4-0, sorry. I was going to say 3 important rounds, right? The first, the second, and the fourth. Sort of discounting the eco. And I was going to bring up that exact point, Harry. The replay operator is doing an amazing job here at Pinnacle. Notice how those first 2 kills, completely different parts of the map for Latic. A 5 versus 3, and Aurora throw it away like nothing.
Yeah.
Very concerning to me, at least, on a personal level, because that is not a round Aurora should be losing. That AWP from Latic should be the reason they win that round out. Instead, it's done its job plus some, and fall short of the mark for the rest of his team. Lackey's going to pick it up from his dead body at the start of this round because the smoke towards window a little late.
Yeah. Not too sure what happened with that one. But, yeah, I mean, like, as you put it, we have Fancy inside the smoke here. Pick the AWP back up. The scope would have been heard, but yeah, not as quick on the trigger as his teammate. Nice shot from Norway. Takes one back, but Fancy knows about this, has a molly for it, can flush the peak, and even a second headshot getting fired out. Nothing picked up. Yeah, it was that 5v3, 2 kills found by Latic, and then 2 really cheap random ones with like utility out. So fumbling a key opportunity for Aurora to get on the score sheet. Still have Celta here on the site. Bomb plant coming in. Should be players to deal with this. Takes the head. Low HP on the next. I mean, Fancy lucky to stay alive. Beer managing to support him there and make sure that he didn't drop.
Bomb ticking away. Kenzie, I think, just going to try and get his metal detector out as best as he can. Any finds, any gold, any pennies to pick up on? And well, yeah, there you go. That's quite a big penny to find. It's like a pound coin on the floor.
Yeah, man.
You want to, like, bend over and show yourself picking it up? Clearly he does. He has, you know, no worries with that. Finds himself another and pulls out the CZ, hunts him down. Seems to know what Fancy's ideas is, just a little too late to the mark. And, yeah, the bomb will go off. It doesn't change the fact that there's 5 rounds on the board, Harry, but it does change probably a lot of the thinking power right now for Electro, because that goes from what is a very convincing buy against pistols to a pretty weak showing with some pretty expensive weaponry.
Yeah, it is. It's a good find. Like one of those weird coins that you were talking about. I know that antique shops sometimes will have currency which is defunct, no longer acceptable. Neither is that from Latic. Absolutely disgusting shot through the smoke. Opens things up. Can he find a second? Yes, he can. We have seen this before. Where do Aurora go from this point on? Is there a round to be taken? You'd think so. But for the Power Rangers, and I know this is actually the Ninja Turtles instead. No, it's not. It's Transformers. Yeah, more than meets the eye was the phrase I was looking for.
Yeah.
Too many cartoons, man.
Got there in the end, man.
Yeah.
Got there in the end.
Cheers. Appreciate it. Still multicolored though, right? The Autobots and whatnot.
Fine. We got the idea.
It's close enough,
Well,
right?
like,
I reckon you could probably
coloured,
sit
call them
inside it.
The Teletubbies, you know?
Yeah.
Because that's like another like colour-themed cartoon.
I actually saw a thread on Twitter the other day. Who is the best Teletubby? For me, I feel it's a Tinky Winky sweep, but
yeah, I was
some
gonna say
people
that.
seem to think that that Dipsy was the GOAT.
Dipsy, yeah, Poe in there as well.
Yeah. We have Poe on our screen right now in the form of Seltzer, the redhead. And maybe the first point of contact.
Yeah, definitely could be. 30 seconds left. Either way, Ickler have left it very late to try and cash in on a 6th. The numbers game doesn't favour them, nor does the clock, and I feel like those two enough to ask for the bill quite early on in our evening. Molotov out towards Ticket Booth. It's a nice play, but the positioning, as he said, from Seltzer enough to take first contact. Lackey with the wraparound lock in the second man in. Pole Bandana now encapsulated here in Palace, wondering if anyone wants to go pushing after time, try and take away the money from him, and I don't think it's going to happen. It's 6-0 denied, it's 5-1. Pole Bandana, he's dead after time, isn't he? There's one. Oh, and he does get away. Do you know what? Fair enough. 5-1, very respectful hold from him.
Yeah. Even sort of discards the molly on the timing through the smoke. It gets toasted, and yeah, this round is more of an uh-oh than an uh-oh, as Aurora will be getting on the board for the first time. And you know what? They should have more rounds than this anyway. As we said before, not making the same mistake twice and fumbling after an early advantage from Latic.
Peeking into middle. I like the aggression. Lackey catching Fancy off guard. Complete turnaround. Opening number in their name again. Seltzer. I'm very lucky that there's a smoke in front of him because that AWP looked like it was placed firmly at his chest.
But here, Bure looking towards spawn, already anticipating a flank because of how early Aurora were able to strip mid-control from them. Lackey overstays their welcome on the stair angle. And gets kicked to the bottom. 4v4, but we find ourselves in a stalemate with a minute left. Ickler don't have any map control, and they're not in the best mood to be looking for it elsewhere. They'll have the numbers coming into the site, but Latic is also holding on with the AWP.
Up on the angle.
Oh, no way.
Oh, that is unlucky. We hate to see timing like that. Flashback towards ramp is going to present the case, though, because the AWP, I feel like, would have drowned out the idea that Seltzer could be in Palace, or near it at least. I know Ickler are going to place their crosshairs there, just in anticipation, but probably more focused on the AWP that they heard from Jungle and Seltzer. See exactly what I mean? He slipped back under.
It's not been cleared.
Clearing it. They don't check it because of the Molotov and a second frag. No way is this round falling out of the hands of Ickler. A rookie error. I did say Seltzer was going to get overlooked, but even that was an embarrassing move for Ickler.
Oh, man. Kentisor chased down to the end of the earth and finished off after the nade of his long-lost brother didn't end it. But yeah, Lackey here in mid. That is ultimately what allows for the setup on the round to look the way it does. Ickler, as I said, there was no bite back. It was a 4-1 split. Perhaps the lurk that you'd expect through mid is just played a little too late in that regard. Or a little too early, I should say, before the actual A presence created. Seltzer not properly cleared. And again, yeah, it's really interesting. Aurora have a great read on this. Latic is just so damn clean, bro. I don't know. It feels like a no-looker every time the guy does it, because the crosshair isn't where it should be. But damn, by the time he pulls the trigger, it is dead on.
Some of the flicks he's hitting, man, just make you fall in love with the big green. It's just such a fun gun to use. Yeah, it's really nice to watch. Has been a kill that goes the way of the Ickler side, and a bit of space borrowed off the back of it. Waiting to see what the move is here now for the T side. Locking in the apartments push. That's the bomb now drops down, at least into the post. But the problem is, the numbers collapsing here for the T side. Smoke start to fade. Latic wanting to take a shot from range. That is one I never expected Soltovsky to win out.
Yeah, I mean, look, maybe with a P250 in hand, I think it's funny to say, but given his experience. The guy is a headshot machine. Latic, nice shot, and yeah, you even have the follow-up kill in mid there from Kenzie as well. You said, you know, what does the move look like? Ultimately, it gets made for them, and that's always going to be the case in a round like this. Aurora now up to their third, and we see a timeout called by Ikla. They're going to halt proceedings for just a moment and reconsider their options, because right now, things looking a little too similar round by round, at least in terms of what the default sets up for. It's neither a fast push nor an expansive set of play, so Aurora's proactivity is suiting them brilliantly, especially through the middle of the map.
Three, 5. Deficit. Wound down very, very nicely. Aurora know that this one means a lot to the Ikla economy as well, Harry. This is a problem we saw out in map 1. I know maybe not as serious as this because of the less back and forth nature, but winning this round puts Ikla basically on borrowed money. They're going to have to eco one and buy in the next round. So, I don't know. I feel like for Aurora, yeah, sure, the scoreline didn't look great at the beginning, but they've really turned this situation right back around.
They've started well the last 2 maps, to give credit to Ikla if you could. I mean, for the 3 rounds that they ultimately walked away with on Inferno. But, you know, 2 of those were in the first couple from your pistol anti-eco conversion. Again, you know, big asterisks placed. It's been better here already, but still more required. And Fancy finds one there onto Kenzie to kick things off. It's going to be an A split, and this positioning of Celta in ramp is absolutely fantastic, so long as Bure doesn't end up finding them. Boost. Brilliant. Up close. His Kenz's all 2 back. Okay, advantage restored. But the bomb is out in the open, and with 20 seconds left on the clock, it's a decision to be made. If they head for A, which they might, then Latic's in a great position, as is Seltzer, hearing all of these footsteps, slowly making his way up towards the site. The plant is open, and I think it's spottable from Apps. The timing a little late, but he knows where both of them are, and he hoards it all together. Pole Bandana, 1v2, and the plant is not for his position in market.
Now he knows where he is, but the problem is Seltzer didn't actually engage in the defuse. Now he'll start to go for it. It's a 5 seconds thing. He's got a swing, and Pole Bandana will win it out. Just very slow to act upon the info, Seltzer. And it does cost them a 4th round in their name. It's 6-3. Ikla getting away with a bit of a steal. And I don't know, man, a little bit of a mixed emotion in that one. Nice boost, but no way should Kenzior get away with a double. Never mind that, a double hit from Seltzer feels a bit cheeky. I don't know, back and forth nature, Latic getting caught out in the open like that. Yeah, I think it's safe to say maybe Ikla just about able to handle what Aurora put up in front of them. But there's another AWP and 4 M4s to walk into in this one. See if they can correct those previous mistakes.
Yeah, have hit the end of the line with this investment though. As has Fancy. I'm a little curious as to what the idea was there from Ikla, because they were very much left out on their own. You know, there's no refrag to your entry player, no second in, and again, it's going to be 3 or 4 players running across the map on a grand tour because you don't have that kind of expansive control that you want. A lineup! Bure taking 2 heads! And it's those choice moments again which tip the balance to the Ukrainians' favour. First line of defence, Seltzer. More proactivity, but plenty to ask of your player here, and the pre-aim is fantastic. A 2v4, Norway and Kenzie, the second of which needs to get on board early if anything is to happen, and it shall not.
Oh, I could cry right now. I don't know how the hell they've just lined up on short.
I don't know, man.
Complete removal.
It's like Latic is holding top mid. That should be your safety net. But Norway, while clearing, of course, also doesn't want to get caught out by a player on another angle. So here we are.
There you go. 3 survive for the T side. No money kept for Aurora. And Harry, I don't want to be that guy, but Inferno was very, very uncompetitive for obvious reasons. This one starting to look the same as Ikla expand on the gap. Sure, Aurora gave us a taste of success of what they're capable of doing here on Mirage. I think it's safe to say Ikla have definitely found their identity a little more here in map 2.
Yeah, just looking at the replay, it's more uncertainty than proactivity, I think. Really concerned of the chair player. That's the reason why you don't have Latic on a wide angle holding top mid instead. Okay.
Wow, okay. It's a good start. It's a great start for the CT side. 2 for 2 is not exactly the nicest of trades, and you are correct, C4 is going to be fetched and then chased upon towards the site. At least Pole Bandana is able to create space towards A. Kenzie all moving through B. Still indecisive on what they want to do, but that player cleared should tell them the rough idea that they should be heading towards A. Kenzie all completes it all on his own anyway. 8-3 the scoreline, 5 rounds to the good.
Yeah, Kenzazor has been having a serious map so far. In the battle of the Kenzies, it is the Aurora player which is coming up second best at this point in time. Still, nevertheless, nice shot from them in mid there. And we're back on a full investment. Latic with the AWP, I think, has been the one player that has looked the best in the rounds that they were able to pick up. This time, it is a very quick take into mid. Again, look, this is just the point of continuity with Aurora's CT side, and really, Saltovsky should be anticipating this, and, well, you thought they were. Muir actually swings out from top mid and finds 2 kills in proxy through Kenzazor.
That is pretty sick.
And this map right now, it just feels like a shooting range, really. Like players taking solo engagements everywhere.
I was thinking this, like, that's a solo peak short after a solo peak mid after 2 CTs solo peak con. I don't know.
It's going to be 2 more 1v1s here because neither of these CTs really have each other's back. I mean, Nori, in effect, could peek out and find the Palace player here. Yeah, the distraction is ample enough. Heads turned and Nori will crush them both.
Yeah, look, it's good. It's good that Aurora are getting these rounds back. Problem is, Harry, of course, we already know that Ikla have hit 8 rounds. There's no way the CT side are going to win this half out. They just need to get as close as damn possible to that 7 mark without allowing Ikla too much of a gap here, because when they're on the T side, we know they can get the ball rolling. But of course, this is Ikla's pick, so it doesn't come as a surprise that there's a few more points on the agenda here on Mirage than out on Inferno.
Yeah. Liking this variation on the mid play. Kenzie with the smoke drop down. Saltovsky able to take the shot, but not without a hole in his helmet. Decent damage out. Norway with a nade. Should be taking Pole Bandana here and will, in fact. Kenzazor the next up. The raid boss in the map so far, but toppled as easily as the first.
Latic seems to know that there's a man in underpass and he delivers again with the AWP. No sick flicks here. It is just basic understanding and shooting. The point and click gun, good for another. And now it is Saltovsky, minute left to go, 1 versus 4, Seltzer. Man. This is such a crazy angle. You're never expecting that. Do they want both AWPs? No. They'll just run over to pick up the util. This round is theirs, and some pretty nice stuff here. At least the CT side can show some competition here.
Yeah, from the defensive half, they've definitely been playing some of the most aggressive Counter-Strike that I have seen on this map. Like, the fact that Celta is in that position there as well to close the round, I think, is significant of it. Heading into this one, Ikla on the pistols, change of pace, looking to go for a fast B play. On the tail end of things, Saltovsky's just checking for some kind of a mid-inquisition, but it's all on Norway. A spray coming through and transferred brilliantly from one to the next. And that should be, you know, possibility of an ace here. Muir engulfed by the flames, if not the AK. And a nade to just make sure that everything is accounted for. Not quite finding 5. Saltovsky, of course, the point that we expect to see out of them is always going to be at least 1 headshot on the eco round.
Yeah, I feel like that guy knows how to use pistols. Nice shot onto Norway.
Good movement.
Yeah, pretty easy round, I think, for the CT side. What's important is the amount of players that stay alive in these rounds, right? It's like, at least this isn't close. At least we're not having to dig into our back pockets and taking loans and whatever heading into our last round of the first half. It is just going to be 5 rifles for both sides. No AWP included here for the Ickler investment, so firepower leaning slightly in favour here of Aurora, but we know what these guys can deliver on Latic. An immediate removal. Termination, though, from A-Ramp as Kenzie finds a double.
And there is a second AWP here on the Aurora side as well. They double up in the department where Ickler doubled down and decided not to buy in. Blacky's still holding on to it, rotating to become the B anchor. Smart decision, allows for the majority, the brunt of the Aurora forces to, oh my goodness, remain stationed on A. I'm seeing an AUG here in the mix. I don't know, my brain is scrambled. Kenzie wants their chance at it next. And should be finding this kill as they do. No follow-up. It is Saltovsky. We know they're capable of taking a head or 2. But you've got to find 3 if you want to win this round.
Didn't even find 1 on the initial engagement, so the noise made and no real advancement for the situation of this round.
I love the investment from Aurora, you know, to buy the AUG. More headshot potential, both AWPs as well. It's comfortable in the end. 8-7. And you have to remember what the scoreline looked like for Ickler. They are up 5 rounds uncontested, so to be in this position now, they're under threat as we felt they were coming into the map, but obviously the way that we got here, a lot different.
Yeah, nicely done. Double from Kenzie. Sure, Burr able to find the trade back. The numbers advantage never slipped out of the hands of the CT side, and with that, 8-7. So they cash in on the best possible situation with that win in the half. I don't know what I'm thinking, though, heading into this second pistol, right? Because, of course, if Aurora win it out, then there is a conversation for 2-0. Ickler on the other side of things, you know, if they can push the boat out even further, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like there's an opportunity at everything right now. Every option still on the table.
If you want to cross-reference the previous map as well and bring that into things, Ickler currently up 2-1 in terms of pistols. They won the first here as well as they did on the last. But we have to remember Aurora able to get their T-pistol as well. A decent nade in, USP upgrade. The flank is fast and Lackey has a lot of work to do. Kenzazor will put him out of his misery. Nori towards spawn. Should know about the angle of Fancy. It's a smoke to peek out. The spam coming through, but nothing connecting. And Kenzazor continues in ramp. Damage through, 1v2. Most important thing to note here is, though, Nori needs an ace and does not have the bomb. Both CTs hovering over it like a bad smell.
Yeah, there's no budge in them either. I love the way Norway's checking everywhere else on the map as if, like, it's going to be obvious that someone's on a flank.
Yeah.
Like, dude, come on. Just focus on what's in front of you. A 1v2 looks really manageable here, though, Harry. And I will say, it would be for the ace. He's got 3 kills already in this round, so he knows how to use the pistol. Problem is, I hate the fact that he's going everywhere but towards the bomb. You need it to win the round. I don't know why the hell this guy's just not chasing it down.
I get it, right? He wants to find an advantage, and if there was another player, then that is your way back through. But this double up on the angles is near impossible to take. Not when you can isolate a fight like that. It's a 1v1, bomb in hand, and ample time to get it planted in a safe position, no less. Knows where Bure will be approaching from, and the footsteps confirm those suspicions. The shot is near godly from Norway. 8-8, Aurora back on track.
I'm in love with that round. I hate the fact that it takes so long clearing everything
He made
else.
you wait, right? He made you wait.
Bro, it's like the intermission, you know, like to an actor, like a play. It's like, yeah, you can wait a little bit, but I know what I'm doing when I come back. That last shot from Norway might have just teed up Aurora for a blistering start here in this second half. That is an exceptional round from Norway. Top shelf business coming from a top class man. 20 and 10 in the server already, Harry, and they've put an AK in his hands early doors. This is scary stuff for Ickler because they have to fight from the lower hand for at least the next 3 rounds.
It's an ace as well. We just glossed over the fact that he did it all by himself. Kenzie's already spotted out Kenzie. It's like the Spider-Man meme where they're pointing at each other from across the room. But in this multiverse of madness, things look to be spiraling out of control for Ickler, lest they put a bottle on it here, cap things over a little. And this advanced position from Kenzie actually should be feeding some information in terms of rotation. Seen the drop down from Lackey's already crossed the angle on the step ladder. All about timing now from this position as the jungle has itself a new form of wildlife. I think they're just waiting for him to get into position before they pull the trigger on this play. No, it's Kenzie that does it instead.
Brilliant. I'll tell you what, if they can keep this clean as well, I think the T side will be very happy with their performance. Ickler probably thinking about a save here. There's a lot of half armor, there's a lot of weaponry, there's a lot of pistols and everything in between that can be brought forward into the near future. Of course, CT side, give it a little look at least, don't you? Galil been upgraded from the MP9. Second shot, Kenzie you're doing even more damage. That's a little bit worrying. 2 guns now dropped. At least Kenzie gets one back and kind of stuffs it in the faces here for Ickler, but a little too competitive for my liking here, Harry. Just about saving the guns. Move forward, keep it simple, keep it concise. Let's see. Can Aurora make something special out of this, right? The 3 best guns still getting brought forward. Ickler now on an eco. It should be 10-8. Now we're starting to push the buttons in the realm in which it could be 2-0.
Yeah, you can sort of head forward here with a couple max maybe. There's a rifle to be made. Again, why not throw it on the replay package, right? What a shot from Norway. But in this round, it's a much more of a team effort. And had Fancy not been out on short with the scout there, in the 3v3, there is an air of possibility about Ickler finding a way back in the retake. Of course, no kit as well, never going to be too helpful. And this is just a half investment, or should I say, a full save with the weapons that you already had. 4-1 split. Lackey needs to be Popeye in the way that they're the sole arm that comes in from this direction. Oh my god.
That's disgusting from Salta. How the hell did he do it? It's just 2 shots straight out, bang, and then he's dead.
Yep.
You best believe that takes me 3 magazines and a minute and a half to kill it, you know?
Yeah, and even there, the players that are remaining get sent down one after the other. Like a game of hot potato, Latic will take him. And Paul Bandana, you're just asking so much there. Double digits Aurora, they have the lead again. Momentum behind them once more.
Yeah.
We figured that this may be the case, but, you know, after the start that Ickler got off to, again, it feels like they're not set up for refueling. As much as you've got in the tank is what you're going to get, and on the last couple occasions, that hasn't quite rounded up to 16.
It's time for number 19. It's time to get a move on here for Ickler, because complacency is something I feel like they would have felt a little bit too much of in the first half. The awakening has been at the end of the first that Aurora are able to make things close, and in the start of the second, they've now pushed the boat out in front. Nade lands pretty deep, and look at the damage done. Soltovsky with his AWP on the angle. Aurora going to be walking into a bit of a stack here, and I think they know quite quickly they're going to have to divert their plans.
Look at this from Kenzazor as well. Has already crept through the halls of Underpass and is ready to take a fight, but it's one which they lose out ultimately. 4v3. And now Ickler sort of cancel that rotation that they had made. You only have Fancy defending B. And it's a brilliant spot in mid from Kenzie. 2 more kills on the Aurora side, and they have the advantage from a 5v3.
Yes, exactly that. They've just worked back 3 kills for the price of nothing. Bombs making its way through spawn. 1 player on short, 1 player in window. Kenzie
already down.
Yeah, I was going to say, the elevation from Fancy will not give him any chance. And he turns
No
away.
way.
It's just such bad timing. Harry, CT side, they had a 2-man advantage. It was a 5v3. They now sit 2 in the gutter, and Booyah looks to save. Aurora, it's fantastic that they managed to make the numbers work here. But how many of these fights are the CT side going to take on an individual basis? There was no teamwork. There was nothing about this round that said they were going to do this together. It's all done on their own accord, and it might have just been unraveled the same way. The first kill was the high HP player, though, and if there is ever a chance at a 1v3, that's the start. That's the event that gets Booyah invested in this retake.
Yeah, you've definitely got to give Booyah a chance from this position. Aurora took a little bit longer getting the bomb planted here, simply because of the fact they weren't sure about CT. A little bit of utility coming out. Norway first to fight, and wins out cleanly. Every shot connects to the chest of Booyah, and it's a gut punch on this round. Similar scenes, actually, if we cast our minds back to the first half, and the position that Aurora were in, Latic finding quite the number of openings which were not able to be converted into a round. I'm actually really curious to see what the first blood to round conversion statistics look like for either of these teams on the way out, but it's another timeout, Ikla halfway through it, and Aurora only now 5 rounds away from having found the 2-0 that they were looking for. Ikla, of course, being 5 rounds to the good, coming into the start of this one.
And that's the concerning factor, isn't it, Harry? Is that it was 8-3 in favour of Ikla. And since then, Aurora, their streak has been non-stop. 8 rounds in a row. I don't think there's going to be any sign of stopping them, especially in round number 20, because this is rifles against pistols. This should be the area that Aurora exceed in. Keep all 5 alive. Start working on your money. Really make it a task and a graft for Aurora, or rather for Ikla, to be able to break that Aurora economy. Peeking from Kenzie, pretty on point, but Kenzie Orr, in the meantime, able to catch out Norway. Spot on short, and that Deagle finds a second. Now, maybe there's a conversation piece to be had in a round that Ikla should have had no business in sticking their nose into.
It should be 2 upgrades here as well if Saltovsky can get their hands on the second weapon in apartments, but thinks better of it, in fact. Now the concerning thing is it's a 3v1 on the A site. Ikla do make the gamble, the big rotation reaction. The protocols dictate it to look that way, and they'll have quite the number of players in CT. Kentazor again, who's been having a map and a half to try and fight them from beyond the flames, but the plant is open and very beneficial for these positions, especially now that Latic can set up with the sniper in hand.
Yeah, this round has been pretty damaging for this Aurora economy, as long as not too much more happens. Latic, good read on the triple boost.
I mean, look at Lackey here as well in jungle, right? That's your late win condition.
Yeah, I was going to say, should see this round out for a win, but the fact that there's been 3 casualties now for this T side is a bit concerning. 4 casualties for the T side is incredibly concerning.
No way!
5 of them.
No kit.
Is incredibly worrying. Aurora lose everything in a round that Ikla bring nothing into. And Saltovsky, did he die? Didn't see it because the replays were brought up. I think he would have been fine. We'll see, obviously, as these replays end, if he gets to keep the AWP or if it's a luxury that can't be afforded here for Ikla. Looking at the money, don't think so. So they need to keep it, and yeah, they do exactly that. Saltovsky gets to keep the big green.
Yeah, 20 points of health, should have been able to put himself out of harm's way. How much he held on to there is out of the question now. But yeah, Ikla, troubling there. And more than anything, it's burned a hole in the pocket of Aurora. They can hold on for a couple more full invests. Still, far from ideal scenes, and you know what? Ikla may just be on their last legs if they don't pick this one up. Already fights taken and 1 out. Aurora continuing as they left off. Just such quality that lines this roster from front to back on an individual basis, and I think that's got to be one of the reasons why when it comes down to individual engagements, fights taken, they do have the upper hand here, even when maybe the team play does get a little bit sloppy.
Yeah, what's important is that when Ikla are on pistols, they've got nothing to lose, but when there's rifles in their hands, there's everything to lose, right, Harry? And so this round goes from traditionally Ikla last round, they'd have just flung this in and they'd have been like, yeah, let's see what sticks. This now has to be we have to save, we have to give Aurora another. And the problem is, Harry, with that game plan, is you're running out of chances to put yourself back on the board. It's 13-8, 3 to go for the finish line here. Aurora aren't that much of a leap away from seeing themselves through to the 2-1 stage of the Swiss system.
Yeah. Ikla the reverse, of course. And as we said before, it's always these 1-on-1 games which I enjoy casting the most, actually. You know, while it's nice to see the highest level that Tier 2 has to offer sometimes with, you know, your espionages, your ecstatics, as we have done in the last couple of days or so, these 1-on-1 games can really make or break your Swiss system, I think. Because it's a real melting pot of teams that you get in this position. Yeah. Ones which perhaps have gone into their 1-0 game and faced a feared opponent, but you know really should be doing better than the rest of the pack, or one which were lucky to have escaped such a situation. But this round, bigger than the rest. AWP still in play, save made. That is the call on the Ikla side, and Latic plucks Fancy from the sky. Bouncing like a trampoline, but there's nothing to catch that fall. Kensizor with one back, but your star performer is now longer upstanding. And the bomb, while it is in the open, held on an angle by an AWP, that is probably the most concerning thing. Soltovsky's moved away, and Kenzie easing a lot of that pressure with another one of these trademark flanks.
Oh, great shot from Soltovsky as well. It's Lackey against 2. Never count him out of a situation like this, but the fact the M4 beats the AK is enough to put Ikla up to 9 and to give Aurora something to think about, because this is a game of 2 teams. And this start, bear in mind, yet again, 5v4 falls quite quickly astray. Very nicely done. 13-9. You know, Aurora don't lose out on rounds here. They're still only 3 away, but it's Ikla now that can try and contain that momentum here for the T side and try and abuse it in their own way.
Yeah, that they can. Only issue being, this is the first that they've picked up in the previous 10 outings, so biggest issue in my eyes is whether they can repeat that again or not. It was close in the 2v1, looking for the peek out through the boxes, sifting, finds some hidden gold, fans it out. Nothing foolish about this one. Latic with another, and look, as I said, as swiftly as it seems like Ikla stand a chance, these early round engagements which Aurora win out in numbers.
Yeah, and this is one of those again, 5 versus 2, you're probably thinking about a save, might not even get a chance to, although, yeah, massive damage!
What?
3 kills come in, and now any round looks doable, as David fights against the Goliath. This looks so manageable now for Burya, no kit, but he's got a smoke, and he's got 4 dead teammates to try and pick apart for utility and scraps. Maybe if he makes his way through the murder hole, though, this round's over. Kenzie with his back turned.
No, this worries me. Yeah.
Hello! How was he checking CT? And the AWP of Latic there to close things out. 1v5 to 1v1. Oh, dear, Harry, breathe. That was nearly something I think everyone would have dreaded seeing as an Aurora fan.
Ninja Turtles, Teletubbies, Power Rangers, Sport Transformers, whatever you want to call them. It's more cartoonish rounds here that Aurora are showing us. As I said, I was just about to cut in as you were sort of painting the picture of this 1v2, and yeah, it got damn near close, but Kenzie just worries me there. It's a couple times now where this lurk, when it looks really good, has been a little too much for me, right? It's gone from medium rare to overcooked, and I don't know. I really don't know. Up in the corner there, straight through the fire. In fact, you know, just takes a clean 50 HP, Latic, as it was on the previous.
Once more, it dictates that it's okay because it's the AWP. But
yeah, look, first pick Aurora either way. This is to find 15, but Ikla dishing out early damage.
Oh, MP9, okay. I mean, that's a lot of damage inflicted. All 3 players here for Aurora left low.
Oh, but look at this in the middle. They are separated from one another right now, and Kenzizor is behind. Kenzie to take the fight, the utility for the bait. Oh my god, the timing is just delectable for Aurora.
Back at the site, Mr. Soltovsky. What can you do, sir, to deliver?
Give him the pistol. They're all low.
Oh, he finds the first and he gets away as well, but Norway to cut him down from shore. 50 seconds left. Flashbang goes high. Booyah full blind to it. Kenzie jumps up, and that is fantastic teamwork, Harry, to keep the cool. Aurora 15 is rapid series point. Some of these rounds are getting incredibly hairy, man, but the fact that they keep going Aurora's way, I don't know if that's an Ickler issue or a bit of fortune going the way of the Russian side, but they are on rapid series point. Nice attempt from Saltovsky, but walking into the AK will mean that now Ickler at death's door here in this BO3, and a bit of a tech pause before we head into what could be the last round here of this series.
Yeah. Interesting time for the tech pools to come through. And it certainly would be if Aurora find the next. You're looking at the investment. Most likely, they have the advantage here as they have done. You know, as the previous, well, it would be 12 rounds played now. They've won the majority of them. Ickler sat on 8 from 8-3 up to, I believe it was 13-8 down. So, yeah, I mean, that round as well, just so many crazy things going on. Man, I feel like I need ample, plenty of time to decompress as soon as this one has concluded.
I need to breathe, man. I need to be given like.
Yeah.
I feel like in like airplanes, it's like you get the oxygen mask that drops down. Like, I feel like we need one of them for these like very scary moments.
I have a bone to pick with airplanes, actually.
Okay.
It's going to come in at a random time, but for some reason, the pressurization of the cabins, the last few times that I've gone, it felt like my head was going to explode, bro. I actually don't know what it is.
Yeah. Just like you, Harry, there are no cool heads out on Ickler right now. Probably stressing about the situation that Booyah, his head has exploded. His body hits the canvas, 5v4, man advantage. 4 FAMAS is left on the CT side to try and fend off against the 5 AKs. And Orps here for Aurora, and while Kenzie are able to find one back, it comes at a cost of a good chunk of his HP. And yes, there's another response, but 3v3, Ickler less healthy and less prepped for the situation.
Yeah, Ryanair certainly can't refund that one, and while Aurora are doing well, Ickler have managed to keep themselves in this round, so I wouldn't be booking any flights to Malta just yet. Latic in mid, holding the angle. But like we've said, and like we've seen, this can very easily change. I mean, from this position, you push through mid, you go A. Saltovsky taking the initiative to get some extra ground in Palace. But once more, all of the Ickler players incredibly separated here.
I don't like it, but I mean, it's from this position, not when you peek solo round corners though. Very, very frustrating to watch. 15 seconds left, Latic 1v3. Doesn't even see the man in Palace, so as he approaches the site and...
Oh. Tell you what though, he might have the information now. Here's the steps walking out, finds the shot, okay. Latic is up and running in the server, and maybe spotting a few more. The next flick not landing, that might just be enough. 20 points of health, brilliant readjustment to the top of Ticket. But he will be falling, and that is 10 for Ickler. I mean, just the flashes and then to plant in that position. Really nice way that he tried to play it, but unfortunately for him, you don't hit that shot in connector, and that is your chance over.
Yeah, very nicely done. Look, Ickler get 10, but the problem is, Harry, like, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news here. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that individual that kind of poops on the parade, I guess. But you've got to look at the scoreline. 5 rounds in a row here. If Aurora slip up 5 times, then they've only got themselves to blame. I don't think there's many cases in which Ickler have a chance to push this to OT. This one is a force buy, though, so if they can overcome this slightly raised hurdle, then maybe there are chances to present a close game, but still not going to believe in the project just yet. Kenzior down. It's quite low HP. Latic finding pole bandana, 3 against 4. Again, it's a manageable situation for Aurora, but just not favoured.
And Aurora already marching their way towards A. I was thinking for a moment they might call the save, but it's a big kill out of Celta to put them in this situation. And actually, everything panning out. Soltovsky for a moment looked like they were heading away and hasn't caught the timing on the players out Palace. At least you thought that to be the case. 2v2. Celta must convert, and they will. Both players low, but as is Kenzizor. The hero could be meeting a swift end, and they shall. Aurora 16-10.
Yeah, a lot of people will be laughing at my colour point there and being like, what the hell is this going about? Like, it's 15-10, they're on a weak bye. You've just got to be careful, because sometimes it's the gimmicky rounds like those that cost you. And Ikla, unfortunately, flicked down to the 1 and 2 stage. It's 2-0 in the series, and Aurora a step closer to getting through this very tough Swiss system. And while Mirage, a little less dominant than Inferno, I think it's safe to say this was their game from beginning to end. Aurora look on fire through this series, and I think a disappointing result against Espionage, Harry. I don't think there was any denial of that. They needed a result like this to turn things right back around, and yeah, sure, Ikla might not be the top name on the list of people they want to headhunt in that sense in this tournament. That was a very comfortable performance from them. Dropping 13 rounds across 2 maps is quite the statement to be made, considering the form has been a bit bumpy recently.
Yeah, that it definitely has. I think as well, it almost feels a little bit crazy that we put it down to being this drop in form or whatnot. If you think about Espionage, right, that was an isolated sort of instance, I think it's fair to say. Yeah, the 2 series before then, both against Virtus Pro, a noble opponent to be falling to, even if it is twice in a row. And yeah, Espionage, look, maybe that's a rematch that we'll get later on in the competition. They're currently sat in the 2-0 spot. Now a chance for them to join 2-1, I suppose, with where Aurora currently are. But yeah, this is exactly the series that we wanted to see from them. I was saying map 1 as well, like, you know, and it's a phrase that I repeated a couple times throughout the cast. It will get better, or it will get worse before it gets better sometimes. And, you know, it looked a little bit sloppy to start, but you walk away in 16-3, 16-10 fashion, especially on, you know, your opponent's pick here, actually with the deficit of rounds that you were down to. It was 8-3, they flipped it 13-8, and yeah, they draw it over the line just about in the end. I mean, more than anything, capable individuals, team play could do with a little bit of ironing out, perhaps some internal issues there that need to be worked on. But I mean, look, as soon as you're over that hurdle, you have all of the names and all of the quality you could possibly ask for.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, we're not done for today just yet. Hazard JC, we still got one more BO3 to present everyone at home. We had a forfeit to start the day out. Ecstatic Orcs, Ikla UA versus Aurora, all complete. But it's Ent Academy taking on Arcred in about 2 hours' time. So we'll be here for the action for that one. It's a good time. Go and grab your food. Go and grab snacks. Grab yourself a drink. We're back. We're not going to be ending the stream. We've got one more BO3 to deliver. Ent Academy Arcred up next. Don't go anywhere. We're back after the break. And we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Oh, eSport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto: hard work is over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
julep, pop julep, pop julep,
your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. No, I hold you till the sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
I'll keep you safe. I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. You know I be on a what? Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Them checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, no the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the work. Yeah. You know I be on the work. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the work. Yeah. Man, we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have. Get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto: hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
pop, 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 julep, pop, 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 julep, pop, 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 julep, pop, 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 woo!
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pinnacle Cup 5. We are just about to get underway with our final game of the day, and it's an elimination game, Ted. Arc Red taking on Ents Academy, and it doesn't get much simpler than this. If you lose, you are out. This is a must-win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, good evening to everyone. I guess it's going to be a really good evening. You know, myself and yourself, we were just having a chat. Nothing better to do on a Saturday evening than to watch some great CS, right? Especially when it's an elimination game. Sadly, one of those 2 teams won't proceed to play and continue fighting for a place in the playoffs. I feel like for both those teams, it's going to be quite difficult to get into the playoffs, considering the, I'd say, dominant fashions in which they lost their opening games. Well, technically, Ents Academy didn't play one of their games. They had to FF against Eyeballers, so they played only 1 best of 3 in the tournament so far, but it's still going to be tough. We're going to take a look at some of the results for today. We're going to take a look at some of the games that are going to happen tomorrow as well. We're going to have a couple really interesting matchups, but obviously we're going to have enough time to talk about that afterwards. We are going to focus on today's matchup. Ents Academy taking on Arcred. 0-2 for both teams, Jack. And as much as I like Ents Academy, and myself and yourself, we're big fans of them. Even going from the We Play Academy League days from a year and a half ago, I feel like they're going into this matchup as the team that's simultaneously the underdog, but the team that has more to lose as well.
Yeah, going into this game, to be honest, I don't know if I agree with that one too much. I mean, if you look at Arcred's performance so far in the Pinnacle Cup, it's kind of been disappointing the way that they played. Definitely against Sampi for sure. Orcs, they had a close map, but Ancient was absolutely nowhere near. As for Ents Academy, I thought they played quite well. I mean, to go with Ecstatic, to hang with them that long, this is an Ents Academy, remember, maybe only a few months ago they hadn't actually beaten an EU team that weren't an academy project in a best of 3. So, to come very close, to take a map off Ecstatic, like, that could have been a 2-0 in their favor as well. Nuke was 19-17, it was extremely close. They ended up losing their map pick and then got reverse swept. And then, of course, we can talk about that, the forfeit to Eyeballers, but we won't go into that too much. So they're down in this elimination match, only losing 1 game. I think they are kind of overlooked a little bit. I think they're a big threat and a big danger to Arcred. All
right. You know what? I would agree with you, but obviously we're gonna talk about that later on, because I feel like there's a lot of variables with Ents Academy and their performance, and there always has been, especially when it comes down to European competition. But focusing on Arcred, a CAS lineup, a couple familiar names in there. Obviously, Rugen is one of the more familiar ones. Invisible, I guess, is a guy that I've watched play quite a lot, but overall, I feel like it's not the most experienced of lineups. There is a couple guys that have played some decent level CS, but nothing too extreme. So, you know what? I dare to agree with you, because, Arcred haven't been getting the best results recently either. You look at the win rate for both teams, it's not spectacular. I feel like for Ents Academy, I was actually really surprised by them. I wanted to bring up that point. They were playing the qualifiers, the Elisa qualifiers for the Masters ISPO later this year, right? And they were playing the Finnish-only qualifier. And, they were able to beat Yanu twice in best of 3s. But this is something that we've been talking about quite a lot, I guess, for the past couple months. Ents Academy are always really good when it comes down to domestic competition, right? They go toe-to-toe with Habu. They beat Yanu most of the time. They're always able to play really well against those guys. And what you were saying back there, I want to go back to that point. They're showing some graduate improvement, right? You feel like every single other month or every other week, you're going to see Ents Academy play a little bit better. But so far, as long as it comes down to European competition, I completely agree with you. They've been playing really well, but they've been losing most of those close games, right? So I feel like for them, there's maybe a little bit of an experience barrier still, which is kind of awkward to say because they've been playing a fair amount of games. But I feel like so far they haven't been able to close out those close games. And I really hope that if this turns out to be a really close game, we see some better mental game and we see the individuals step up in the important moments.
Jumping into the veto. And straight away, no surprises, Ted. No surprises at all.
I got carried over. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. But we are jumping into the veto. And what I was going to say, I was going to make a point that it's actually pretty good that Vertigo is actually the permaban of Arcred. I think it suits
because
Ents
we don't
Academy
like Vertigo,
a little bit better. Yeah, well, you don't like Vertigo. I love it. But Ents Academy, I don't really like Vertigo either. It's their worst percentage map that they actually do play. So, that's kind of going in their favor already. They'll pick into a nuke. Of course, we've only seen Arcred play it once, and it was an absolute dismantling by Sampi. I don't know if that's much to go off, but, Ents Academy have obviously seen something that they can maybe capitalize off that, and obviously are going to be full of confidence after, of course, taking Ecstatic into overtime in that one. Ancient map 2, that's going to be picked by Arcred. They've played it both times in both of their best of 3s, yet to get a victory. Need that to change today unless they manage to steal away Nuke. And then a Mirage Decider. So, even with all these maps, I'm still leaning towards Ents Academy. I don't want to completely disregard Arcred, but to be honest, I think Ents Academy, if we're going to talk about a winner in the veto, that's them.
Yeah. Taking a look at the veto, I feel like I might be jumping on the Ants Academy train as well. I know I was really quick to change my opinion on this one, but hey, you look at Nuke. I feel like, again, we haven't seen too much on Nuke from Arcred, and when we've seen them, it hasn't been great. In the meantime, you look at Ancient. I feel like for both teams, Ancient is relatively solid, even though the win rate isn't great, but it's kind of the same story, right? Ants Academy have played Nuke 12 times. Arcred have played Nuke 9 times, and it's a 58% win rate against 67. Then you look at Ancient, both teams have played it 11 and 10 times respectively, with a 27 and 30% win rate. So it does look kind of fair, but jumping into the pistol round straight away, we're not going to get a lot of time to brag around, and the pistol round is going more than fabulously for the CT side, just mowing down the Finns, and just like that, Arcred have picked up the first one. Shaq with a lovely triple kill, and you know what? I want to start a discussion here. Should we really pronounce his nickname Shaq?
When you said it like that, man, I was like, maybe not. No.
Yeah, I was thinking about it this morning, but you know what? I was thinking maybe a way we could make it funny. I have a proposition. Let me know what you think about it.
Do you know?
We call him Shaggy. Shaggy. Yeah, I do know what it means.
Yeah. Okay. Right,
do you want to call him Shaggy, like from Scooby Doo?
I think we'll stick
I don't like the ring of SHG.
I don't like the ring of it either, but I think we have to call it as we see it, and I don't think he'd be too happy if we keep calling him Shag. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we can have a little bit of fun with it, maybe. Oh, a little bit of fun with the XM Invisible. Well, Ants Academy didn't see him coming at all, as he keeps coming, keeps running him down with the XM, and
you know what? We
maybe
can call
look
him
for a little bit more. Shug.
Yeah.
Shug Knight, like.
I have no idea what you just said, but yeah, why not?
Do you not know? Okay, right, okay.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard it before, no.
Oh, okay, it's a person,
Yeah, I don't know who that guy is, but now I do. It's Shug.
Yeah,
he's in the server right now.
You need to, brush up on your rap history. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Arcred. 2 quick rounds, 2 quick and easy rounds so far on the CT side, as to be expected, and this one should be exactly the same. That was a force buy from Ants Academy that they actually put together, and I mean, completely torn apart. I respect it, Serva.
in hand, by the way.
I respect it, but it didn't work out. So, nothing
He
to come
actually
from
tagged
that.
him, just didn't get the kill. I mean, you look at the health bar. He actually did damage to our favorite Shug. And look, it hurts. Ooh, that hurts. Nice shot from Pody. The CTs still should have this one in the bag. I mean, it's good damage. And Hen has gotten himself into an alright position. And he's got armor as well. Pody doesn't have that luxury, but hey, Henu might be in a good pause. One of the most skilled individually players, at least, on the lineup of Ants Academy. The only one that's had the chance to play with the main team as well. That was at the CCT LAN finals earlier this year. He played with Ents. I mean, the event wasn't bad for Ents. They played a final, but Henu himself felt like he was a bit out of his league, but gained some really good experience. Actually, his performance skyrocketed after, and there goes Henu. Bomb's already down. Henu picks up the first one. Invisible going in out of the vent, managing to get the first one. Pody should be going down, but he actually manages to win the first fight. And now it's 1 versus 1, but it's the jumping XM to collect him as well. And someone has to tell Invisible that he can actually shoot people with the XM without jumping. Oh, I didn't realize how much of a sick shot that was actually from the peak. Look at that. That's how you die on premium.
Although, right, okay, we're gonna look back at that round, yeah, that was like only pistols, yeah?
Yeah.
And they get a bomb plant and kill 4 people, so, it's an okay round for Ants Academy. You can't really be too complained about that. Just the double push in. Usually when you see the Opera there making the push in towards ramp, he's never solo. Now the issue is, Shug's in the corner here.
Ooh, that Ofango is really powerful, especially for 1 kill. Server's just holding though, and you know what? I like that. Even though he's on double zoom, which means that if Shug decides to go for the peek, he should have the advantage. That's a great reaction from Server. Still manages to get the kill. And that's a great way to play it out for ENCE Academy. They get the opening kills, and now they just slow it down. Server's gonna walk away, but that doesn't really make that big of a difference. Ryujin, yes, gets some vital information. He might get a fortunate timing, but they still should be aware of the possibility. And Invisible is still alone. With how slow they're playing, surely they're gonna be ready for a player aggressing and finding the gap towards Trophy. Ryujin might be in with a good play. He could cut off the bomb here, unless the op clears him out. Pody. Is he aware of the possibility? Oh, he has no idea. That's going to be the first kill. They need to take him down now. And that means that Invisible can start pushing forward, but Servo was ready. And now they know where the last one is. Problem is, Bomb actually has to cross, but there is a smoke and a flash on the way. Spam through the smoke. Actually doesn't confirm the kill. Ryujin's down, tagged down badly, and he's already thinking about saving up that AVP.
More Ryujin time on my screen. I'm admiring that hairstyle.
Yeah, same.
Man.
I always admire things that I can't have that others do.
I was about to say, man, he's got loads, man. Why don't you ask him for some? You know.
By the way, Ryujin, if you're interested, I might sort him out with a knife in CS, and he's gonna give me some.
He can make you a nice little wig, maybe. You know.
You think I look good in a wig?
Yeah, I think you'd look good with like that afro. I think you'd look insane. Like,
you see, now I know you're not actually a good friend of mine because you're lying into my eyes.
Yeah, but it's a little white light. You know what I mean? It doesn't.
Yeah.
It's...
Back to the point though. That was a good, really good way to play out the round for ENCE Academy. I mean, you could see the patience, right? You could see that they realized they were in a good position. They didn't want to throw it away, and even with Ryujin's good timing on the push, they were still able to recover. So now the CT side money is actually in a bothersome spot. Ooh, UC. That was risky. Definitely one of our favorite ENCE Academy players, UC. One of the favorite players of the ENCE Academy community, by the way. A lot of people adore UC. When he pops off, I'm telling you, you know, I've seen crazy games from Hanu, Serva, Pody, everyone. Miltz as well, but when UC pops off, wow, this is when chat goes crazy. People love him.
And there's a reason for that. He just seems like such a friendly guy, man. Just seems
he's the
like
people's champion.
Yeah, I know. He's absolutely insane. It's so difficult to pick a favorite, to be honest, from this ENCE Academy lineup, though.
Oh, I do have my two favorites. Without a doubt, Hanu and UC.
See, I would say Pody.
Okay.
Pody, Serve and Milty though as well, man. They just don't make me choose. I love them all. Love them all.
Yeah.
Ryujin.
Even if I was to make you choose, you just spilled out all 5 nicknames. So.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Oh. Back to Ram, there you go. Pody with a good pickup. Hers goes down. Some good presses.
Oh, Pody.
Oh my, Pody. Okay, somebody tell that guy that walls are there for a reason.
Hey, you're not meant to see and shoot through them. Yeah, I know. Paper walls, man. Just absolutely destroyed. Invisible. And Shu now have to maybe go on a saving mission. Because ENCE Academy are back with a bang. These gun rounds and, well, it was an awkward fight. Shug does get a gun. Careful, there's a Glock on his heels and it's Pody with a 4K in that round. We'll get another look at that once again. Great shot into Secret to start proceedings, even though it is only on a pistol, but it's such a difficult angle to hit. I mean, watch this again. Oh, even with the X-ray.
Yeah.
Ridiculous shot to hit. Ridiculous shot to hit.
Yeah, now the money on the CT side is in a really bad spot as well. I mean, that's the best possible start on the T side of Nuke, right? You lose the pistol, you lose the conversions. You know how this could really quickly spiral out of control, especially with how quick those rounds were. But the good work that they did in the third round, where they had only the pistols, they were able to get 4 kills, plant the bomb. That put the money on the CTs in a really precarious spot. And now after this, it's just been domination from ENCE Academy straight away. And now they've looked really sharp. The Oprah last round picks up a triple kill. UC shut down one player with an insta headshot, which is, well, he didn't get the follow-up, but it's always nice when you get those kills really cleanly, right? Especially in buy rounds. It just makes you get into the game a lot more swiftly, especially considering this is their map pick. And this anti-eco is looking clean as well. Just holding. Not dropping anything. Okay. I think we've seen enough get the kill on the person that's actually in front of you on the screen.
And he does. Both people. They fall. It's 3 for Henu, and it's an easy sweep up under the rug in that round for Ents Academy. Lovely. Level terms now. Arc Red kind of paying the price a little bit in the last few rounds for throwing away so many lives when Ents Academy were only on the pistols and they got the bomb plant in round 3. So now they're back on a full buy, but they do not have an AWP, so Pody won't technically be directly challenged.
Yep. A lot more freedom. I mean, that allows him to go for those peaks towards ramp. We saw how this one worked out a couple rounds ago. If he wants to go towards outside, he can do that. Obviously, he should be aware that best case scenario, there could have been a glass cannon, I guess, for Arc Red. Nothing better than that. And once again, it's a bit of a slow default from Ents Academy, just controlling the map. They have some presence outside. They're making sure there's no aggression towards the lobby. And again, they're gonna go with the late outside smokes, courtesy of Milzy and VSM, because this is his lineup. It was actually either VSM or Maups. I'm not sure which one of the two. I think it was VSM.
I'm not too sure.
It's one of them, 100%.
That's great from Invisible. He somehow managed to creep by the T's and get onto T roof, and he's still there causing havoc. This is a lot better now. This could be a clean one in return. What a response, what a rebuttal here from Arc Red and Pody. He has been spotted out. They know exactly where he is, and there's so many angles now that the CTs can be peeking him from. Surely he doesn't get more than at least one, unless they give him the fights. And
Nice
there's
shot.
one, and that's done. It was a great shot actually to hit under pressure, but
Yeah.
that is a very, very solid round from Arc Red, and they're even going to be able to pick up an AWP, because if they lose this round, we probably don't see an op maybe until like 6-3, maybe 3 rounds later, 2 rounds later.
I like your map skills. Especially when you're right.
See, they say never do mats on stream. Why not?
Oh. You know what? If that hits, that's an impressive shot, but I like the fact that UC goes for plays like that, and he's that type of a guy, right? For an anchor, he's kind of wild. I'm saying anchor, CT side on a lot of the maps, lurking on T side, going in first sometimes, depends on the play, really. A really good timing in the previous round for Arc Red to go for that lobby aggression, though, and this is something that Ents Academy apparently will have to have in mind, right? That if the round goes towards the middle portion and nothing's happened all over it, then Arc Red will probably go for something, and Herds goes for one. Gets away with it, decides to keep a pretty aggressive off angle though. Are they going to be ready for it? They should know that he's on the right hand side, and UC starting to close out the gap towards Seeker. That's really important. He needs to win it. Rujin with a massive kill there. Cuts off UC, and now killing UC there indicates that this was supposed to be a B play by design, which means that they could go a little bit closer towards A. Shug decides to go aggressive. Hanu wins that fight. They absolutely needed something to go their way. Serva already making his way out on the bomb side as well. Collects another one. And this is slowly starting to fall apart for the CTs.
Oh.
But what a shot from DSS. That's created a lot of space for the player going out of the vent. He picks up both. And it's another round going in favor of the CT side. A great one for Ryujin.
It's such a clever peek there from DSS.
Yeah.
Jay just crouching underneath, because the opera's going to be holding, and you can kind of get the element of surprise, because you're really expecting that player to be coming from right to left.
Yeah.
And when you crouch underneath that angle and just peek up, they never usually expect that, and you're going to be posted, especially if you know exactly where the pre-aim is. Great hold, great shot, and then just, as you said, perfectly creates the space for Rujin to come up the vent and find the double, shut down the round. Ents, however, have found a space, and the gap is towards outside with a wall of smokes. Down towards B they go, and now Rujin, let's see what you can do. Good nade to slow Milzy down and made it much an easier kill to find. UC throws caution into the window, runs right into Hertz. The Tech-9s continue to cause havoc down on the lower bomb site, but it settles for a moment as Hertz regains control. He's got Invisible now to swing open the door to try and help him out, but it's 1-for-1s absolutely everywhere until Arc Red come off just that little bit worse, and it is down to DSSJ with the AWP in his hand. But the danger is Henu and Serva both have acquired AKs and they both have armor.
Yeah, and Henu was already lurking towards the A bomb side, so Serva easily goes up the vent and plants the bomb. So the SSJ now in the 1 versus 2 clutch. He's got a full belt of utility though, so this could prove to be quite dangerous for NC Academy. I think he gets that initial kill. It's a really tough angle though, especially for an AVP, and he's seen enough out of there. Tagged down to 4 HP by Henu. It's a good round for NC Academy. They still won away with the pistols. And I was just about to say, by the way, Arcred had really quick rotations in this round. I'm almost trying to think how they actually lost that. They had 3 players down the B bomb side, and it felt like, you said in the beginning, it felt like NC Academy have found the gap down towards Secret. Ryujin was already down there. He did a really good job at slowing them down with the nade, getting the first kill. He had 2 teammates to support him as well. NC Academy were completely shocked by the amount of players that the CTs actually had down there, but they still come away with the round. And you know what? Seeing those quick rotations could be a really good setup for later success. Now you've seen how quickly they're over-rotating. You can start faking out the CTs. If they're rotating so rapidly every single time you throw in some noise and they hear some steps down the B-bomb side, I mean, this could open up a lot of space, and we saw how this one worked out for Henu, right? He cleared out the entire A-bomb side on his lonesome because he was on that lurk.
Problem was, Invisible couldn't swing through the doors because they opened. There was a T-post and they 1 in, 1 out, and that was a little bit of an issue, kind of caught him by surprise. He might have been able to get the trade there. I love this from Arcred. Super aggressive towards outside. 1 player in main, and they sent 3 just
opening kill,
walking forward.
Going in favor of the CT. Ryujin holding a really good angle, but Milzy's gonna hard clear him. Diligently enough. A 1-for-1. Actually successful for the T's in that endeavor, but look at him again. Once again, going for those mid-round aggressive plays, and I love that. So far, they've been really proactive, but Henu loves it as well. He's in a really good position towards door, actually catches one of them off guard. They didn't realize where he was shooting them from. Invisible gets the kill in return, but it's still 1-for-1 in an open bomb site for NC Academy to use towards A, but they decide to drop down the vent.
B is completely open. They found a massive gap here. Pody's just holding for the swing. And now Arcred are realising we need to get on down here. Pody, if he finds this kill, it's a 1-pronged retake from ramp. So this could be absolutely massive. And look at the flank from Milzy. DSJ is never expecting this whatsoever. Invisible might go down too, as the steps are being heard. Milzy, he doesn't want to strike too early, but eventually when the opportunity is given, he will hit the shot. The same goes for Pody, and DSSJ surely is without a chance now. Takes down the player that caused all the havoc in the back line, but too little too late. You've got 10 HP, you've no time. AWP saved is at least a small victory in this round, but NC Academy tied up this game.
You know what, it's so crazy. If we were on Ancient right now, he would have went down. I wanted to bring that up because earlier today I played a game on Ancient, and do you know what happened? The bomb was planted on B, and as the bomb was going off, I was in T-spawn, but I was on the right-hand side towards the pillar, you know, T-mid. I was there, going towards T-spawn, just entering the water area in the spawn of the T's. And I got tagged down by the bomb.
Did you
I got
die?
like, no, I was like 30 HP, I went down to 12.
It's crazy, it's crazy.
I took 18 HP of damage from the bomb planted on B and
that's
T's
perfect.
cold. And DSRJ just took 100 through a wall from Hannes AK.
The op is going to be reacquired though, at least. Invisible really needs to put it to good use here. And the pistols that are around this AWP, the saved AWP, they're just being picked apart. This is perfect for NC Academy right now. UC has found a massive gap out towards A, and Shug might not see him. Oh, UC doesn't realise it, but luckily it was only a deagle in the hands of Shug, so made that one difficult. Didn't hit the headshot, and the body tag's not enough. He's able to react. So if you're invisible here, you probably want to stay invisible, but you make yourself seen once again. And Pody, he's being so patient right now.
Yeah, that's his style as an oper in general, right? I mean, Bodhi's never been that hyper-aggressive guy, and we can't really fault him. He's got enough crazy riflers on the team that can open his space. He's got Henu, he's got Yuzi, all of those guys just love running in first, and Bodhi's a really good, I'd say really good refrag oper, and that's the reason, you know, on CT side, we see that he's really good because he knows how to get posted on good angles, and I feel like, actually, even though we've talked about how skilled Henu is and how sharp his aim is, and you know, Milty is the most experienced guy of them all, being the only one that actually has some international experience before joining Ents Academy as well. But Pody, most of the time, especially when Ents Academy are playing some tough matchups, he's actually the one to step it up the most, right? Because he's really reliable. He's not gonna go crazy. He's not gonna run into a bomb site and get 3 kills and just use the OP as a shotgun, but he is the guy that's gonna hit the shots that he has to. And this is actually really useful when you have skilled riflers. You just need him to be on a good level, and it's gonna be a good game. Speaking of which, well, here he goes running with the OP down the vent, and once again, Ents Academy have found themselves a free B bomb site. Free pickup.
That is lunacy that he's gone down the vent with the AWP. Oh, Roisin needed to win that fight on Miltsy, and that's a big problem because the T's now contain and have control of double, but not single. Invisible strikes now in the back. Miltsy is low with a headshot. Clears him out and takes care once again. Shoke's going to get on the bomb, and Serva can make no secrets about this. Has to go towards single, has to get him off. Sprays through, sees him on the defuse and clears him. And Serva now is just going to sit in the smoke and wait. Hurts. Tries to walk his way. Surely that's been heard. There's the spam down. No scope from Pody to seal it. And Serva comes in to save the day. Ents Academy were losing their grip on that round completely.
Yeah, they were losing. They were losing grip on the round, but Servo with a massive play. And you know, it makes it even more impressive because they knew where he was, right? He was the guy to get the kill from the top of silo, and they know he's gonna be really late. They knew that the OP was towards double as well, I believe. So in that scenario, he just needs to sprint down. If he loses the first fight, the round is over. And I feel like that defuse was really close as well because they had a kid on. So Servo gets it last chance possible. 14-6, by the way, for the captain. He's on a great start. And so far, it's been a really impressive T-side. All things considered, a 7-round T-side nuke. That early as well. It's quite nice. Have a lot of potential for more. And Henu, not gonna get caught off guard by this twice. He's completely prepared for the aggression towards the lobby. The only trouble, I guess, in a round like that could be if, with the push towards lobby, they've decided to rotate people down B. And if you just walk into those pistols, it could get a little bit hairy. I'm trying to figure out what Hen is doing right now. Is he trying to watch both the exit of lobby and the ladder in the meantime? I feel like this is what he's trying to do here. You just have a lot of trust in your reflexes.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely what he was doing.
It's a little strange to see that, like, but I mean, if you back it, if you can do it.
Yeah. People were doing that. Oh my. Ryujin.
And the SJ as well at the same time. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I meant by it's dangerous if the pistols rotate down and you just walk into them. Headshot angles further the east. It could get hairy. Pody still in here though. 14-7 for him. And it's a little bit risky, but he does believe that the B-bomb side is completely clear. Well, now he gets the confirmation. Henu goes down to a 5-7, and that's another rifle that they could scavenge. So Pody now has to clutch it in the 1 versus 2. They've heard the doors open, so they should have an idea on where he was going. And both of them are coming out of ramp. He was hoping for someone to try and drop from the vendor, come out of secret, so he can isolate the 1v1s, but it's not going to happen in this scenario. Pody now's heard the steps. Door closed, they have no kid. If he finds one kill, oh, he's gonna try and hold him up. That's really risky. He probably goes down, but the Molotov might actually secure the round for him.
It does. Yeah, they can't do it. Can't get on it. Great round. No time. He waited just long enough there. He knew that, okay, if they're on it, fair enough. But I know if I get that molly directly on the bomb, that is perfect. And doesn't go too far. Can be difficult to do at times. That is super from Rujin's angle, by the way.
Yeah.
Hurts, I mean, he kills him unless he instas him there, but even there's still a chance that molly lands.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's much he can do there if you're Arc Red, and they can feel a little bit hard done by that he still had a full utility belt, but it's just extremely well played there from Pody to get that one done.
You know what's the story of actually me seeing Rujin for the first time? I played against him on Face It, and no, Pody didn't just do that again. No, he didn't. What's going on with walls in this guy?
And he hit him again.
He attacks down the second one. They know it's an off. They're just gonna jump, run at him, get the kill, and Shug is too late for the party. Pody actually goes for the repeat, didn't really need that so much, but he misses the shot, still good enough. Hanu punishes Invisible on the aggression through the smoke, and he's ready for the second one. It's a good round for Ents Academy. In fact, it's a great round, and now they know exactly where the last rifler was. It's 1 versus 3 after the Molotov. He's gonna try and close out the distance, but without nade in his pocket, I feel like he's seen enough. UC might even take him down. It's a good shutdown once again. That T side has been rapid from Ents Academy, by the way. I know they've been slowing down the tempo a lot of the time. Okay, that wasn't through a wall. Okay. For a second there, I thought that he just fired a shot through the wall itself.
Yeah,
it just got him.
We didn't get to actually see it, but still impressive nevertheless. And he lands the tag on the next, goes, gets the kill with the pistol. Gets a little bit overconfident, kind of goes for the highlight reel there, just to go and try and kill the third ramp player.
That's because they said that he's a composed oper and he's not the flashiest guy.
Yeah. Watch this. Oh, Hanu dodged those bullets, mate, and he just about does. He's just going to walk through. They were considering, okay, do you want to flash here or do you want to just walk on through? And UC decides, you know what, I'm just going to walk through. I don't care.
Wants to be silent about it. That's the thing. He feels like he can catch a timing. And you know, he's actually caught a decent timing. You saw the Oper from Hell trying to actually spot for that play, but UC's been able to get into that angle really safely. The only problem here is that this position on his own, he's actually quite isolated. He needs his teammates to do something, or eventually he's going to start to have he's going to have to start moving. And he actually has started creating some space. You can see how claustrophobic he is. Anxious about CT, anxious about all those angles. Doesn't believe that he's got such a wonderful timing, but he actually has. They have no idea where he is.
Oh, that is such unfortunate timing. Lines up the one tap, and you see he finds two. Molly down the vent. He's heard the op down there as well. He knows it. And they've got control of this A bomb site. That is incredible play from UC. Now, big fight coming up here, and Pody's holding the angle. The SJ stood absolutely no chance, and Hanu blindsides the first. Is he ready for the second? Well, he's expecting him. He could go down here, Hanu, but it won't matter. Now, that's the information. They know exactly where Hertz is coming from. It's not like he's going to save. This is going to be the last round. Hertz needs to swing out here, but Pody's going to be holding. Needed to swing wide to try and dodge the upper, but too difficult a task. And 18-9 from an upper on the T side of Nuke. That is an incredible performance there from Pody. But I don't want to take too much away from UC, because that round is all on him.
Yeah, that round is all on the timing from UC, and you know, overall, everyone's been playing really nicely, right? We had a couple good moments from Hanu, we had Serva and Pody perform on a really high level throughout that first half, and then UC with the space that he was creating towards outside, that timing play was really good. I'm almost a bit confused that they didn't expect him, because it felt like the Oper had an idea about it, but I feel like as soon as he didn't spot him, they just assumed that the T's just crossed down secret and there was no one going through the smoke. It was actually the first time UC went for a play like that so late into the half, so it's a good little detail there. Nice way to switch things up. Second half pistol round though, started. I'm not sure if UC actually tried to throw the flash like that. Looking towards the heavens. Rugen opens things up. Server shuts him down. It's a quick 1-for-1. The A bomb site compromised, but the CT is already close enough for the retake.
Yeah, Server's going to get back. He's going to line up the flash, and the retake is going to come in. Here comes the swing. The SSJ completely blind, tries to jump around to dodge the bullets, but it's not going to work. It was a nice attempt. There's now 1T on the site and 1T left. It's invisible. Has to go in absolutely huge. He's already racked up one. There's a second. Pody up close with the Julies, and 2 pistols is better than 1, as we find out once again. There's a new sheriff in town. His name's Pody. And Ents Academy take that CT pistol along with their 11th round.
Yeah, surely that should be enough for them to close out their map. I'm sorry, did you just see how he turned around and the flash just popped into his eyes? That was so funny. But yeah, I mean, it's your map pick. You got 10 rounds on T side of Nuke, and now you even picked up the pistol on the CT side. If you get that conversion, if you win the anti-4s, you should be good to go. It should be a pretty swift Nuke for Ents Academy from now on. That is if they hold on against the rifles. Arcred have another chance. Hertz on the Deagle, everyone else on AKs or Galils, and this is extremely quick, especially considering they have no smoke towards outside. They're just taking space and taking kills as well.
That's what you need to do sometimes on these rounds. When you invest in all the rifles, you need to swing, you need to just take the fights, and they're winning nearly every single one. They just need to win one more. And well, Service been spotted, needs to find this kill, and he does, but it costs him a lot of HP, and well, Roisin, absolutely no fear in him. He's just going to peek right on through and take him down. An instant response from Arc Red, exactly what they needed to keep their hopes alive on Nuke. And it's a really good call there. Something that you do see quite often, though, is just, you know, that walk. Let's just go outside. Let's just swing. Let's just take the fights with them with the rifles. Some of us have AKs. If we land the headshot, we'll win the round.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of similar to the way that a lot of people, knowing that the CTs don't have an AVP, go for the contact place on overpass towards A, right, and towards long. They just swing and pick up the fights, knowing there's no op, knowing you can actually punish the M4s or the scout or whatever gun they have. As long as there's no AVP, you can pick up the fights. And you saw that Ents Academy were just not ready for those raw peaks. Let's see. Good position towards the back. Vic manages to find the first one. Diego not good for another, but it's still a lot of information. He spotted a lot of people, and Ents Academy have started moving players closer to hell. There's two pistols nearby. Pody gonna try and make first contact to get the attention away from his teammate. Set him up for a multi-kill. Maybe it's Servo on the 5-7. He's been on a really good performance so far, and they're gonna line up for him, but it's a really good double clearance. They were aware of ball fangos not getting fooled by this setup. And suddenly, Arc Red are back into that T side. Unless Hanu goes absolutely nuts. I was gonna say unless he goes badonkeys.
I thought you were gonna say nuclear. That was definitely not the word that I thought was gonna come out of your mouth.
I've never used badonkeys in my life of casting, but I heard it like 2 or 3 days ago. And I just like how funny it sounds. But yeah,
funny.
nuclear works as well, considering the map as well.
Yeah, that's where I thought you were going.
Yeah.
But that would have been too obvious, and Ted's brain doesn't work in obvious ways. I've figured that one out relatively quickly.
That's a really nice way to call me special, by the way.
You are special.
I appreciate
You're definitely one of a kind.
Thank you. You too, man.
No, nothing really special about that round, was there? It was just a classic. Pistols lose against the rifles. Great clear, as you said. Was a nice setup, was a nice attempt from Ents Academy, but Arc Red were just too clued into that one. And it's only pistols once again, so full eco. Hertz is going to be trying to farm up that money with the Mac 10. He's the only person with an SMG, but this is the round that you really look forward to when you're an SMG player. Especially because you're going in first, straight out the door, but you see absolutely nobody on the A side.
Yeah, I like the setup. They went for the high-low double-double towards heaven and hell with the pistols. It's not a bad idea. They would have loved to have a flash and be able to just jump out of heaven, just rain on them. Unfortunately, they'll have to do it flashless. Just swing, hope for the best, throw yourselves at the grace of the T's. Well, the grace of them missing, probably. And they've been able to pick up 2 kills. Okay. I mean, there's no chance for the round, but they're actually winning every single fight here. Finally, an AK picks up 1 and 2, but Ents Academy, they're gonna get every single kill. They have no chance to get the round because of the lack of a defuse kit, but this is phenomenal outcome for just an eco. They get all 5 kills, 2 rifles recovered, both players survived. Look at the money on the T side. Well, it's not that terrible, but it should have been a lot better. They should be, after the previous round, they should have been on 14, 15k each. And now they have 2 buys in the bank. This is great for Ents Academy.
Yeah, now you get a tactical timeout to detilt because you are fuming that you've just lost everybody to USPs in 1 deagle.
Yeah, it's crazy that you lost the first 3 people. It's not like it was refrags, you know, everyone was getting 1 kill and then getting shut down because they see 4 people on their screen. The first 3 people just went down without getting a kill.
If you're Ents Academy right now, you are like over the moon with that round.
You feel invincible. Sorry. I was waiting to say that for a long time.
Invincible and invisible in the same game. Who'd win?
Double I.
Well, we'll see what Arkwright can come back with here, but you know that 100%. That's what that attack was for. Is just to kind of calm down a little bit there, because you're definitely annoyed. 100%. Especially when you come across teams at this level. Any level really, the tilt factor is always there. You see it in tier 1 so often. I won't name names. I'll save you that much.
Yeah,
But-
I just thought it, you know, in the moment that you said that, 5 players just appeared
Yeah,
in my
yeah,
mind.
yeah. I'll let you guys, you know,
Yeah.
guess who I was talking about.
Have a guess with your imagination, just to edit a little bit.
This is a great molly for Pody here. He can play behind that and actually maybe cause some problems. Server's going to try and lock down the ramp, and oh, surely not another USP kill. He's going to molly behind that smoke, which is just going to force the ramp player back right into the waiting arms, I believe, of Henu, who might be able to spot him out and peek him. Pody gets a smoke up to act as a wall between himself and 2 Ts that are making their way down secret. And Roygen, being so cautious, knows, of course, there's a player here. They don't have a flash to clear him out. So you're going to have to wait and find it. Yuzi was waiting for that flank, and he was thinking, I made a play like this a few rounds ago.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen to me.
Understanding on how the map works. I mean, you've let go of outside. You know that the ramp is clear as well, because UC, or not UC, but Service left it. So he was aware of the possibility, and now they're just picking them apart. The bomb eventually will have to get to a bomb site, and they heard Chug. Server just going for him. He's low on HP, doesn't give a damn. It's another multi-kill from Server. 22 and 12 from the IGL. This is one of the best individual performances we've seen from Server in a long time, by the way. He's delivering, firing on high cylinders. UC looking sharp in some of those fights as well, and it's a great response from Ants Academy. This is what you need. After the previous round, this is why Arcred went for the tactical timeout. They wanted to have a word or two and be like, okay guys, you know what? We've won 2 rounds. Everything's going fine. We even won that round. There's no need to get upset as long as we continue winning. But now you stopped winning. So if you lose this round, your money is in a really tough spot. That's a tough shot to hit. So 1 tag in a similar position situation in the first half. But yeah, you're in a really tough spot right now. And if you're Ants Academy, you're really happy with this. To reset the economy of the T's at a potential 13-8 lead. That could be great. Pody still looks like he wanted to go for the kill. Decides to give it away wisely enough. The moment of surprise is gone. So you can back off. You didn't lose anything. Didn't gain anything either. Well, you push them back slightly, but now with the smokes, you really have no confirmation. Although I believe there is a gap in those smokes. Okay, there's the 3rd one. Now the play towards the ramp comes in, but Ants Academy, once again, have the read. They have a boosted player and people down the B-bomb side.
He's going to be ready. He's going to let them all out as well. Buddy only gets 1. Oh, DSSJ. Okay, he gets the refrag, but oh, that's all gone wrong, and Serve is ready and waiting. You're not expecting the 2nd round player down, and that's a big problem. Arc Reddit's all falling apart. DSSJ has had an absolute howler in that round. He's killed his teammate.
That actually allows Milty to get a kill as well. Look at that. Milty kills Rouge in there. So the Opera kills his teammate, and then Milty, who was supposed to go down, gets tagged through his teammate, stays alive, and gets a kill.
Yeah.
So it's like Milty got a double.
Milty got a double for 1 for his life, which is perfect.
Good deal.
It is a good deal. It's a damn good deal. I'd take that deal. Well, Arcred are going to have to make a deal with the devil to try and get around like this with just pistols. But the only devil they're dancing with right now is going to be the bullets of Ents Academy, who absolutely ripped them apart. 1 kill is all they can muster on the T side. But we're back again, and this, you feel, has to be the last chance. This is the last bite of the cherry here for Arcred on Nuke. If this one does go alright, Ents Academy are going to take their map pick in extremely convincing fashion.
Yeah, and a lot of those rounds have been really clean for Ants Academy when you think about it. Maybe the most scrappy one was the 1 versus 2 with the Molotov in the first half. Most of the rounds that Ants Academy have been able to win have been really dominant. And that's a good sign, you know. That's a sign that, you know, they know they're following the game plan, and the game plan is solid. Looks really good.
I'd make a
great
counterpoint
performance
to that.
from the individuals as well.
I'd make a counterpoint to that and say that I think Pody was in control of that clutch for the entirety.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's by scrappy. I mean the fact that it's still a round in which they lose all 5 players and they win.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. It's not clean financially. Is the point I'm making?
For sure.
The others, they were keeping 3, 4 players alive.
For sure.
Yeah, 2 it were. So this was the only one that went down to the wire in terms of lost players. In general, overall, you're completely right. I mean, in the moment that he throws the Molotov, there's no way they lose the round. So he was in control. Well, the T's can't really be too silent about going down secret, and I feel like the steps have been heard. Now, the Ope is still posted on the angle. They still don't want to write off the possibility of this being a split from secret and ramp, so he's going to stay there for a little bit longer. But Server's already down the B-bomb side, and from what I saw, they still have the double setup towards the ramp. He's going to get some real quick support any moment now, and he needs it.
Single door swings open. He still comes away with 1. Pody refrags him and hurts. He tries to get closer to his teammates, tries to be some support, but Henry just sneaks out and peeks by surprise. Miltsy has walked above a T and he has been spotted. Oh, now eventually he has seen him and knows. Last player's bomb planter. He's towards Singular. He's in the smoke, guys, and they're just going to swarm him. They surround him from all angles. They keep 4 alive as well, and it's just been so clean and plain and smooth sailing for Ents Academy once again. 15-8. It's been an annihilation so far, Ted. Arcred, they need to come back. They need to have something, you know, a little bit of fight in them right now, because it is day and night between these two teams.
I think pretty much might sound a little bit harsh, but the thing is they need to try and find some relevancy on you, because so far it feels like they've been outplayed in every single sense, right? I mean, and it's not only Serva and Pody being so crazy with their kills, right? And individually, it's just the rotations are really good. Every single time it feels like Ents Academy have the right team. And look at UC. Well, at this point, this is just that I want to close out the map play from UC.
Yeah, it's a strange buy here from Arcred. 1 smoke and 2 flashes, and they've already smoke. So they just want to take fights. They want to do exactly what they did in the 4 spy round after the pistol, and so far it's worked. I mean, they found 2 kills now. Henu has gone unnoticed so far, hasn't been cleared out, but surely he will be. Rujin comes in back turn, and there's the bomb drop for Henu. If he can get some kind of support here, this could be big problems for Arcred. They needed to get rid of him, and they did. Now, Serva, he's occupied right now, looking for DSSJ. He's done a whole lot of damage to him so far. Pody gets a little bit closer to be of some kind of support, and surely he's going to clear under heaven now, and he sees him. There's the kill found. Now, Serva can get involved in this round completely. Invisible is going to be forced out of position because of that molly, but Pody not holding. The T's get a little bit closer to main. This looks like it will be the save from the Opera. Pody with that kill. Actually, Serva's going to swing on through, but they do leave it just a little bit too late. So Arcred, they will take this round. They'll even take the Op away from Pody, which is good news, but I've got some bad news for you. Ents Academy have built up quite the bank balance over the last few rounds.
Yeah, you can see there was a really confused moment with the communication on the T's, by the way. Henu gets the first kill and no one's looking towards him for 2 or 3 seconds. So actually, he plays it right? In that scenario, he needs to get the first kill and stay alive, and as you said, just wait for support. In that scenario, he can't know it, but the communication apparently wasn't as clean. So if he goes for the insta-swing, he gets a second one on a player that's not even looking towards him. That was a bit odd, but as you said, it's a good round for Arcred. That's the thing, though. A round like that is just going to work out so many times, right? I mean, you're going to get away with it once, twice, but eventually you won't be just able to run out with AKs and no Yuto and make it work. And so far, this is the only thing that's actually given them any kind of success against the buy rounds of Ents Academy. Another one coming up. Now you have the AVP on the SSJ, you have AKs, and you have the Yuto, most importantly. And it does look like a vent drop. Or an A-swing.
They'll swing out into the site, especially with that kill. UC now up, and SSG not looking the right way. Not able to get a refrag, and communication just seems to be so off between Arc Red right now, but they still...
Oh, they dropped down? Service
okay,
here?
This is a big problem.
They have no clue.
There's a free kill, and DSSJ is low. That HE should take him out of the round. It's done. Didn't even plant the bomb. 16-9. Ents Academy. They are going to take that one. Their map pick. And Arc Red, I don't know what it was towards the end there, Ted. I don't know if it's just me, but it seemed like Arc Red just wanted to get that map over with.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, it was that last round as well, the round before that, where we said that there was some delayed communication on Hanu's position. It just felt like they were trying to run and see what happens, right? And even in that scenario, they get all the kills, they drop down the vent. It was really chaotic. Ents Academy were probably supposed to lose that final round, but Arc Red just going for an A-pop without a single flash as well. This is why I thought it was a vent drop, by the way, because no one lined up to do any util, no mollies, no flashes, no nothing. They just ran out, and Ents Academy capitalized on it. But you know what? It was a little bit scrappy from Arc Red towards the end. Let's not take anything away from Ents Academy. They did play a good map. It felt like they had the upper hand in most of the scenarios individually. Server and Pody popped up. And, you know, if they hold on to that performance, if they keep it up in the same fashion that they did play on Nuke, I might be feeling quite optimistic for Ents Academy's chances for a 2-0 here. Arc Red needs to change something before that second map on Enshin. It is their map pick, yes, but when you look at the numbers, you look at the stats, it's quite the same story for both teams. Both teams have played it a pretty decent amount of times. Both teams haven't really been able to capitalize on most of their games, though, and Ents Academy surely do look like the team that has been playing better so far on the day. We're going to find out whether they're going to be able to eliminate Arc Red from the Pinnacle Cup, but all of that will take place after a short break.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pinnacle Cup 5. We are about to get underway with map 2 of our final game of the day. Elimination game between Arc Red and Ents Academy. Ents Academy 1-0 up after taking their map pick of Nuke. Now we move over, Ted, to the map of Ancient, Arc Red's pick. But they've played it twice already in the Pinnacle Cup 5 and they are yet to take it. This one needs to be different or they're out.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, things need to change in a pretty drastic way, I feel like, for Arc Red. I mean, it's not just individually did Ents Academy outplay them on map 1, but I'd say in general, Arc Red felt like they were just a little bit discombobulated in a lot of the moments, right? I mean, it was really noticeable towards the last couple rounds that there was some moments of miscommunication, misunderstanding. People didn't quite realize where their teammates were getting shot from. Either they weren't receiving the comms or there was just too many people talking at the same time. You know, it could be both. We can never know, but it just felt like a bit discombobulated. And now they've actually decided to start on the T side, or well, Ents Academy have decided to start on the CT side, as this is Arc Red's map pick. Opening kill goes in favor of Hanu. Quick return, though, 1-for-1 bump actually towards Cave, even though there's 2 players looking towards middle and towards the A-bomb side. So this is a bit precarious. They might try a last second rotation. It is a little bit risky, though, especially with Pody's position towards Donut.
Yeah, P250 is going to go searching for a kill, but he's not going to search in the right corner for Pody. Milty, in the meantime, finds another. We're down to 2 Arc Red players on this pistol, but they've found a gap out towards B. And, well, Invisible is going to walk forward, take that aggressive peek, take that aggressive fight. He needs to in a man disadvantage. Even in a 2-man disadvantage, you need that even more. Wins the fight, but still need to overcome the bigger numbers, which fall on the side of Ents Academy. And 2 players creeping now up that ramp. Right behind Rujin. He needs to turn around and be ready, and he is for the first and the second as well. It's a great response. It's a great start for Arc Red as they clean up that T-pistol. Invisible and Rujin do it all.
Yeah, it's a 2 versus 4. They just capitalized really well on the fights that they were given, right? I mean, UC probably doesn't really have to go for that fight towards CT. He knows that there was 2 players towards Cave. He knows that they had a lot of space towards the B-bomb side. Maybe should have waited for his teammates that was serving towards CT. He was right behind him. Gave him a solo fight, and you know that angle is really, really advantageous for the T holding it. Rujin with a big double, Invisible with a big triple, and Arc Red with a big first round on their map pick convention. Force by coming in. Hanu up close. Invisible is going to try and get ahead of that smoke and does manage to do so successfully. Gets the first one. Now UC's only on a D. which is not going to be good enough. So just like that, the round should be over. Should be a save called up for server Pody and Miltzy. And a 2-0 lead for Arcred here early on Ensha. We did talk about the stats for both teams on this map. Ents Academy have played Ensha 11 times past 3 months. Arcred have played it 10 times. Ents Academy actually did play it once in the tournament so far, and they beat Ecstatic 16-10 on it, which was, you know, a bit of a surprise. You talk about that. You did talk about that game in the pre-game and mentioned, you know, upsetting a team like Ecstatic, which is quite solid, especially, you know, now with the changes that they did, bringing in Patty, who we know is a really solid IGO from his time on Astralis Talent. And, you know, Pody popped off in that previous game. He was on 23 and 12 in the end. Miltzy dropped 20. Henu dropped 19 with a big T-side and a lot of opening kills as well. We've seen some good results from them. You look on the other side, Arcred. They've lost, well, 6 out of their last 7 games on this map, which is not ideal when you think about it. Losses to Encilio, Sampi, Orcs, Ikla, X-Hydra, and Aurora, and winning only against the Polish players of Thunderflash, which was towards the end of July, on the 25th actually, in a CCT North Europe event.
Yeah, it is quite a while ago, to be fair.
And they've played it a lot, but they've just been losing. Well, I guess it still is good experience, and you learn more from your losses.
Let's see if they've learned a little bit here. Well, have they learned not to walk into an A-stack, because it might be Ents Academy dishing out the lessons here. Ooh. As Miltzy, great shot with the Deagle, but all the angles continue to be cleared out by the T's, so not too much of a problem. Miltzy still wants to fight here from long range. And the Deagle, the problem with it is still very, very dangerous. Even if you do have a rifle, if you go swinging into it, there is a chance that you just get instantly headshot with that chance taken away, and the round taken away as well. Arcred with the perfect start. It was only at this time though in Nuke that Ents Academy started to get going, and they will get going with a full buy round in this one.
Yeah, it's a pretty similar story, right? I mean, yeah, Ents Academy are on the key side of Nuke when they started things off, and I'm actually so sad that Henu doesn't get that kill. He was waiting there for 40 seconds, and he finally gets to shoot the player from behind, and he still misses the shots, but it's first buy round coming up for Ents Academy. As you pointed out, Arcred did pick up the first 3 on Nuke, and then all of us remember what happened. Ents Academy were just really quick to answer back. An A fake coming up. They're going to send Hertz in all alone towards the bomb side, and it's going to be a B play, but the bomb has been, well, the bomb hasn't been spotted, but they did see 2 players, I believe, so should have a pretty decent hint on what's going on, and that's made the T's actually slow things down now. They don't want to commit to the bomb side. They realize that even with the first kill, there still will be more people behind, and the fake didn't really work out, so they're going to double back towards middle and towards the A-bomb side, exploring their options elsewhere. But Ents Academy have been really quick to realize what's going on. They have the double setup towards Donut that could deny everything and even drop the bomb, and they have Serva towards red.
Yeah, this is really good here. Panics him a little bit, and that flash is good enough to actually get a little bit of information, because the steps have been heard. Missed shot, they're not expecting the second. Now Miltzy will strike with 2, with 3, all headshots, and a molly and a smoke drop. They gain control of the bomb and the round with it. That HE though will find one back, at least in favour of Arcred. Hurts to get his hands on the bomb, gets his hands on an AK in the meantime now as well, but the round still completely up in the air and still completely in control of Ents Academy. That is a lovely bait setup in towards Donut as they shut Arcred down on the first buy round.
Yeah, absolutely great. Diop takes first contact, sets up Miltzy for a really good triple kill. Multi-kill potential from Miltzy, absolutely insane. And Hers was left in a pretty much unwinnable situation. UC just shuts him down from the back. Ents Academy once again pick up the first buy round of the map, as they did on Nuke. As long as they have the guns, everything looks to be fine. Arcred will have to work for their rounds a little bit more. No quick presence towards middle. They're trying to create some space for the AVP, but there's an open on the other side as well. Pody didn't quite get into the action in the last round. He did his job, which was just bait for Miltzy. And
he dropped the molly as well. So he threw that Molotov down, it bounced it off the wall, and that meant that the person pushed in, they were going to take so much damage. It just made it an easier kill there for Miltsy. And then he dropped the smoke. Miltsy was able to drop the smoke on the molly afterwards, and they just hold control. It was really well played. Pody did more than enough. Didn't need to hit any shots.
Yeah. We're looking at efficiency here.
Smoke over towards short. Invisible might want to walk out now from cave, but not just yet. Hanu right side by side with Rugent, whether he realizes it or not. And it's Academy, they haven't a clue what's going on right now. No information, but now the information has been given. They've heard a few towards the ramp. There's the flash here comes to swing into the site. UC needs to stop Shug, but he's not able to do so. Great flash. Blind Shug for the moment, but look at this. Taking the necessary risks, pushing through smokes. He finds a kill, but creates a lot of space for his teammates now to push on forward. And even with that kill, Pody is considering it. What do we want to do here?
Oh,
service
that's
calling.
great.
We're going to go for it.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. They still don't want to peek into CT because they feel like Pody's just holding. They're waiting for the second player. They're not going to be ready for Pody to be coming out of cave as well. They should still think that he's playing defensively towards CT. And now they found Serva, so Pody will surprise the first one, but now it's 1 versus 1. The SSJ with the AVP, but there's not enough time. Pody's just running out of there. No kit on his back. No time to get the defuse. Both AVPs should survive, even though we are on engine. And look at the amount of damage that actually the bomb inflicts on the T. A bit awkward though with the fight. In that scenario, I love the double setup when you have only 2 players towards the B bomb site. UC's holding that deeper angle, and then Miltsy needs to take first contact in order to create, well, I guess a good diversion and set up UC for a multi-kill. But Miltsy was in the middle of throwing some nades, which I feel like he was a little bit off with the timing there. If Miltsy picks up first contact, maybe that sets up UC nicely for a multi-kill. And I feel like there was a little bit of miscommunication. Maybe UC feels like he needed more support there, not in the form of flashes or nades or whatever, but just in the form of his teammate trying to fight next to him and alongside him. Doesn't work out though. 4-1 in favor of the T's, and a tactical timeout for ENCE Academy. Haven't spoken about this yet, by the way, but you actually do have a representative of UKCS in the ENCE Academy team is Whitey, the coach. A person that we've been talking about quite a lot. Previously, obviously, a coach of Endpoint Academy for a short while, around 6-7 months, but that was in 2021. And he's been with ENCE Academy for quite a while now, since July 2022, which was pretty much the creation point of ENCE Academy, of the project itself.
Been there for quite a while. Of course, this ENCE Academy roster hasn't gone through, I don't believe, any changes, right? This has been the same roster for
correct,
forever.
Yep, absolutely. And you know what? I actually have a lot of respect for that. I like it. Even when the results are not going well, even if you could arguably go, okay, there's a couple other Finnish players that you could pick up when things haven't been going, you know, extremely right for such a long period of time. Because if you look at some of the other Academy projects, I mean, you look at teams like Spirit Academy, you look at teams like the Young Ninjas, you look at teams like Fnatic Rising when they were still existing. You know, those were teams, Big Academy as well. Those were teams that have done some serious damage in a lot of online tournaments, right? ENCE Academy haven't been able to go for those runs, but they're still holding on to the 5-man roster, and they're still trying to kind of explain to the players that they should be working together and believe in their project. And they have been in a really good position so far this round, believing in their skills, getting the first 2 openers. Serva has been lost in the process, but it's still a 4 versus 3 retake that they will have to go for. And they still have plenty of time. The T's are not in a hurry to get that bomb down. They want to make sure there's no CTs wandering around that A bomb site. But the retake is on.
What to be believing and achieving. Achieving would be to actually push a little bit deeper in these Swiss stages, something that they haven't been able to do. Almost like something that they haven't been able to do in this round, which is get onto this A bomb site for the retake. But a nice kill there from Pody. He can smoke it off here now, and if the spam is not correct, in the exact position, this could be a big problem. But they don't have a kit, and the lack of kit, they will just try and get away. They're trying to bait the T's in, take these fights on the site. Nobody's on it here. Should we go down? And so will DSJ.
Look
that makes
at that.
it
He
an
was on middle.
expensive round.
He was
an
on
expensive. He's still 30 HP. Still 30 HP, so...
Yeah,
you know,
but he was on mid.
yeah,
You know what? I get it. It's been like that for a long time, so I shouldn't be sounding that surprised, but I can't accept it. I hope that CS2 is different. I really do. That's not normal, man. I mean, on Inferno, you plant on the other side of the bomb site. You go towards Spit and you're still alive. Here, you're on the other side of the map, you're still going down to the bomb. That's crazy.
maybe it will change, maybe it won't.
Yep.
Eds Academy needs something to change here though, because it's been one-way traffic completely from Arcred, despite one little slip up. Invisible even falling down, finds that headshot through the smoke. Milsey didn't stand a chance, but Bodie still in here towards Donut, needs to get that smoke down, but now he's being pinched from both sides, even though they smoke him off. He's still alive, spots out Invisible, misses that shot, and that gives Invisible the chance to take the offer out of the round. The CTs try and get close to stop this bomb plant from going down, but it doesn't happen. Arcred continue to push forward, and they're mowing through Ents Academy right now.
Yeah.
And this is the response that they needed to stay in the event. Look at that. Invisible. It's one of those fights that's so awkward, because when you're falling, you're like, oh no, I could die here. But once he lands, he just sets himself 2 taps through the smoke. It's perfect.
Yeah, exactly. You feel like the CT just has the chance to double tap you, but if he misses that opportunity, he's going down probably. This is something that they couldn't do on Nuke, right? I mean, you see that fast-paced tempo on the T side, just running around towards middle, towards A, abusing Ents Academy. This is something you can't do on Nuke because of the existence of so many choke points, right? They tried to do it towards outside, but then Ents Academy are just rotating down B, and eventually you're gonna have to run into them. And, well, eventually, you're gonna get shut down by the op towards outside. But here on Ancient, you can make it work. And so far, they've been doing a hell of a good job with making it work. And that's the entire CT team here, and it's just pure aggression towards CT, not letting Ents Academy even think about being competitive. Going into that retake, leaving Pody and Serva in a 2 versus 4. Pody's in with a good position here with the 5-7, but they actually do know about him. They're gonna molly him out, and Ryujin picks him up. It's just Serva left. It's an 8-1 lead for Arcred. One thing that I've noticed, and you know, I said that already on Nuke, but this game's been extremely rapid. Both teams are just playing really quick CS on their T sides. I mean, yeah, Ents Academy had some of those slower and more methodical rounds on the T side on Nuke. Well, simply because of, you know, the pistols being on offer from Arcred, but when it comes down to buy rounds, both of those teams are just going in full speed. And on this map so far, Arcred have been quick even against the pistols, even against the low buys. They're just feeling it. They've been hard abusing that A-bomb side. I feel like this is maybe the right time you put Pody on an OP towards A, and maybe it could be the perfect moment for Arcred to call something a bit more simplified towards B, right? I mean, show some early presence towards middle, maybe have a similar round to what you went for. I think it was round 2. Round 3 when they faked that A play with the smokes and just contact the B. I feel like at this point, if you're Ents Academy, you just need Pody to be around that A-bomb side. And so far, he has been mostly around that A-bomb side, right? He's been either towards Donut or towards Tempo in the majority of the rounds. I dare to say maybe all of them. And this one's not going to be any different. Straight up towards Donut. And there you have it. Mid presence, you send a couple players out quickly to make sure there's not going to be any aggression from the CTs, and you head over towards the A-bomb side.
Henry gets that smoke down and actually manages to find a kill. Now Milsey hasn't been spotted out. Invisible might be baited into this setup completely, and it has done. It's all gone wrong here. Hurts in the fire and flames, just burns to a crisp. Milsey's bullets do see to that, and that's one of the cleanest rounds that we have seen, and it goes in Ents Academy's favour. Henry falls, but they have enough to rebuy him. Arcred have got plenty of money, so no need to be worrying about that.
You just said they have enough money to rebuy him. I know what you meant, but it sounded like, you know, in some of those, well, free-for-all games, I guess. Some of those, like, Fortnite,
Battle Royales,
Warzone. Yeah, Battle Royales is the term that I was looking for, thank you. you can actually pay something to revive your teammates.
Oh yeah.
There was
like
that feature.
A buyback,
right? So
yeah.
I just thought about this. They're just buying back to get Hanu back in the server.
Imagine
that might be the second worst thing that might happen to CS after the nanotech that ESL introduced in the troll. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna tell you a fun story. In the moment that I saw that, I actually didn't instantly clock it was a troll. What I started thinking about was, okay, time to switch to Valorant.
You mean I was this close to getting rid of you for good? Oh man.
You see, now I'm unhappy that I shared that story with you.
Anyone happy that he got aggressive there towards B, but he's doubled up with UC. At least he was trying to follow his teammate and help him out, but both players do fall, not without at least a kill. Miltzy's already close by, however, his teammates, they're not ready just yet. Bomb actually doesn't go down here, it's just been tapped, and everybody from S Academy has rotated away. Invisible has gotten to a really good position to lock off the rotates back towards A, and actually he's going to let Pody past, and nobody's going to spot him either. Pody's in incredible danger right now. Invisible finds this kill for free and still locks off the rotations. They're going to have to go the long way around. No other way about it. And if they continue to go the short way, actually, Miltzy might catch timing of his own, and he has. Invisible has let his guard down completely and left DSSJ in a 1 versus 2. Smoke down, and they're just going to send it through the smoke. DSSJ now knows where the second player is as well. Both players low, around half HP, and DSSJ just peering round the box, trying to get the headshot angle. Serva, he's been silent in that smoke, and now walks on through, but DSSJ has played it perfectly. He's walked into Temple, and even if Serva realizes what's going on, actually the molly might just save him. Needs to stick to defuse though, and he's still not on it. Swing on through, Serva finds the kill. Is there enough time? Surely. Oh, it's so close. He has it.
He's got it.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, that was so close. That was 1/10, no 100, no 1,000th of a second away from being a defuse. That was so close. You just saw the little line on the defuse. It felt like it was enough. That's such an awkward round for so many reasons. First, the fact that Pody looks like he knows there could be a player towards red, but he kind of just assumes there is no one. He just runs full W by him, and he's like, okay, no one's holding my back. I'm just going to focus on A. I feel like you guys are going to play this one together, and they didn't. Then Invisible towards red, completely negliging the chance of the second player being there, but they're gonna force an issue once again, going real quick towards that B-bomb side and just shutting down Ents Academy. Not a single fight going right for Ents Academy. Well, actually, two of them did, but doesn't really help out, does it? Miltzy's left in a 1 versus 3 here, and he's already thinking about the save. I know we're only a couple rounds in this game. I know it's just the first half still, but 12 rounds in, I'm not as optimistic about the chances of Ents Academy getting a 2 as I was just 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, me either, to be honest. Henny was being completely, just solely picked on.
He's been bullied. He's been actually bullied.
He is being bullied right now in towards Cave. They focus him so early on. They just do not respect him whatsoever. They swing through smokes as 2, and I think it's kind of the stage of the game where you kind of have to make a little bit of an adjustment there, and either tell Henu, alright, if you want to play in there, that's fair enough, but we need to send another person with you, or we just give up that piece of the map.
Yeah, I feel like he's in that state where he just wants to play a textbook, right? He just wants to go in, smoke, molly, and then just start spamming and punish them if they want to go later on. But they're just so quick with it. He either needs to be as aggressive as them and match that and pick up the fights, or he just needs to either go for a teammate or give it away. Those are the options. You can't continue playing it like that. And this is a great counter call now. There's no ult on the CT side, not enough money for it, and you heard the flashes towards middle, so you're anticipating the players towards the node. And Rugen picks up the first one, and he's ready for a second as well, doubling up. One of the guns out of the hands of Ents Academy, and this has already been called as a save. The pistols might stick around to try and get a couple exits. Henu's already out of there. He's not moving an inch closer to that A-bomb side, and so are his teammates. Gonna try and hold on to the armors. Okay. Fair enough.
They keep peeking
my
him.
goodness.
They keep peeking him. They're giving him a chance.
If
Yusi might
they
go
had
for
a
this.
kit, they were sprinting back to go for the round. But Yusi's actually gonna go for more. I mean, go for the highlight reel. He switched to an AK.
Oh,
what a one
Yusi.
tap. No way. There's not enough time, surely. Surely there's not enough time. Even if he holds it, surely it should be out of reach. The spam.
He's
oh,
won
Bodhi
it.
gets it. No way. No way.
No.
Yusi just won that. No bloody
Oh,
way.
again.
And he doesn't.
Again.
That shouldn't be around for Ents Academy. Somehow Yusi makes it so close.
Oh man, Arcade are lacking so much discipline, by the way, in those post-plant situations. Like, just peeking, giving fights for no reason.
That had every single necessary ingredient of a disaster. Every single one of them. Bar of the cheese is the only one they missed.
And that's 2 rounds that Ents Academy got really close. That really could have changed the dynamic of this game. But watch this.
Completely.
I mean, like, look, they just run out. They go super aggressive in towards middle. Doesn't matter if Invisible is alone, if he has teammates. And look, they've even made the adjustment there that I talked about. You know, that they go in and they go double up. But Arcade have just made the perfect rematch again. They just sprint out towards A and they just continue to find all the kills. Arcade, they are calling an absolute blinder right now. They are reading Ents Academy like a book, but just in those situations, like that Deagle round, there is a chance that those rounds do go against you. Pody misses this, he's dead. He does not stand a chance. He's gonna get ripped to shreds.
Arcade are playing a much better map than Ents Academy, and even the rounds that Ents Academy might be still in a way, because this use round that we saw with the Deagle, it's not something that could repeat itself, right? It's just gonna happen once. It's not repetitive, but those are the rounds that could get you closer on the map that you're being completely outclassed on. But they're not even winning those, right? They're still letting them slip, and that all of that just contributes to a pretty I dare to say well-deserved win for Arcade, because so far it's looked okay. They're hitting them with a 5-man crouch towards mid. Yeah, they're just bullying them at this point.
They're crab people.
They really are doing this, by the way. We're watching it. I mean, we're one of them. And all of them are crouched.
Are you kind of like hunched over as well, like I am?
NIP fans, let's go. 05, walking into red. A mother duckling. There are 4 little ducks. Who's the mother? Who's the little ducks? That's up to your imagination to decide, but they are not letting go of that crouch. And Serva should have a kill or 2. Actually 3. And switches to the USB, so the SSJ still holding to the crouch, by the way. Still true to the cause.
These fellas are taking the mick, man. I've never seen a round like that. Like, that's how you know that Arcade are absolutely dismantling Ents Academy here. Those boys are taking the absolute piss in this round, by the way. Like, what am I looking at? That's like a strat roulette call, by the way. Like, what am I seeing? Elimination game of Pinnacle Cup 5, by the way, we're looking at, ladies and gentlemen. Just in case you didn't realise, there is a lot on the line here. You're being eliminated from an international tournament if you lose this game. You're a map down. Hold on. You're a map down.
I am laughing. I am completely against plays like that. This is crazy.
Oh, completely.
Not an unofficial game. This is... It's just the most tragic of comedies right now. It's... Yeah. Well,
the worst part about it is it works. They should be punished for a play like that, but it works. And so does the jumping block.
They actually did lose the round. And now Ents Academy could win the pistol.
But it did
Karma. Yeah, it did. But Karma could join the server. And you know, this is when it becomes a little bit bothersome. Unless Shug wins it in a 1 versus 5 with the Julies, which at this point wouldn't be the most ludicrous thing that's happened so far on Enshin, but you know, it's not gonna happen here. Pody shuts him down, Servo with a good double. 4 rounds on the board for Ents Academy as we're still bamboozled by the crap walk. Unfortunately though, boys, this is not the way to go.
only for Serva, and that actually would have paid off.
Yeah.
Literally, I'm still baffled, man. I'm still absolutely
Yeah, things like that shouldn't be happening in a tournament, in an official tournament. Those are the type of plays that you go for if you're a YouTuber or a streamer, and you're just making fun and having fun in Face It or matchmaking. You don't go for those plays, but
yeah,
they did.
I mean,
and now they could find themselves in a pretty awkward position. Rugin's been executed. Haven't spotted the player towards the back of Xbox still. Invisible's picked up a kill. Nice 1-for-1. Elsewhere on the map, though, they've lost the B-bomb side. Well, they never actually had it in the first place. So now they got to try and rotate back. This was actually the force buy for the CT, so Ents Academy might as well be back into this. Invisible's just jumping behind the smoke, trying to catch someone. Miltzy's in a good position, though, to catch the AK off guard. Surely Miltzy doesn't walk in, right? Well, he actually does, but wins the fight. You know what this was? I actually just recognized it. This was you remember the Blast show match before the major final, where in the beginning of the round they just get a certain condition that they need to obey during the round. It's either going to be full smoke, they fill in the rooms of the players with smoke, or zero gravity, just pistols, only Zeus, only nades. This was one of them. Our cred were just playing a show match in this specific round.
I mean, look, I'm all for having fun. It was funny to look at. It was funny to watch. But if Ents Academy start coming back into this game, and let's say...
Oh, yeah. Karma is a... Yeah.
I know. And Arcred really don't want to know the hard way. Perfect flash from serve there. You see, swapping.
I was 100% sure that UC's a dead man without a single kill there, by the way. But he somehow gets a triple out of it.
12-6. We won't be saying anything about a comeback just yet. It's still way too far away, but they're on the right track, Ents Academy. Round by round, brick by brick.
They've done the necessary. I mean, you lose the first half 3-12. You need to pick up the pistol in the conversions, and they have done so. First buy round coming up. Still no hope for Arcred, so you could see Ents Academy go for some more optimistic plays, let's call them that way. Early mid presence being shown by one player only, and that is going to be Hanu. But the signals are really heavy towards that part of the map. Rugin gets the kill through the smoke. Hanu's out, so that means that the B play needs to come into fruition now.
Servo waiting. Somebody swings through the smoke, and that's Invisible dropped. UFC taking a big risk there, but he's got, a bit of information for his team, but they've got no bomb site control. The CTs are so close. This should be a pretty standard retake for Arcred, especially with Serva going down 1-for-1, and now it's down just to Pody. Shug basically does all the hard work there and taking Ents Academy out of their post-plant positions. Once you have a player there towards Cave, if the T's get in there, then it's a little bit of a problem, but when you have Cave and you have teams right, or rather your whole team right behind the smoke towards that long side of the square, Ents Academy have nowhere to be but on the site or on the ramp. And it just makes that so much easier. They're crunched on, and Ents Academy never stood a chance there. That's 13-6 for Arcred as they get back on track, maybe to send us to a map 3, which is going to be a Mirage.
Imagine how crazy a Mirage would be after that type of a game on Edge.
I can't even fathom it. I can't even fathom it, Ted. It's entertaining, to say the least.
Yeah. We'd go outside of the margins of reality on Mirage. And Yuzi just turned his back, and somehow he's still alive. And Ents Academy are actually fighting back in this round. It's fairly clean, somehow. Although a lot of their players actually got tagged down in the process. It's just Hertz left, and they're well aware that he's the A player, so the B-bomb side should be taken advantage of, or maybe not that well aware, because they haven't really moved, even though it's a 5 versus 1. Still taking it seriously, still waiting for him to show himself. And he hasn't moved. It's a precarious round, this one. That's when you know a team is fully focused, locked in. Maybe a bit too much even, but finally UC's going to go on a scavenging mission, or a scouting mission rather, so he will confirm the whereabouts of this player who's trying to play the trigger discipline. Is he going for the knife? I think he is. Oh yeah. He's cooking. Let him cook. UC's low HP. One left click is going to be enough. And he actually executes him. I'm disappointed.
Any damage to the T side hurts the T's money. Excuse the pun. But it's only 2 kills that he will find. And speaking about hurting money, it's pretty much shattered the money of Arc Red. They've got hurts that can maybe purchase an AWP, but they've got a little bit of an issue in the next round. As we see, of course, of the replay, Hurts stalking his prey.
See, this is lack of preparation. Had they done their prep nicely, they would have known that UC's playing 4x3, 12, 80, 960. So, Hurts would have known that UC can't actually spot him, even though he turns around.
Porty can see Virgin through that
nice
little
shot.
crack and gap.
It's a good position. That's the thing. By the way, I like that because it makes the CT thing, right? Because if you go for the swing, the ult most of the time is going to miss you. But you have to go for the swing and make noise and be exposed to the rifle up close if you wanna dodge the upper. So the T's actually have a couple ways that they can hold for this. And the CTs can still be successful. They just gotta risk a little bit more. Once again, Ants Academy showing some great composure when it comes down to facing off against the pistols, but Pody's gonna try and open things up with the big green, and his skull has been opened up. So he needs to be careful not to go down, and he actually stays for a little bit too long. Bump, dropped, and Invisible still going aggressive. He hasn't spotted that because of the smoke. He's in a really awkward spot right now. He's thinking about pushing through that smoke. Server should be aware, and he's got the support of UC to shut down Invisible. Finally, that's one of the guns that the CTs had in possession as well, but Hurts has pushed the A-bomb side, and he actually executes Henu with the Max 7. Switches to the rifle now, and it's a pretty precarious 2 versus 3. All things could be collapsing right in front of Ants Academy's eyes, unless UC's got a 1 versus 3 for us. Picks up the first one, bomb's gonna go down. He knows that the AWP is still towards K, but last time he actually spotted Hurts, he was towards middle, so not prepared for the CT reposition. A great play from Hurts. 14-7, and with this round, it should be a third one sealed and confirmed for Arcrat, surely.
I don't know. I'm not going to make any predictions on this game for the rest, because I can't. I can't. I have no idea. I have no idea what the next round is going to bring. It's just chaos in the server. At any given moment, something ridiculous could happen. Arcrat could call a 5-man rush middle or a 5-man crab walk middle on the CT side. Now, if that happens, I'll definitely have seen it all. But
imagine. Imagine they win this round and at 15-7 they just go. No, this is fine.
Normal. Absolutely normal. They're getting aggressive. They'll see as he goes through the smoke. He's not ready for running up close. Arcrat are done playing now. They want to get this one over and done with. And once they finish with the middle fights, they're going to take control of the B laneway, and that smoke is not going to save server whatsoever, especially with Shug swinging to take him down with just a pistol. Last player is Henu.
Okay.
Not for long.
Is it time for the crap walk? If they go for it again, by the way, I'm shaving my head if they go again. I've said it. No, I actually won't do that because I feel like there is a realistic chance that they actually go for something like that.
There's a realistic chance to never come back as well.
Thank God. I just realized what I said right after I said it. Straight through the smoke, and Rujin doesn't get the second one. Well, nearly. Miltzy is low on HP already, and Hurts is in a good position to shut down UC. He clears him out, spots him. Spray should be good enough for the second. Chuck's aggressive towards B, and Ents Academy are just being totally outclassed and deleted from Ancient right now. The map's over, 16-7. As Arcrat say, no, we're not going to get eliminated from the Pinnacle Cup. here and now. After a 16-9 nuke, we thought that it was a, well, done deal for Ents Academy, essentially, with the way that they dominated the first map, but map 2 was anything but great for the Ents boys. A Mirage decider to decide at Ojak, and at this point, I have no idea who I'm favoring for that third and final map.
No clue. Absolutely no clue. All I know is, Ted, we are going to a third map. But before we do head over there, of course, we do have a short little break. Make sure you join myself and Ted in around 10 minutes time when we will be going live with our final map of the day at the Pinnacle Cup 5.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get underway with our final map of the day at the Pinnacle Cup 5. Deciding map of an elimination game between Arc Red and Ents Academy. We go to Mirage to separate the two because it could not be done on Nuke and Ancient. Ted, I'd ask for your prediction, but I know what you're going to say to me. And to be honest, the same, mate. I have absolutely no idea what is going to happen on this third map, so don't even bother asking me.
You know what? I actually can choose a team that I think is gonna win. Yeah, I think Ents Academy got this. I feel like
so?
Yeah, I think in general Ents Academy have played the better CS so far today. It was just that on that map number 2 they were just completely rolled over. I mean, they were Arc Red were just running around, just headshotting people, not really making too much sense as well. I mean, at one point we were like, yeah, they're calling good rounds, but can you really call a bad round where you're just running into a bomb site, you're killing everybody when you think about it? And it's I guess once you have them down, it's a lot easier to read them and kind of just continue going and build up that momentum and pace. And Ents Academy were just not able to get any opening kills. They were not able to convert those crazy chances that they had in those last second defuses that we talked about as well. I feel like just they were a little bit shocked maybe, but I still feel like on Mirage, Ents Academy are going to play CS-wise, tactically wise. I feel like they're going to play the better game still. I still haven't seen too much structure from Arc Red. It just feels like if they're allowed to run around and headshot, they will win. If they're not, I think Ents Academy got this. Now, I guess what goes against my statement here is the fact that we're moving into Mirage. And Mirage is one of the best maps on which you can just run around and headshot people, right? So I feel like this is going to be the win condition for ArcRed, but we're going to find out.
We are going to find out. We are indeed. By the end of this map, we will see who is going to be eliminated and who will be staying alive just about and going into that 1 and 2 matchup. As Ents Academy start us off with a classic B pop on the pistol. Roygen and Hertz get set up now to defend. Great headshot to start proceeding. Now out spilling from the apartments come the T's as the USPs tap. Try and find some more lives to take away, but approaching from all angles, too many on your screen, and you can't hold for long. However, the retake starts quickly and it finishes quickly as well. In favour of ArcRed, they will start off strongly on the CT side of Mirage. It is a very, very solid pistol, all things considered. Started off with a great headshot.
Yeah, some nice shots. Ents Academy maybe miscalculated it a little bit towards the end because they get the kills, but it took a little longer, so they should have anticipated the rotations to be a bit quicker, right? And they just stick the bomb plant. ArcRed were close enough. They were able to get the kills. It's actually a teammates for the CT side, so everyone having their contribution to that pistol round going their way. Forced by coming in for Ents Academy, of course, and it's going to be another B play by the looks of things. Well, maybe not. It's actually a default. 2 people going down towards under. 2 players holding for a top mid push. Just waiting for the CTs to give them something. HE smoke makes it really difficult for Mills to spot the player. Now he's seen him. He's fired a couple warning shots, makes the M4 actually fall back. Early aggression doesn't actually lead to anything for the CTs, but they're gonna go for another aggressive play, and I actually like that. Changing up the tempo, you've shown presence towards the B-bomb side, and now you're gonna move forward towards middle. But now as soon as you don't spot anything, that becomes a little bit tough to read. You've seen only 1 player in front of the B-bomb side, and eventually you're gonna have to start pushing for something, and Invisible's picked up the opening kill on Serva.
You're going to continue to get aggressive here in the faces of the T's, and they're just shutting down this force by round completely. Mills is the only one to try and take away a rifle or 2 if he can. 1 is already down, but ArcRed, if I know ArcRed, they will just peek him. So he will get chances at this maybe. A few pre-fires and the spray is enough. Controlled into Milty's chest. And now it's probably going to be a pretty controlled round for the CTs once again the next, because ends up absolutely nothing in the bank accounts.
Well, to all ArcRed, I hope we hear each other now, Jack. We're having some slight technical issues, but yeah. All good now? Just pistols?
All good.
Ooh.
Just pistols.
That's a scary scene for Invisible. He was hoping to get a couple eco kills, and now they're actually waiting. That's a big risk. Shug manages to get a double, but it's still players going down, and oh, Henry's in position. There's the first one. Does he get a second? Henu shuts down the second as well. Now that's become a lot more interesting. DSJ, he's been tagged down already. He's down to 34 HP. That's 1 bullet. And they've both picked up rifles. Henu's on the angle. This round is going in favor of Ents Academy. Surely Henu's got this. And he confirms it with a headshot as well. A triple for Henu. All headshots. 2 of them on the Deagle. ArcRed have completely underestimated the round. And they got punished for it.
Time and time again, ArcRed underestimate a round. I mean, they just walk right into the jaws of the pistol there. And they just continue to take fights, maybe that they don't need to. Maybe they need to do it in numbers. Maybe they just need to hold a bomb site. But, I don't know, mate. It's, you might think it's critical of me, but, man, ArcRed, they just want to get the rounds done so quickly. And that costs them so many times, especially on ecos. Like, not only against upgraded pistols, we've seen it in rounds, you know, that they just kept swinging into USPs and just got ripped apart. It's happened 3 times in this series, 1 on each map. And they need to make sure that it doesn't happen again, because especially on that CT side, when you lose rounds like that, that just shatters your money. And
that's the thing.
You can't get back into the game.
Yeah, I don't even think you're being harsh with this statement. I feel like there is a right time and right place to go for disrespectful plays against the ecos to establish dominance. Let's say when you're playing against an eco on Inferno, you go for the peek towards second middle with the flashes, right? This is a safe play to go with. But essentially, like, there's that borderline, right? You go for the aggressive play, you see the pistols, first player gets shut down, you get a double refrag, you gotta stop. You gotta know where to just say, okay, you know what, we're just gonna play this one safe. Ooh, Bodhi actually falls down. Ope was posted. I think it was just a really quick reaction from Invisible. Rocking the Ope on this map, actually he's not the Oper by design, not the main one for sure. Yes, and Jay was oping on the first two maps. Invisible holds on for it, or holds on to it at the start of Mirage. It's a pretty scrappy investment from the CTs, but they do have a lot of bodies towards that A bomb side, and with that double kill from Shug, it might actually work out. Podi's still alive, still kicking. Still quite competitive for Ants Academy if they find a couple more kills, but the time is running low. They need to get a bomb plant somehow, but it's just impossible. Even with the kills that they're getting, they just took too long, and Arcred are going to be able to pick up a third round here. I feel like even they didn't realize how this happened, but they did.
Ants Academy just never fully committed to an idea with a lot of players. And that was the problem. They only had 1 or 2 players walking onto a bomb site where you haven't got a single kill, and that's always going to be a problem. Buyback is pretty strong though. Got Pody on an AWP. See if he can make something work early on. He's going to go for the boost. Does he see the player in lower mid? He does, but he's not able to take him down. Now, Shug knows Milsey's there. He's waiting for the swing. It comes in, and it's not going to be good enough. Arc red. 2 kills to the good now. Serva is low. Pody wants nothing to do with a middle fight. And Ants Academy are back to the drawing board.
You know, this is what I was, I dare say, afraid for, or this is, let's say, my consideration going into this final map when I gave my prediction for Ants Academy. If it starts looking like this, if Arcred can just go for the fights and just demolish Ants Academy, then Ants have a problem, right? If individually you just feel like you're not getting it done, but Arcred are just peeking into them, giving them chances, and Ants Academy are capitalizing on them. 55 seconds, DSJ goes for another, somehow he's out of there with a kill, doesn't get refragged, and now they should walk into Rugen's crosshair, and they shouldn't be ready for him towards ladder. So the first kill is this. Nice refrag from Pody. Knows where one of the players is, but still trying to figure out where the other one resides. And Hurts, typically the B player, so Pody should have a pretty decent idea. Still doesn't make it easier though. 30 seconds. He has to make sure he isolates those once, but the timing is really good from Hurts. Peeks into him, gets the kill. It's 4 rounds on the CT side for Arc Red. A really strong start on that CT side once again, just picking them apart.
Yeah, Ants Academy need to work a little bit harder, I suppose, to find that entry. You know, to try and find that opening pick, because a lot of the time they're just losing it. They are literally just losing that first fight, and they
found one opening kill so far on this map, and it was Milty, and he's 1 in 3 in opening duels.
In that 45 situation, that's where it gets really difficult, really difficult.
Yeah, and that was the case on the previous map as well. There wasn't a lot of openings for Ants Academy. Most of the rounds they would start in 1 or 2 man deficit, which is not ideal. I mean, Arcred are playing in a way that they're letting Ants Academy think about getting back into the round. They're just going for some peaks that they maybe shouldn't be going for. Well, definitely shouldn't be going for. So I guess you can try and get away with some of those scrappy rounds, but again, we saw what happens on Ancient. Even when you've been given the chance, you've been struggling to capitalize. Well, struggling might not be the right word even. You haven't been able to capitalize, essentially. And even in a round like that, you just see how the Enforcer are going for the peaks, just looking for the pistols. It's a pretty odd setup, to be fair. They've just left the bomb site. They don't even have anyone towards ticket. It's just Chuck spotting from the stairs. Heavy mid presence, though, from the CT side, so that should be good enough to catch some Ents players off guard, and it is good enough for the first one. With 35 seconds, though, you gotta feel like the pistols will have to start moving eventually.
Yeah, the fast rotations are going to be over. You might leave maybe Roisin just towards under or clearing it. Oh my, what a shot from UC. Great headshot. Now Invisible will come back and try and help out, as the hit's going to happen here on A, but if you molly default, it's a problem. The bomb plant can't go down. You can't get across. Invisible's still going to be holding, and he's just going to try and mow them all up, which he has done. 5-1. Arc Red are going to lead. And we are back once again here.
Yeah.
On a buy that is, of course.
Pody's picked up the AVP. It's been a long time since the heroics that we've seen from him on Nuke happened. Enshin was a lot more quiet from him and his teammates. Double boost and some kind of aggression towards the B apartments from Arcred. No one to be spotted, but Serva needs to be careful. He's all alone towards that B side of the map, but he's actually decided to go deeper towards under. And this could be a big risk. Now, the question is, when do the CTs decide they want to send Hertz all in? And if they actually do decide to do that, because they don't really need it right now. They seem to have a pretty decent idea on what's going on. Rugen's got a lot of visibility. And now, suddenly, they're going to start moving. Rugen's been smoked off. Doesn't see anything towards middle, so that feels like a bit of an A hit from the CT side's perspective.
Smoke down, extinguishes the molly. Invisible is going to have a long round of read here, and eventually he is just going to be tagged down by bullets. Shug trying to fight just a little bit.
Look at the minimap.
Yeah, he's so quick behind. You don't expect this if you're in Academy. Pody finds that kill though. If Shug stayed alive a little bit longer, maybe Hertz could have a little bit more impact, and he still might have impact. He finds one kill but doesn't get away. Serva makes sure of that one. 30 seconds. Roisin can't see a thing. You might be able to find something. In this situation, are you just going for the save? You're definitely going for the save now if you're DSSJ.
Yeah, overpeaked a little bit. They needed the player towards Ticket to stay alive for a little bit longer. If he does, Hertz is maybe in for more than one. Not maybe, actually. He 100% he gets more than one kill in that scenario. They just lost too many players, and Hertz was all alone. There was no one around to peek alongside him, right? As soon as he gets the first kill, he was losing teammates so quickly, he felt like he had to shoot the first person he sees on the screen, and there was so many CTs that were, or so many Ts, pardon, that were just ready to swing at him as soon as he made contact. And no one to protect him, no one to fight alongside him from his teammates. Here's the replay, Invisible trying his absolute best to stay alive there. Pretty difficult task though. A lot of the Arc-Red players as well died with a full belt of Util, by the way. This is something I noticed. I guess Hertz doesn't really get to use his, but the others had some nades they could have used to make life a little bit harder for Ants Academy. Didn't do so. 2 on the T side. Looks like a quicker B round though for Ants Academy. And oh, they're gonna go for the boost once again. And it's the Ope. He's gonna spot a whole lot of players.
Oh, great jump across. GSS has to jump and get out of there. Drops the smoke to get away to safety, but Ants Academy are going to continue to flood the bomb site. Look at UC, he's already towards E-Box, and they're finding every single kill here. Pody is just lining them up and knocking them out of the park with that 800B, so he continues. Ents has maybe come back into this game. This is going to be a third. And Hertz, I don't know if he saves here. Especially with the position of Henu, and especially because he has his knife out and he just runs right into him. It's going to be an eco from the CT side here. That force fight. Big problem.
Yeah, that was really good awareness, by the way. As soon as they bait out the shot of the Ope, they realize he's going to try and reposition in a more favorable angle, so Pody just holds on the rotation from towards Kitchen. Well, rotation slash if the Oper decides to re-peek, and UC was able to get into a decent position, realizing there was a second player around the smokes as well, so he's just cutting off rotations, but lets his teammates know that as soon as the smoke fades, they should have a player in front of them to fight with. Typically, you do that with one flash coming out of the A-bomb side, but this time around, they just decide to swing short. That's a good reaction from Pody. Just farming kills on the AVP. Might have been in for the ace. Nutsi steals one away. It's going to be a clean anti-eco here for Ents Academy. Unless Pody goes down, but Rujin is in a pretty uncomfortable position. By the way, I just saw on the minimap, look at the perfect line that Arc Red players actually fell into. Did you see that?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that before. Big
No.
conga line of bodies.
Yeah, that was really satisfying.
We see them all fall here once again. And Ents Academy creep closer.
Yeah. It's like... It did look like, you know, when someone's going too fast in a sci-fi movie and they just break all laws of physics.
Yeah, so they leave like a kind of like trail behind them.
Yeah.
Oh, great shot there. How about that for quickness? DSSJ absolutely destroyed server that time around. It's always a problem when you're not usually the opper and you pick up the op coming up against the main op on the opposite side. The main op is usually a lot faster.
Yeah. And Servo was holding for a different peak as well. I mean, you're not ready for the op to peek up close towards ramp. I think he was holding the crossword towards stairs. And DSSJ, he's just roaming around the A-bomb side, picking up kills left, right, and center. Gets rid of UC as well. Everything left from Ents Academy resides towards middle, or should I say everyone left resides towards middle. It's just Pody and Hanu. And the 2v3 Rujin. Still making his presence known, but they've been a little bit trapped here. Just hoping they get fortunate with a peek through the smoke. With 45 seconds as well, a decision has to be made. And you look at how spread out Arc Red are right now. Hertz is playing a really tough to clear position. DSSJ has an AVP towards the A-bomb side. So it's going to be really hard to get past him as well. And even if you do, Rujin is going to be in a good position to support, probably, as soon as he hears something. Especially with that smoke, that should confirm that they are trying to head over towards the A-bomb side. Especially with the flash now, Rujin goes for the drop towards window. If Pody gets the kill into the upper, though, it becomes interesting. 10 seconds. Pody doesn't miss the shot. The SSJ goes down. Smoke is going to make it a lot harder for Rujin. He needs to win the first one. He's going to get blindsided by the planter. And that sets up Hertz for a 1 versus 2 clutch. Hanu's missed him, and Hertz wins the first fight. This is the one that he should have lost. And now it's a 1 versus 1. It's Pody on the AVP. Tucked in safely towards the ram. He's going to get one chance to nail Hertz on the cross. If he misses, though, Hertz doesn't have a kid, but there is a smoke on the bomb. And, Pody's let him cross. And now he's going to stick it. It's a 10-second defuse. Doesn't connect, but the Deagle will. Pody needed all 3 shots to connect to the body, and they do. It's 5-5. We're leveled up.
Arc Red's money now. In a weird spot. So we're going to see Deagle's probably coming once again. But Ents Academy are doing a really good job of coming back into this. And you've got Pody in really dangerous territory, which is his comfort zone. And he is hitting everything that appears on the screen. He's 14-5 right now. 136 ADR. So he's frying with that up. And that's a big problem. When you've got Pody, if you can kind of... The thing about Ents Academy is that if you can keep Pody quiet, you'll have a good game. Like, you will have a close game, or you will just absolutely blow Ents Academy out of the water. But when Pody's playing in his comfort zone, not really been challenged all that much, and he's kind of given that kind of freedom to move around and take the fights that he wants to take, that's when it becomes an issue. That's when you see Ents Academy play the best Counter-Strike that they can possibly play.
Yeah, especially when this is happening on the T side. SJ in a good position for more than one. There's one. Great reaction server needed to get that kill going out of the ramp. Got a bit scary for UC there. If the 5-7 claims 2, it still should be a T side round. But it was dangerous. Thank God they had 1 player towards the ramp to back them up. And now it's all about the damage that they could actually do to the economy of the Ts. But you were spot on with that point. Imagine what happens on the CT side if Pody's playing like that on the offense with the OP. And then suddenly you realize that you were supposed to be the prankster going into Mirage, you know, and by that I mean Arc Red were supposed to be the ones just running around and individually outclassing Ents Academy, right? But now you've become you're on the path, on the way to become the prankee, right? You could be the one to get styled on. And it's Pody to be the shining light in the tunnel for Ents Academy. 6-5 on the T side. We go again. Quick mid-round from Serva. That's really pacey. That's really quick from Serva. Should get rewarded with a kill. Somehow doesn't. Eventually he's gonna get it. Quick 2 for 2. A really quick one towards middle, and Serva gets another one. But amongst all the kills, it's Pody and another clutch. He's picked up one. Needs a second, needs another double, a multi-kill, and oh, he's actually went for CT. Rujin, is he gonna be ready for it? Completely not. Pody wins the fight. Rujin was anticipating Pody to just go for the plant straight away, but he was thinking about even going towards the B side, in my opinion. Wins the fight, 16-5 Pody, and another clutch goes in favor of Ents Academy.
Pody wasn't really anticipating it either. It was just a game of who gets their gun up quicker, and Pody won it that time around.
This game is quite something.
They come,
I mean, this is one way to approach being the underplayer in an anti-eco.
I mean, the op spotted them, I believe, on the cross down, so that was the information. Pody knew that they were going to be running towards it. They didn't call out. And Henu deals with them, and all the pistols are being dealt with here. Henu, though, doesn't have the luxury of his teammate calling out, and left that in the back. You love to see it. First
it was meant to be.
Yeah. Says good night to Pody as well. Tucks him away into bed. And Milty. Anyone else want it? Anyone else want to challenge me?
Serva does. On the nope. Those are the type of rounds in which you just wish that the CT had a defuse kit, right? Suddenly that gets down to a winnable 1 versus 2. I mean, it still shouldn't be winnable because you don't know where they are and they could be anywhere, so it should be impossible, but people just start running at him. You know, if that was NACS 3 years ago, Serva and UC were going for that fight. 100%. We've seen that happen. Unfortunately, not today. Well, fortunately for Ents Academy, they're up with 3 in the lead. There's a nice little replay of the double kill from Henu. Doesn't play it in the safest way possible, but gets the job done. Some nice shots, and the best of them all. Oh, those were quite clean as well. Good headshots from Shug, making it an expensive one for the T's. Not that they care at this point. Only 2 rounds left of the half, and they have an abundance of money, and they decide to switch up the approach. 3 players sending quickly towards the palace. They should be just jumping out.
Instead, they come peeking into the CT player, and Shug's ready. This will helping this A defense, and it's a great defense so far. Now, eventually, the teams are going to fight back in terms of Henu. But not for long. Invisible still staying alive, just playing around the smokes, and that is down to just Pody, and it's a fantastic peek. So quick, knew the offer was there. Pre-fire, good enough to seal a 6th round for Arc Red, who are not out of it just yet, despite Ents Academy having the majority of the fun in the last while of this first half. As Arc Red look to finish at least as close as they can get to Ents Academy, which would be 7.
Yeah, let's not forget this is an elimination game, right? The loser of this one goes home, the winner continues fighting for their spot in the playoffs potentially, which, especially for, I'd say for a team like Ents Academy that started their run even from the play-in stage, you know, from the group stage, beating Enterprise in a best of 1, beating Space in a BO3, that would mean quite a lot. And in the end of the day, they've played only 1 best of 3. They had to FF their game against the Eyeballers, and we did say that they actually took a map off of Ecstatic, which was quite impressive. Websters obviously were the first team to get eliminated. They had to actually FF their game against Question Mark earlier. Did lose their opening 2 matchups against Aurora and ECLA UA earlier in the competition. We have some dangerous teams in that 1-2 as well, though. ECLA UA being one of them. Unfortunately, Spirit Academy or Spirit, the main team of Spirit, had to pull out of the tournament, so they will be given 3 wins away. Did give one to OG today. Question marks in the 1-2 as well. You know, you have some interesting players on there. That's the question mark of Searson, Burr from Sky, JDC, Suspend, Nico. Rumored for 0-0 Nation as their new lineup. Gonna be interesting to see how this one unveils, but back to the action. 20 seconds. Ents Academy go for the B play, and a quick 1-for-1, but they still need to find the second player that's towards the back of the side. Invisible's making it quite impossible for the bomb to go down, and it actually has went down, but not in the way that Ents Academy wanted it to, and the Opes posted on a good angle to finish it off. It's an 8-7 half in the 3rd map of the series. One of those teams going out of the competition, and that shot from Pody was nuts.
A good way to finish for Arcred. They get 2 rounds towards the tail end of it and stop what definitely could have been a 10-5 half for Ents Academy, swapping over onto the CT side, which could have been disastrous and could have spelled the end of Arcred's tournament. But those 2 rounds are not going to win this game. They need a whole lot more. Pistol needs to go in their favour.
9 to be specific.
9 to be specific is right.
Yeah.
They've won every single first pistol. They have lost the second pistol in every single map so far. This one needs to be just that little bit different. Henu, great shot as Royden swings through the connector smoke. 2 more players follow behind him. Miltsy under pressure. Oh, Invisible turns around. Miltsy takes down his teammate because of it, and the USPs continue to reign supreme. But Invisible, he's got a USP in his hand. Jumps over towards short. He hasn't been spotted, but surely they realise it now. UC is just going to be a little bit cautious about clearing out all these angles, and now walks a little bit closer. Once the bomb plant goes down, he can occupy some space. Great shot from Invisible. As now he tucks himself away. Wants this fight though, and UC jumping out the window. Gets absolutely shattered.
He decided that he wanted to land the 1-tap as well. You just saw the way that he approached that 1-versus-1, right? After he 1-taps the player towards short, the way that he fired the other one, we're gonna see it on the replay at any moment now. Look at that. He was just going for the 1-tap. He tried it the first time, didn't work out. Went for it again. Second time does the trick. First map for Arcred on which they were able to win both pistol rounds, and you said it. This could be the difference maker. Ents Academy go for a tactical timeout. This could be tournament live on the line here for Ents Academy. Surely is. Question is, how close are you going to get to that elimination line? The pistol round didn't go your way. At least you were able to get away with 4 kills though. So the forest buy must be and has to be a hell of a good one. You're still going to have 1 rifle in the mix at least. It's not going to be that bad in terms of weapons. Well, I say that. It is only that 1 famous to be the rifle. They have a scout, MP9 for Serva, 2 Deeks. UC with an aggressive position towards the palace area, but he has Bodhi towards stairs to try and get the attention away, and this could work out really nicely for UC.
Already seen his Deagle do some magical things so far. 2 body tags is all we see so far. Now he's upgraded onto an AK, so I don't think we'll be seeing much more of the pistol, but maybe off the rifle. He's so low. That HE should seal the deal on top of him, and it does. Still a FAMAS and an MP9 in play, and there's still a lot of low players on the side of Arcred. Only Hertz is the man that stands tall on 100. Invisible. Oh, what a shot that is from Serva. He jump spams to try and get the player off the bomb towards triple. Miltsy under pressure. They want this fight. Jumping through, Ryzen was low, and realising he needs to set up the high HP player for a 1v1. And that's the situation we've gotten down to. 45 seconds.
No way he pushes jungle towards B.
This is crazy.
Oh, he's finessed him completely. Serva's not going to be anticipating this. Why would he? He was towards connector just a second ago, and he's repositioned. He's flanked him, and now he became the flanked one. Hertz has outmaneuvered him completely. Serva's going to be so confused any moment now. Bomb's been planted. hello, welcome to hell. And now he's realized it. Now it's clocked in. No kid, he needs to be so quick about it.
Can't afford to really take his time here, but there's just so many positions and angles that you could be sitting in, and that's the big problem. Hertz now turns around. He knows that there is probably a little chance he's coming from short, and Serva
time's low.
Now has to make the steps, has to make the sound. Yeah, too little, too late. He's dead as well. Hertz has played that outstandingly well, and Arkwright pulled themselves into the lead.
What a round. What a round to steal away. It did look really, really good for Ants Academy after UC picks up the first kill. Drops the AK, picks up the rifle, stays alive for a little bit longer, tags down Rujin to 10 HP. Serva gets that kill as well. It was just really smart from Hertz. Showed a really good understanding on how he felt like his opponent would approach the situation. He knew that the wisest play would be to just instantly reposition if you're Serva after getting the first kill. Well, A stack gives them 1. Shouldn't achieve anything more than that though. The B bomb site is completely empty for the taken.
Straightforward round for Arkwright. That's what you want in this scenario. Tournament life on the line. You do not want to fall to pistols because they have been your weak link so far this game and this series as a whole. Now they are going to be locked in. It's going to be difficult to get out of this one without at least losing maybe one player or a lot of health. All depends on the exit plan, and it is the worst option of everything. It's into Miltsy and Pody in a crossfire, and there's 2 kills, there's a third. DSSJ takes a lot of damage, he falls to the bomb, and once again, when Ents Academy lose the round, they have those protocols to set up to go for those exits to get very close, and then just strike. Take every weapon away and make it so expensive.
Yeah, Opes on the server for both sides. Bodhi did shine on the offense. Same happened on Nuke, and on the CT side he was able to keep it up. Let's see if it happens again the same way. A bit of a failed smoke T, so that's not gonna create too big of a gap towards middle, and this is what they were hoping for. Bodhi still gets the kill. Oper didn't really need to turn his attention away towards the A-bomb side, and the T's were not ready for him to still be residing towards his main position. Mid-round aggression could work out for Ents Academy here. The only problem is they're gonna hear the steps, but they have nothing to do about it. I mean, unless Kanu picks up a kill, Bodhi actually dropped the bomb, Kanu picks up another, and now the bomb's dropped in a pretty precarious spot. So Invisible and Shug will have to go back, claim that from short, and somehow find a way back into the round. And look at Ents Academy, just not giving them anything right now, and why would they? They have Milty aggressive towards the round, they have UC covering Palace. Bodhi can just make sure that no one's trying any funny stuff towards jungle. And you can see our cred, they're hoping that Ents Academy just walk into them. They're hoping for some kind of a giveaway, and they actually got a momentarily fight with Serva towards the bomb side, but he's been able to reposition really nicely. Catches the Op off guard, and now it's just Shug, a 1 versus 4. He's actually left the bomb completely at this point. It's all about the damage, all about the amount of guns that you can take away from Ents Academy, and it actually might be UC to get the shortest throw. Well, never mind. He reacts really nicely. Shug goes down. 4 survive for Ents Academy. It's a great round on the board for the young Finns. Here's the replay. Bodhi with a couple nice pickups. Hanu was there to add on. A lot of individual fights just going in favor of Ents Academy throughout this entire round. And the money of the T's is now in a pretty tough spot. They gotta go for the force buy. Loss bonus is not really there for them. Nor is the util. Nor are the guns. It's just a couple pistols. They swing out of middle and they hope for the best. The T's are actually gonna give them the fights. Miltsy goes down, and that's gonna in the hands of the T's. Ents Academy probably didn't need that. Now they have to find their way back into the round. Hanu might be in for tons of damage, and alongside Yusi, they'll be able to find 2 kills, but Yusi's lost his life as well. Oh, that's a phenomenal shot from Pody. Follows up, switches to the USP, and it's a quick 1-2-3 for Pody, 24 and 10. As Zen's Academy leveled things up once again. This has been a phenomenal day from Pody so far.
Yeah, man, he's hitting everything that moves. Exactly what you want. He's the star operator. Man, it's so clean. And even swings in to just finish the 2 off with the USP. Full of confidence right now, and that's where he's the most dangerous. It's not a surprise. We've seen it from him, you know, on most maps, but Mirage, he just seems so comfortable. It's a quick one out towards A here. CTs won't be so comfortable just yet. UC, however, will claim 4, and Pody will just take that ace away. UC won't mind. He was extremely low, doesn't want to go down, want to keep the money as high as possible going into the final stages of this game. And Academy find themselves in the lead though. This is a big round here, important for both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. Ents Academy looking revived, rejuvenated on the CT side, but there goes Invisible quickly towards middle, picks up another, and it's a double headshot. A crazy start to this round, opens up the middle side of the map, and the A-bomb side has fallen as well under a lock and key for the T's, and this is already a safe goal for Pody. He's all alone, picks up the first one though, and there's so many players that are low on HP. Pody's thinking about giving this one a go, but he shouldn't. Money is fine for the CTs. He's hoping that they give him an overstep. He's hoping that someone gives away a free kill, and maybe this is where he could start considering it, but at this point he's just thinking about the save. He's been spectacular, but his teammates just get run down by the T's in this previous one, and this has been the story for so many of those rounds. I'm starting to recall rounds from Nuke, from Ancient. Arcred just decide they're gonna push full W into a map or into a bomb site, pick up all the fights. If it goes their way, perfect, it goes their way. If it doesn't, okay, we YOLO'd it, we tried, it didn't work out. This time it works out perfectly.
They're not really too afraid to take risks, Arcred. Like, they will just play super aggressive, especially on the T side. And it doesn't really matter what stage of the game it is, they will take risks. It's a difficult style to kind of play against. It's a more kind of puggy style, kind of free-flowing style, that, you know, they do very well. But the only reason that it works out the majority of the time is because all these Arcred players are so good mechanically. If they don't have that mechanical ability, you know, just to run out and headshot people, as you put it in the pregame, or rather before we went live with this map, half of the rounds that they win don't go their way.
Yeah, but I mean, this is why they're playing like that as well, right?
Oh yeah,
because they have the confidence in their skill, exactly, because they know this works for them. If that's why we don't see, for example, Ents Academy play like that, right? They want to try and, I don't want to sound harsh when I'm saying that, they want to try and play like a proper team more, you know, play a style of CS that makes a lot more sense. And they don't feel like they can just throw themselves out and be YOLO and get away with it. A quicker B split once again though, but walking into a little bit of a stack, even with the early opening kill. Serva's in a really good position. There's the first one. Serva doesn't manage to double back, but the Ope's already in position, and Pody's just not missing anytime soon. 28 and 10 for Pody in a game that is still up in the air, but finally, Ents Academy have been able to reset that T-side money.
Yeah, Pody drops 35 here before this game is out for sure. The way that he's playing right now.
You've just jinxed him.
He finishes on 28. First tactical timeout called here from Arcred. They have a decision to make here. Do they want to go for the force? Or do they want to save? What do they want to do? How do they want to approach the round? I mean, they could probably put a hero rifle on somebody. If Shug wants to kind of take the hit. So, like, if he buys the gun, drops it over to Roigen. If he's feeling it a little bit, he can buy armor. Shug might just go for the rifle himself. He's bought armor. Just the Deagle. No hero rifles this round, unfortunately. Would have liked to see it. 2 players coming from Palace, 1 from Ramp. And this is not a standard default, but players ready in position. Presence shown towards the B site. UC and Pody stop the first 2 on entry. Bomb's going to be dropped. Now it's only invisible and hurts to deal with, proving a tall task for Henu. But surely it's just mopped up by the rest of the CTs, and it will be. 13 to 11. And the buy round, it's not going to be a pretty one from Arc Red. I mean, they'll have the AKs, but they won't have an AWP. And if this round doesn't go your way, we can really consider an Arc Red losing this one.
Yeah, absolutely. This is it. And I'm not sure if you can rely on just running at them right now. Ants Academy just look a lot more prepared than they were a couple rounds ago, but it's going to be another pretty simplified round. They go for the double push towards B, and this is actually the worst possible moment for them to go for a round like that as well, right? Because not only they have only 2 players towards the A-bomb side, Serva's going to be the only one capable of rotating away. Those 2 other CTs are so far away, and the worst part, one of them is actually Pody, who's been your best player so far on the map, but Arcred are actually taking their time. They're trying their damn best to make this one feel like a B-split, trying their damn best to make this one feel like a good fake. But the problem is, Ents Academy have all the information. They know they're not getting fooled by it. They're gonna have 4 players towards the A-bomb side in the moment of the hit.
Perfect flash, UC needs to go off, but it hurts is completely blind. Refrag needed to be there, and it is. But they've spotted the bomb now. And look at this, Henu in the back line. Knife out, DSSJ, there's the bomb dropped. And Roygen is exploring B, realising there's nobody there. But this round might as well just be done, unless Roygen can make something happen. Now Serva has his back turned, but it confirms at least 1 player for the moment. Pody under a little bit of pressure. Milty's going to strike now from behind the firebox. But the bomb is still down. You've got 30 seconds. They're trying to challenge the operator. Trying to challenge Pody.
Round's over. Even if they get it. There's 25 seconds. Hanu's towards Palace. Pody is dead, but he's done such a good job of just wasting time. And Hanu's in such a great position. I don't think they have the time to get the bomb and go back and plant it, by the way. Hanu just has to stay alive. Yeah, they have no time. Round's over. They've miscalculated it completely. Hanu just needs to stay alive. This is 14 Ents Academy. He can actually go for kills after time as well. Well, goes down. Doesn't make a difference. Look at the money on the CT side. They don't give a damn. All that they care about is that they're up to 14 rounds, courtesy of a great information play, Arcred taking too long, and Hanu just staying alive. And now, you look at the money on Arcred, it's just gone. I mean, yeah, you have 2 players that were able to stay alive and hold on to the AKs. Look at the money on the rest. Approximately 3k. They go for the buy. And it's 1 OP, 1 AK, 2 Galeos, and a Digo. You lose this, you're probably out of the tournament.
They need a bomb plant. They need a bomb plant.
At least.
At least.
Oh. That would have been a horrible way to go down.
Yeah, in such an important round, 100%. But the information is there. You heard DSSJ burning, you've hit him, you've tagged him, you've heard that. You forced him out of the apartments as well.
Yeah, and look at that. After the previous round, the T's are so ready for some kind of an aggressive play, but Ents Academy are just holding, not giving them anything. Eventually, though, the big risk that comes down with it is that you have to hit the shots, but because of Milty's position, he confirms that there's nothing happening towards middle. They're going to rotate the 3rd player. They're going to be ready for the play once again.
A crossfire, and you need to look both ways and you need to clear them out. But Pody on the backside, AWP posted, continues to hit shots but misses one, and that cost Milty his life as well. Suddenly the dust settles on that B bomb site and Arcred have control. They've got a bomb plant, and you see, oh well, he's been heard from a mile away, invisible in the close corner, and UC cannot react. Arcred with a surprising round there after it looked like it was all going wrong, and Ents Academy had a read once again. I just wonder, how have they gotten out onto the site here? How have they actually found the kills.
They had the read. I mean, they had the perfect idea, but the crossfire. The jail went under balcony crossfire gets 1 kill in total. Everything else, it was just Bodhi. He was the one that had to deliver. Once again, they had 3 CTs towards the right bomb site, and he was the only one that could have done something about the round not going in favor of Arcred. Crazy. 31 and 12 for Bodhi, and he still can't close out on this game. The good news for Ents Academy, though, it doesn't feel like he's about to slow down. It's quite the opposite. He's just getting more fired up with every single round. But this one is a lot quicker. And this time, Serva's all alone. This time, there's no one to support. The push towards Palace is good, but it wasn't early enough. And Arcred are picking up the pace. Henu goes down. It has to be a save for the CTs. Money is drained for Ents Academy right now. They need to hold on to what they have.
Yeah, visible. Oh, I was just about to say, man, UC Deagle is crisp. We've seen it once again on show, on display.
Yep.
For all eyes to see.
You know why that is? Because he's got a default skin with a rain sticker on it.
Yeah. Now, you're saving a Mach 10, which isn't great, but it's better than nothing. You've got Milty on an M4. That's
actually, he's saving
weapon.
An armor, a smoke, and a flash. That's the impact right there.
Could be the difference maker.
Could be. I mean, they have some nades, I guess, for the next round. It has to be an eco, though, and this is the tough one, because you know that this one's probably going to distance. Unless Milty goes absolutely nuclear with the M4, or UC produces something magical, and at least he's going to be able to drop that Digo over to Henu, so they have another player that's capable of doing damage. Problem is, the loss bonus is actually not great. So unless someone finds something, and I'm talking about UC because he is the one on the highest money, and he is the one with the bonus gun, they might not have an op unless it's a glass cannon going into the next round, but that's a great opener from Henu. Oh, I could have seen that second one connect as well.
This might bait them into the B setup completely. And it is. The fight is going to happen towards the apartments, though. The USP pushes to get aggressive, and then Split comes in, but they've actually fallen out of this setup that they had. They had the perfect read.
They knew.
They knew Server was fighting originally in the apartments. Well, everybody's going to fall. Milty comes away with only 1. He dinks up Roids and looking to survive on 2 HP, but Arcred, they're back into it. It's 14-14. We will go the distance and possibly an overtime in the last game of the day.
Yeah, possibly. Fighting for their life in the tournament right now. Both teams refusing to go down. Ents Academy did look like they were getting closer. Did look like the team to close it out, but Arcred somehow were able to, well, sprint their way back into it. In fact, going for another A play, and this one is going to be straightforward. They're just running at them. No damn given, and Rujin gets the first one. Bodhi with 1, but needs more. Rujin's just opened things up towards the A bomb side. The A play once again work it out. It's been so simple. It's been so straightforward from the teams, but it's been so efficient. And that's a great reaction from the Oper. Keeps them honest. Still man advantage, but look at the HP. It's so low for 2 of those Ts. Still winnable, but Milty and Henu need to be the heroes, and at this point, you're starting to question everything. Do you really go for it? Do you really feel like they're gonna give you the chances? It doesn't really make a difference. You need to go for it. No kit, 1 smoke, 2 flashes, 2 M4s against the world. And a save could be on the cards here, and I think it is.
Yeah, can't risk it. Can't risk it at all. They get set up, you've no kit as well, so you have to go super quick. You've got the utility, but no, there's no way you call that. Arcred, they strike. They're on 15. Map
It's
series
been
point
so
coming up.
simple, man. It feels like every single time they just go, okay, you know what? We have a targeted bomb site, and it's either going to be a 5-man commitment, or we're going to show some early presence towards middle, like send 2 players. And by show some early presence, I mean just send whoever has the first spawn running full W out mid with an insta smoke, a top con smoke, and a couple of flashes. And then we go onto the bomb site. And it's been working out so nicely. Arcred 1 round away from eliminating Ents Academy from the Pinnacle Cup. In an 0-3 fashion, that would hurt for Ents Academy, especially after that convincing map 1 on Nuke. especially after how promising it did look, especially considering the performance we've seen so far from Pody. And DSSJ starts it off with an opening kill. A bang from Diop, and Milzy goes out. Oh, what's the UC doing?
Back turn towards connector. That's it. Surely that is the end of this game. Arcred might just knock out Ents Academy. They played so well, but they got dismantled on Ancient, and now a close Mirage comes down to Henu and Pody trying to clutch up. Pody has been incredible so far, but he's going to have to go on this endeavour and adventure alone. He peeks out right into the waiting arms of Shug, who knocks Ents Academy out. That is so disappointing for Ents Academy. I don't think they deserve to go out 0-3 today. I don't think they were deserved losers, especially after that first map. But Ancient, it was so horrible for them. They couldn't get into the game at all. And then when we went over to Mirage, there was always a chance that Arcred were going to come out swinging. And they did. They landed that knockout blow. And they stay alive just about in the Pinnacle Cup 5.
It's crazy because this was the only thing that was working for Arcred, right? Just run at them and try and out-aim them. But they've been able to do so for such a long time. And a lot of the games that they've played in other tournaments as well. And they were able to do that today against Ents Academy. And this is what we talked about before the start of that final map, right? Ents Academy did play, once again, the better map. They had those mid-round aggressions, those good information plays, the good reads, the stacks. But the only thing that could have saved Arcred was the individual performance. Was, you know what? We're just gonna go YOLO. We're just gonna throw ourselves out there and hope for the best. And they did, and it did work out for them really nicely. Arcred are not going out of the Pinnacle Cup 5 yet, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, though, for Ents Academy, they do become the second eliminated team. Of course, earlier today we did say goodbye to the side of Webster's, and with that, this is the end of today's matchups. Tomorrow, though, there's going to be a lot more interesting games, and you know, no disrespect, man, that was a bit of a scrappy game of CS, but tomorrow we're gonna have some games that we expect to be a little bit cleaner, right? You look at the program for tomorrow. We're gonna start things off with Eternal Fire taking on 9 Pandas. We don't have a graphic for it, but I'm still gonna run you through the games just so you have an idea. We're gonna start it off at 10:40 CEST with Eternal Fire taking on 9 Pandas. Then we have Sampi against the Eyeballers as the second matchup, and the final one is going to see the teams of Espionage and Los Cagutos brought over. So a pretty exciting day tomorrow. Myself and Jack will be back for the first 2 morning games. So we're saying good night, and we're gonna say good morning to you tomorrow for another day at the Pinnacle Cup 5.
Oh, eSport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way. Go on, go back. That's it. That's better. Keep going. Bring that down here. No. Keep going. Go. Roll. And cut. Cut the thing. I'm going. Where are you going? Where are you going? Hey! Come back! Guys, ladies, I don't know if that's correct. No.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.